It's a long, hot drive. 5 continents, 14 countries, 16 explosive rounds. This is the road to the World Drivers' Championship. It's the first skirmish of a brand new season. Today from Albert Park in Melbourne, the shootout for pole position at the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. We'll deliver all the drama of the race against the clock as the stars and their teams battle for top spot on the grid in the opening round of the year. Plus, we'll find out who shone and who bombed with highlights of the morning practice rounds. Melbourne will shake and quake when those mighty V8 supercars return to the track. And we'll roll out some heavy metal madness as those big nasty NASCARs monster their way around the park. A cast of familiar faces delivers a final dress rehearsal in qualifying for the BMW Celebrity Challenge. And it's open slather for the open wheelers when the rising stars of Formula Ford grab their share of the glory. We'll get off the tarmac and onto the turf with the Newmarket Handicap from Flemington and the Canterbury Guineas from Rosehill Gardens. Catch the match-breaking moments from last night's Rugby League opener between Canberra and Brisbane. And send down the latest from the first test as Steve Wurz Australians take on the Windies. All that plus a whole lot more on final qualifying day at the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Right here on the one and only Wide World of Sports.
Hello and welcome to Albert Park on qualifying Saturday for the Qantas Australian Grand Prix. This weekend, the focus of World Motorsport falls on the city of Melbourne, and a beautiful shot there looking from the south of the city right into the central business district over Albert Park Lake. Of course, the site for today's practice session and tomorrow's opening round of the World Championship season. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. Stick with us right here on Nine's Wide Water Sports. And according to the polls conducted amongst the drivers and the teams, there's no better starting place for the race either. The organisation and hospitality on offer here in Melbourne, very much appreciated by the Formula One teams. Well, the centrepiece, as you just saw, the 5.3 kilometre Albert Park circuit. And one man who's very proud of this track, a native son of Melbourne, is the 1980 world champion himself, Alan Jones. Alan, well, it's great to be here, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, very proud to be. I know I say this every year, but every year we excel ourselves. You know, we've won the best organised Grand Prix 3 or 4 years in a row. We win the best telecast of a Grand Prix. And, of course, when I go overseas to other races and people come up and congratulate you, as an Australian, it does make you feel fantastic.
Weather's perfect?
Absolutely ideal. Perfect Grand Prix racing weather. About
30 degrees Celsius, so 87 in the old Fahrenheit scale. Let's have a quick recap on yesterday, though. Mika Häkkinen, the McLaren car in the garage all night being repaired. How would he be, though, psychologically, the world champion coming out after that big crash into the wall?
He just put it behind him. I mean, he would have forgotten that crash by the time he got back to the garage. His thoughts would be, OK, let's get the car fixed. If we can't get the car fixed, where's the T car? I need it for tomorrow. You've got to divorce yourself immediately from something like that. You can't dwell on it. You've got to hop out of the car and be thinking about the next practice session.
And as we know, Ferrari in all sorts of trouble yesterday. So let's head down now to the nerve centre of activity on qualifying day. It is, of course, pit lane, where the teams are plotting their assault on the pole position for the first race of the season. And sampling the atmosphere down there is ex-Formula One ace John Watson, and with him our very own big Darryl Eastlake. G'day, fellas, how are you?
Yeah, thanks, guys. How you doing? This is the heart and soul of the Grand Prix track, the pits. Right behind us, of course, is the start of pit lane. That's McLaren. They're the world champions. Right down the other end, the newest team in the business, BAR, and that's a new experience for Jacques Villeneuve. But already high drama here. McLarens have picked up where they left off. Ferrari's in dire straits.
Yeah, McLaren just a continuation of 98, but Mika Häkkinen, 10 minutes before the end, threw the car into the barrier. His team had been up all night getting that car ready for today's practice and qualifying. Michael Schumacher, only 7th, spent more time in the garage than on the racetrack, but 2 teams have shone. One's the Jordan team with Damon Hill and Heinz-Harald Frentzen, but the real stars, are the Stewart Ford team, 3rd and 5th quickest, with Johnny Herbert and Rubens Barrichello. Outstanding performance and great for Jackie Stewart.
So much work for McLaren behind us last night. I mean, they've just had to work so hard to rebuild that car.
Yeah, the guys worked through the night. They didn't get to bed. They went back to the hotels. They had a shower, had breakfast, and they've come back here this morning. And everything's riding on that effort by the team.
All right, well, let's see what happened this morning, because they had to come out, brand new cars, brand new setups, try to go faster. Here's a highlight look at the 3rd practice session, and your reporter is Condo.
Michael Schumacher yesterday spent more time out of his Ferrari than in it. This morning, he led them out into Albert Park.
Fired up and ready to get some lap time in, AJ.
He certainly is, Daz. They lost a lot of valuable time yesterday. Things that they could well do without. Brand new car, first Grand Prix for the 1990 season. They'll be desperate to go out and sort that car out. It did not look good yesterday. Apart from the mechanical problems that they had, I think they're struggling to get some speed.
But all the early eyes were on the McLaren of David Coulthard, fastest yesterday and all set to go faster again.
David Coulthard at the moment 1.7 seconds off yesterday's best time, but that's pretty good for first thing in the morning. He had a bit of traffic there that would have balked him and lost some time there, but by gee, he's in a great frame of mind. I agree with what you said yesterday. He's looked like a man with purpose ever since he arrived in Melbourne.
I think David Coulthard made up his mind after the race last year. I'm coming back next year to win this.
Heinz Harold Frentzen wasn't slouching around either. The Jordans continuing their quick showing in Melbourne.
Frentzen still having a good go, as you can see the time ticking away there. 1:35.383. Ralf Schumacher so far the man to beat. Now he comes up on the start-finish line. Let's see what the clock stops at here. Flashes over the line of the 1:34.640. So Frentzen pretty quick this morning already.
After yesterday's shunt, Mika Häkkinen emerged in a car rebuilt overnight.
Hard to believe when you look at that McLaren today, the work that they must have put in, as John Watson said, the work that they've put in to get that car back in shape. I mean, there's not a scratch on it this morning, and it looked like a total wreck yesterday.
But his teammate was surprising everybody.
Well, a 1:31.6, that's not hanging about. That's quicker than yesterday.
Yeah, but this lap won't be quicker. That would have lost him a little bit of time, and this will definitely be slower.
Cars look very twitchy under brakes and under acceleration.
Just to prove me right. How quick would that lap been if he hadn't have put a wheel on the dirt?
Stewart's Johnny Herbert was going about it quietly but quickly. He was as close as anyone got to the McLarens.
John, we're looking at Johnny Herbert with his Stewart at the moment. He's just put in the time that's made him 3rd fastest this morning with a 1:32.2. So he's really going too. So Johnny Herbert, he's been fantastic since arriving in Melbourne. This car and this driver combination is really working.
And significantly, he's only a 1/10 of a second slower than Häkkinen at this stage of the game. Jackie Stewart and Paul Stewart are absolutely delighted with the way he's responding to the car and the team.
It was a session of few incidents. Frentzen mowing the grass, Minardi's Mark Genet going right through it.
See the back just break away like that? The back just lets go. The minute that car gets out of shape a little bit, it's very hard to bring it back.
Mark Genet, well, I tell you what, he's been around a few times. He'd be getting a little dizzy here in Melbourne. He's been all over the place and round plenty of times. This time in the gravel trap, not the place to be.
Schumacher, meanwhile, was clogging up more pit time as Ferrari's frustrations continued.
They're now working around the middle of the car and the front of the car. There's parts of the electronics that are under the driver's seat, behind the seat. Things are packaged in such a way that you have to get the driver out to get at them. Ross Braun, the technical director, he's standing in front of the car looking, I would say, concerned because they're not getting the performance they want out of the car. Schumacher popped out. His face often is the story of the day. If he's got a big smile on it, you know he's happy. If he's got a long face on him, that's not a very happy Michael Schumacher.
His old foe, Damon Hill, was having problems of his own.
Once it gets out of shape in the slightest little bit, it's almost impossible for the drivers to bring it back.
You can actually see him there checking the mirrors, looking to see if he's going to hit anything. Virtually steering the car backwards, making sure he had room to just pull it up. But walks away, so Damon Hill not too happy about that, and I wouldn't think Eddie Jordan would be too happy about that.
Probably the tyres may not have been quite warm enough, and he just made a mistake and slipped off into the kitty litter.
Well, Eddie, both cars have been very quick all through Friday. Frentzen's been quick this morning. What do you expect this afternoon?
Well, yesterday was a strange day, really, because it's the first ever day of a new season, and it's always a little bit difficult to know exactly where you are. But first indications were that the team seems to be much more competitive than it was this time last year. And a couple of surprises. Obviously, Stewart's and Jordan up at the front, but that'll all change this afternoon. I think the more realistic people will wait till this afternoon to see exactly where the real people are, and it'll be a better indicator.
Jacques Villeneuve in his BAR was only 16th yesterday. The former world champion again struggling to stay on the pace.
Very hard to get used to this car, double-sided car, but gets away with it okay. And we'll get back onto the circuit. But we haven't seen a lot of Jacques Villeneuve yet this morning, so let's hope he can settle down. He's way back in 20th at the moment in this session, so a lot of work to do.
But the morning well and truly came alight when the two McLarens headed out together.
But this man, David Coulthard, has been so fast. Quickest yesterday, at the moment quickest today, and this lap could be a beauty.
In the dying seconds of the session, world champion Häkkinen had the final say.
Yes, he does. So Häkkinen still a time ticking away as he flings the McLaren around. And he knows this could be the best lap. He could snatch it from David Coulthard. At the moment, trying everything he can round Albert Park. Look at him work the wheels, seesawing with the hands. You can see him just working so hard. Coulthard's time of 1:31.140. Fastest in the second section so far is Häkkinen as the time reels away. A 1:31.123, he's done it. Mika Häkkinen in a car repaired overnight has come out and knocked David Coulthard off. With 40 seconds to go, he wound it up with a 1:31. Brilliant drive from Häkkinen.
Cos Cardone reporting there. Let's have a look. As Daryl said, right at the very death of the practice session, Mika Häkkinen going to the fastest time, 1:31.123 from his McLaren teammate David Coulthard. Johnny Herbert doing beautifully there in third position. Michael Schumacher with limited opportunity again this morning in practice. Did move up to fourth place. As we turn the page, have a look at the other top 6 going through to 12. We'll see that Hans-Hard Frentzen did reasonably well to go to stay in the top 12 positions there. Fisichella, Trulli, Alessi. Ralf Schumacher in 10th position. Jacques Villeneuve dropped down. He ended up in 11th position. Of the others, Barrichello down from 3rd yesterday to 13th, and Damon Hill from 6th to 16th with Zonta once again at the tail of the field. Well, after the break, we'll take you to Port of Spain in Trinidad for the latest on the first cricket test.
Hey, it's racing.
We've got a big show.
Tonight, Warren Beatty on his new movie. Natalie Imbruglia, Vanessa May, Fair Naked Ladies. Plus, Mick Doohan have the Grand Prix circuit. Hey, it's Saturday, tonight on Win Television.
Now, there are approximately 3,750 species of lizards in the world. And the largest of lizards is the Komodo dragon. Now, can anyone tell me in which tropical country is the Komodo dragon? Nathan.
Can I go to the toilet, sir? By the way, it's Indonesia, sir.
Success in motor racing is reliant on a team of individuals with complementary skills and talents working as one. Every member of that team must be totally committed to a common goal, much like our approach to banking. When you become a Trust Bank client, you become part of our team. Because nothing worthwhile is achieved without teamwork. We call it Gold Star Banking.
Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk.
For all your mobile and telecommunication needs.
Let's talk.
Imagine a treated timber that's second only to Mother Nature. A treated timber that's safe around the ones we love. Then discover new French Piney. French Piney is treated pine timber that will provide long-term protection, but best of all, it contains no chromium or arsenic, which makes it very friendly to the environment. Grown from Tasmania's renewable pine plantations, French Piney is easy to work with and is the safest treated timber on the market today. When you want a treated timber that's accepted around the world, demand French Piney.
Here's a romantic little number
Now you'll love freedom even more because now you can have your freedom with no deposit, no interest finance every day of the year.
Sunday, March 7th is the 10th Clean Up Australia Day. So just turn up at your local park, beach or creek to register. Or pick up a form at any NRMA, McDonald's or TNT outlet beforehand. Hey, it's our 10th birthday. All we really want is your presents.
Vanessa May, of course, the wonderful violinist who entertained 1,000 people last night at the Grand Prix Ball. A good friend of Jacques Villeneuve, preparing to get into the most popular passenger car in the world. There's no doubt about that. The McLaren two-seater. Martin Brundle will be taking her for a spin around the track in a few moments' time. There's Martin in the background. And Vanessa has really been one of the most popular guests here at the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park in 1999. More Grand Prix action in a few moments' time, but first to cricket. And overnight, Australia and the West Indies met for day one of the first test in Trinidad. Coming off a disastrous South African tour, the Windies were expected to struggle. But that wasn't the case. They took the first day honours, leaving Australia struggling at 6 for 174 at stumps. Courtney Walsh again was the catalyst, claiming 3 wickets, including his 400th in Test cricket. Leslie Tapsell has the highlights.
A new series, a new captain. Steve Waugh faces his first on-field decision as Australia's Test skipper.
Well done, Steve. First Test as captain, you've won it, and having a bat.
Yeah, I think the wicket looks pretty good, and we've got a couple of spinners in our side, so we're looking to take advantage in the last couple of days on this sort of wicket.
With recent rain presenting a green and underprepared strip, the leg spin selection showdown was avoided, with both Warne and McGill plus paceman Gillespie in Australia's starting 11.
Your first Test as captain, any butterflies there?
Yeah, a little bit, mate, yeah, but I'm feeling pretty good after the toss now, nice and relaxed. Our game plan, we've worked hard on it over the last couple of weeks, and we're feeling pretty confident.
Meanwhile, Brian Lara, a captain under siege and on probation, led out a West Indies side which included 3 Test debutants. But it was the old guard of Ambrose and Walsh that provided Australia's openers with some early concerns.
Slater in the air and just past gully. So the first boundary of the series.
Slater and Elliott continued to dice with danger, both lucky to survive a tight opening spell.
And full and just past the outside edge.
Taken, just bounced in front.
Like the waterlogged outfield, Australia's scoring was sluggish. Eventually that took its toll on an impatient Slater gone for 23.
So Michael Slater goes and Pedro Collins gets his first wicket in Test cricket.
Justin Langer's arrival temporarily broke the Australian shackles.
Lovely shot from Justin Langer, who plays,
giving our pool of supporters, complete with their new Caribbean touring wardrobe, hope of real reason to celebrate. But 4 consecutive maidens again had the Aussies under pressure. It was only a matter of time before Walsh turned his frustration into joy.
Round the wicket now. He's got him.
Mark Waugh was lucky to survive his first ball.
Just out of the reach of the silly mid-off.
But didn't last many more, gone just after lunch for 2.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With Australia in trouble at 3 for 53, Steve Waugh joined Elliott, but he too flirted with failure.
May have been an edge.
He briefly recovered.
Between the bowler and mid-off.
But on 14 fell to Dillon.
Well bowled, beautifully bowled.
At the other end, Elliott was slowly building a vital, if at times scratchy innings. This, the shot of the day.
Boundary. It wasn't all that short, but he's very, very quick to pick up the short ball.
But at 118, Elliott's resistance crumbled, out for 44 of 209 deliveries.
And he's given him.
While the Windies celebrated a return to form, Blewett continued to attack.
On strike is in, and again the mandatory full toss. So Jimmy Adams gives a 1 per over, and that's what is supposed to happen to it.
Before Healy helped Courtney Walsh join one of cricket's most elite clubs.
He's given him. Courtney Walsh gets his 400th Test wicket and joins Kapadev and Sir Richard Hadley in that elevated company. Courtney Walsh, 400 Test wickets.
From there, Warne and Blewett guided Australia safely to stumps. The visitors limping to 6 for 174 off 90 overs, Blewett unbeaten on 43.
And suddenly we have a series in the Caribbean. The Aussies plenty to think about there on a ground where they haven't won a test match since 1973. Now back home, there was plenty of football action last night. Andrew Voss brings us up to date with the AFL and, of course, the Rugby League.
League fans, meantime, at Olympic Park, Melbourne kicked off their year with a win over Penrith. After leading 8-4 at the break, the Storm reproduced their 98 form to cruise home 32 points to 10. While in the AFL pre-season competition, Hawthorn is the first team through to the final after downing the Bulldogs at Waverley Park. The Hawks trailed narrowly at every change, but kept the Bulldogs goalless in the final quarter to emerge winners 10-11-71 to 8-13-61.
Taylor's shot at goal. It's a goal! Terrific stuff, Holland.
The Hawks will now play the winner of tonight's clash between Port Adelaide and St Kilda.
Yes, that game at the MCG. Good win there to the Hawks by 10 points. And tonight, the two rookie coaches, Mark Williams of Port Adelaide, going up against St Kilda's Tim Watson, the winner going through to the grand final against the Hawks. Dermot Brereton competing in the celebrity race a little bit later on. We'll be hoping for a big weekend for the Hawkers. We'll have more highlights from last night's Rugby League later in the show. Plus, we'll be crossing to Stadium Australia and a chat with Peter Sterling ahead of tonight's big night there, the doubleheader. Back here at Albert Park, the most desired seat in the house is the passenger cockpit in the two-seater McLaren open wheeler we saw before. There's Vanessa May sitting behind Martin Brundle. On the short list of starters, of course, this young lady who did very well last night, Ellen Jones, you told me at the celebrity ball last night, playing the violin.
Oh, fabulous. Really good.
Now, you told me that you wouldn't get in that seat.
No way. You can get me in the thing.
I'd love to have a go. Why is that, do you think?
Oh, I've always worked on the basis if I'm going to go, I want to be the one behind the wheel.
Fair enough. Well, a few moments ago, as Vanessa May was strapping herself in, our very own Amanda DePledge caught up with her.
Vanessa, are you ready for this challenge coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited about this. You know, it's like a dream ride for me. And I don't even have a driving license, so know how to ride a car myself. So it's going to be great with Martin Brundle driving. And I had my test fitting yesterday, and I've got my helmet here, so I'm all geared up.
Do you have any idea at all what you're in for?
Absolutely no idea. I don't think I know what to anticipate or imagine is going to be like. So I think it's going to be even more of an exhilarating ride because, you know, I've never been to a Formula One Grand Prix race, so all these sounds and noises are new for me. And to be in one of those machines, so it's a McLaren, so it's going to be amazing.
Are you the sort of person who likes to live on the edge?
Yeah, I do love sports. I do a lot of snow skiing, and so I think I love the need for speed, and that's something that always inspires me in whatever I do. And I'm very active, but I think this is just a totally different caliber of speed compared to the skiing that I do.
Well, you enjoy the ride.
Thank you so much.
Well, she's got the need for speed, all right, there, Ellen, and there she goes around the first corner. Martin Brundle in the controls in front of him.
I was talking to Murray Walker yesterday, who had 5 laps at Silverstone in this car. Normally they only give you 3, but I guess Murray's been around Formula One for that long, he deserves another 2. But he said he couldn't have survived another lap. He was just about, and one more lap would have finished him, and he now cannot believe that these drivers do 50, 60, 70 laps.
It's interesting to see Vanessa's head wobbling a bit there. Very delicate, one of the world's most 50 beautiful women, or not women, people in fact. Be a bit hard on her there. What's it like, just the G-forces going through those bends for the lay person?
The car is unbelievably uncomfortable. It knocks you around. You've got tremendous G-forces under brakes. You've got G-forces under acceleration. You've got side G-forces. The cockpit, even though it's made to fit like a suit, you still get your knees and ankles and everything bumped around. David Coulthard, most of the Formula One drivers now have padding on their elbows and knees and ankles and all sorts of places to stop them from banging up against the monocoque, which is carbon fibre, and it's pretty unforgiving.
And I thought it was fantastic that former world champion Jacques Villeneuve was very keen last night to talk to Vanessa May to just make sure she was comfortable about today's ride, or something like that.
Well, he's just that kind of guy, isn't he?
He's obviously got a good ear for music, because he was having a good chat with Natalie Imbruglia yesterday as well. Well, Jacques Villeneuve will get his chance a little bit later on this afternoon to show his stuff out there. The promotional slogan here in Melbourne in '99 is Formula One with the lot. More of the magic in just a moment.
From live at the first shuttle launch to running with the Bulls in Pamplona, shining light on the darker secrets and spending time with the warmest hearts. From newspaper journalist to 60 Minutes, the best of life surprises to the toughest challenges and everything in between. With 28 years of award-winning reporting, Mike Munro takes the chair on A Current Affair, weeknights on Win Television.
Watch Outdoor Supercross under lights for the first time in Tasmania. On Saturday night, March 13th at the Premier Speedway, you'll catch the State of Origin clash between Victoria and Tasmania. On Sunday the 14th, see 100 of Australia's road racers dice it out at the Shell Advanced Superbike Championship at Baskerville Raceway. See second-generation stars Scott Gamble and Shannon Johnson reignite the battle that AJ and Wally brought to the track in the 80s. Don't miss this amazing doubleheader, March 13th and 14th.
At Target, we realise that not all women are the same. Some have long legs, some have shorter ones, and some have a different shape altogether. In our experience, there's no such thing as the average woman. Every woman is unique, and at Target, we treat them that way. We have a range of clothes to fit just about everybody. So no matter what shape or size you are, if you're a woman, get into Target.
Copper top, carrot hair, simply red, it's your time to shine. Towhead, lemon drop, corn crop, it's your time to shine. Brown bombshell, raven hair, chocolate eclair, it's your time to shine. Pantene.
Take the time, shine. Take the time to shine.
When you're feeling like a little lift, there's a taste you can't resist. Just let your Lipton permeate, and in no time you feel great. Once that great taste hits your lips, you'll feel it spread down to your hips. Your body will adore that fresh flavor, which only comes from Lipton Jiggler.
That Jiggler feeling, that Lipton taste.
The color of a rain-filled cloud. Nice, huh? It's rubbish. Where's your best salmon? John West. Running bear with eagle eye. Huh? Our name for John West. He spots the best salmon and grabs it. Oh. We also have a name for the man who tries to sell salmon that Running Bear rejects. What's that? Dumb.
It's the salmon John West reject that makes John West the best.
Well, Vanessa May there with Martin Brundle having as much fun as you can have on four wheels, I'm sure. And Martin just giving you one more race down into the straight here. Fantastic shot there from behind the two heads, and as you can see them bobbing there up and down. It's fantastic to see them out there in the McLaren there. Alan?
I think he was just giving you an idea what it's like to do a standing start and to experience those G-forces. As I said before, these things can nearly pull as much G-force under brakes as they can acceleration. They're almost at the stage now where they can just about lift the rear wheels off the deck under braking.
Coming into the pits now, how do you think Vanessa will be feeling about this stage? Relieved?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we'll see how she goes a little bit later on. As we said, fantastic experience there. Martin Brundle driving the McLaren two-seaters. Well, the Formula One machines were out on the circuit later this morning, grabbing more valuable track time before this afternoon's final qualifying coming up in a few moments' time. Tim Gilbert followed the drama of today's second practice session.
The last chance on the track before qualifying, and one driver desperate to get things together, Michael Schumacher.
Gee, look at the time he lost there in that section, Darren. That was just unbelievable. I think through that chicane, the car looked like it had a lot of push going out towards the wall, and he had to come off the accelerator to correct that, and he lost over a second in doing so.
Just fighting, that's what we're saying. He's virtually carrying it around, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it just, to be honest, looks a pig.
Although things weren't going well for Ferrari, Alexander Wurz was in worse shape.
Back of these cars let go, that is it. There is just no way they can correct them. So here we go now, look at it. Very understeering, and he's corrected that and put a lot of lock on, and then the backs just come out.
And just brushes the wall, and you'll see the car tear itself along the wall from now. Watch this. Bang, 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 bang. There it goes.
Yeah, well, that was very fortunate because he really has hit it on, if you go to hit anything, not a bad angle.
David Coulthard was keen to nick back in front of his teammate, but couldn't quite get there.
We've seen this before, and then all of a sudden they turn in a blinder on the third time session, and they produce the time thereafter.
A lot of drivers will concentrate in the early laps of practice, putting the circuit together piecemeal. They'll work out their weaknesses and try and get the car with themselves to go through a particular corner until they put it all together and then have a go.
Time ticks away, 1:31.123, 1:31.625. So he's there. The pace is there. There's been nothing between the two McLaren drivers.
So many spent time in the kiddie litter.
Oh, dear. He has spent a lot of time on that same corner, on that same piece of grass.
Oh,
whoa!
Brenson.
Brenson off too and coming out of the gravel. So that corner has been a problem for a lot of teams. Look at all the wheel marks going in there. Coulthard now back to him, really trying. You see him working away. Watch the car get very, very twitchy. Under brakes, under acceleration. It really dances about. Reeling off the times now. We're keeping a close look at this.
Oops, understeer off. They really are having a lot of problem getting traction out of the front of these cars.
He was trying so hard there.
Oops, another one.
It's the same corner.
Yeah. I'm sure it's got a lot to do with the undulation just right into the braking area.
One bloke not slipping and sliding was Mika Häkkinen.
Ooh, he's really cutting it fine through there. That was to take a much sharper or a tighter left-hander to give him a much better exit through the right-hander onto the start-finish line.
Still Häkkinen the quickest of the moment. Look at this, the times are reeling down.
There you go, first under 31.
Yep, and that time of yours that you predicted yesterday is starting to look pretty realistic now.
Not only is he first under 31, but he's done a 30.3. He's well and truly under it.
So that time, I think you'll be a bit confident this afternoon. They might get down the low 29s.
How much money do we have on it?
I think you and Murray had a couple of £100.
I think it was 1,000 now.
So again, the McLarens, they just seem to have that little bit left in them, don't they? When you think that they're going as quick as they can, they just produce another quicker lap.
Zanardi wasn't having much fun as they worked overtime on the Williams.
You can see his eyes, he's just so frustrated he wants to get out on track. But the reason he's not, and this is for his own safety, there's a problem with the fly-by-wire throttle mechanism. The computer is showing a spike somewhere. They're not prepared to take the risk, and Alex concurs with that. He says, let's get this problem sorted out before we go back out on track. Too much to lose.
Damon Hill showed why he's been a world champion.
Oh,
dearie me, that was well caught.
Was it what? What about the reflexes there? Just a flick and back on track. That could have been nasty.
Well, I tell you what, he was that close to having a lose that wasn't funny. I mean, we've seen cars that get into a lot less trouble than that and go off.
A 1:32.910.
Well, that moves him up to 7th, so he's now closer to his teammate, who was in, let me see, 6th. So the two Jordans very close, but just over a 1/10 of a second to separate them. Whoop, there's the back going out again for Deniz.
And it's the same corner. I mean, this almost sounds like a record, but it's the same corner.
A big 4th practice session for Damon Hill as he moved up to 4th. While his old adversary, Michael Schumacher, struggled to find his feet.
He knows the time's not important at the moment. It's mainly, does everything work? Has the improvements been made, as AJ just said, because this afternoon's session, all important. And that'll just give him the confidence this afternoon if he thinks, right, we've got the problem fixed, now I can go for it.
Well, feel is obviously very important because that's you need that for your confidence. But at the end of the day, if he goes back into the garage and they dissect all the section times and they've definitely found something, he knows that he can go into this afternoon's qualifying with a better chance of getting the car up there.
How good's that when you see the car slide the way it did there? I mean, it's really terrific the way they move around these things. Time has run out, 0 on the clock. There's the checkered flag to close the 4th practice session of 45 minutes. But Schumacher will wring its neck. He'll try and get as much out as he can while he's still out there on the track at the moment. But time now finished, session over.
And Häkkinen and Coulthard will need to find an extra second for Alan Jones to be able to take some money off Murray Walker there. But pretty sharp around today again, the McLaren drivers. Johnny Herbert doing it beautifully in 3rd place for the Stewart team. Damon Hill up in the Jordan. Jacques Villeneuve for the British American Racing team. The new boys on the block doing well too, up in the 5th position. Michael Schumacher, once again with limited opportunities, to 6th. Then Barrichello with the Stewart team. Frentzen in the Jordan. Fisichella in the Benetton. And Irvine hasn't had much of a go either in the Ferrari, in 10th place at the moment from Deniz and Wurz. But Alan, corner number 12 there, we just continually had cars going off and off and off. What was
It's
happening
catching
there?
them all out, just not the novices, but Schumacher, all the experienced blokes have been going off there as well. I think what's happening there, we've got a combination of things. It's a bit undulating, it's a bit bumpy, the tyres are losing adhesion to the ground at a very critical time as they're pointing in and the back's breaking away. But I think with the 4 grooves in the front tyres now, what they've done basically, in my opinion, is they've left the downforce on the cars but taken the grip off the tyres. I believe they would have been better off to have left the grip on the tyres and taken the downforce off the cars, because what's happening with the amount of downforce that they've got, while the cars are in a perfectly straight line, there's no problems. The minute they get a little bit sideways and the air goes onto the wings at a different angle, 3 or 4 degrees, they've just lost it and they can't get it back.
Alan, we saw Mika Häkkinen last night. He said he was 1% over going into that corner where he had the smash. Is this a case in the practice rounds, using it as practice just to find how far you can go into that corner? Will they pull up a bit now? We're getting into qualifying in about 20 minutes' time.
Well, with qualifying, they'll just really go for it now. They'll just strap everything on and get into it. But they normally don't go to that degree to find the limit. Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be running out of cars very quick smart.
All right, well, next, a wee dram of scotch, and a few of the drivers might need it after today's racing as well. We'll talk to team boss Jackie Stewart.
Coming up on Win Today, top world ranking surfer Sonny Richards-Glasser, James Blundell, the scared weird little guys, the Furies, Billy Brownless, drop, kick and punt, and much more. Coming up on Win Today.
Australian auto wholesalers have Hobart's best range of quality used cars at wholesale prices. There's always new stock arriving, so join the hundreds of people who have bought here and saved. Australian Auto Wholesalers, Brisbane Street.
She's shorter off TV.
But she can eat anything she wants.
Something light. Chicken, breast only, grilled, carrot, tomato, lettuce, and herb dressing.
McDonald's grilled chicken burger.
Finished?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Deliciously light from first to last bite.
At Target, we realise that not all women are the same. Some have long legs, some have shorter ones, and some have a different shape altogether. In our experience, there's no such thing as the average woman. Every woman is unique, and at Target, we treat them that way. We have a range of clothes to fit just about everybody. So no matter what shape or size you are, if you're a woman, get into Target.
Isn't it good? Isn't it good?
Remember how good simple things can taste?
Isn't it good to be home?
Come home to Coon. Although Duff Creek has always been home to the onion, locals are only too aware that it's also the home of onion breath. Until now, thanks to longer-lasting PK, there's a change in the air. The clean, fresh taste of PK lasts even longer. So your breath stays fresh even longer. PK for even longer-lasting fresh breath.
Welcome back. Beautiful scenes here. Ideal conditions for qualifying coming up in about 17 minutes' time for the Australian Formula One Grand Prix, brought to you by Qantas in 1999, looking up the main straight here. Well, Jackie Stewart's decision to develop his own racing team cost us a commentator for our annual coverage at the Australian Grand Prix. For the past 2 years, instead of offering his expert advice up here in the studio, he's been down there in pit row as boss of Team Stewart. It's been 2 lean years for the 3-times world champion, but this year he's back more determined than ever. He's outside the Stewart garage with Daryl Eastlake.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. And I tell you what, I haven't been able to control the smile. It's been like a split watermelon.
Well, we're very happy, obviously, but, you know, the problem is, Daryl, as you well know in motor racing, one swallow doesn't make a summer. We haven't got through qualifying yet. We went off the pace a little bit this morning. We were 3rd and 7th fastest, which was encouraging, but we couldn't do it at the end of the session this morning. So we're a little concerned that we might not be able to repeat that performance in qualifying, but, you know, let's hope, you know.
2 cars in the top 5, though, for most of the sessions so far. I mean, that's got to be a thrill.
Yes, we've got really a great chassis this year and a brand new Ford engine that's really doing a great job for us. Both drivers are being very sensible. None of them have been off the road at all, no blacktop excursions. And most of the other teams have had that, Daryl, which always suggests that they're having to push a wee bit too hard. Our guys seem to be quite happy with the balance of the car, and I think we're going to be reasonably competitive.
I mentioned in the commentary this morning that there are certain drivers that never seem to find the right car. They never seem to find their niche. They never seem to have the combination. Perhaps Johnny Herbert and you, this is the combination for him.
Well, I hope so. He's a very jolly person for a team. He motivates a lot of enthusiasm with mechanics and engineers and everybody. He's needing success. He's had 2 victories, but he needs now to consolidate that and be recognised as a winner. But so also does Rubens Barrichello, because he, in my opinion, is one of the best 6 or 7 drivers in the world, and he's never won a race yet. I think he's just ready to pop with regards to performance.
Well, you've got the horsepower, you've got the chassis, the new tyres set up. Has that been difficult?
Well, they're not easy to drive, but we know that, and we've been through that before, but it's the same for everybody.
And you don't miss sitting up in the commentary box with us 1 minute, do you?
Of course I do. I loved it up there. It was just great. We're down here now.
Okay.
Jackie.
There he is. Oh, Jackie Stewart, hang on.
Jackie, it's Alan here.
Alan Jones.
Yeah.
Tyres, in regards, are you experiencing excessive wear on your front tyres?
No, we're not, Alan. The wear's been very good. In fact, when Johnny Herbert did his fastest time today, it was on a set of tyres that had done 40 laps.
Well, we were talking about that this morning. What are people going to qualify on? Are they going out on new tyres, or are you going to go out on some well-bedded sets?
No, there will be new tyres. They're generally faster, although with these new groove tyres, they tend to produce more understeer, which you'll understand. The car pushes a lot more, but I think to get the fast time, almost everybody will do the new tyres.
Okay, and one last one. Do you think the majority of people are going to go on soft or the harder compound?
I think with this temperature, if the temperature stays up, Alan, I'd rather think they'll be on the hard compound, but maybe some of the cars are more capable of running faster with the soft compound, but once they qualify with those, then they're kind of stuck.
Well, that is the problem, because it's going to be considerably cooler tomorrow, apparently, so you're going to have to take that into consideration when you choose the tyres today.
Yes, I think we are, but on the other hand, in all the testing we've done so far, we've found that the hard tyre suits the car quite well.
Thanks very much, Jackie. Good on you down there with Daryl Eastlake, and you can hear the team starting to rev up now, just about 15 minutes away from official qualifying, and Jackie Stewart doing very well there. Johnny Herbert in 3rd position at the moment, 3rd fastest time. Rubens Barrichello in 7th position, but they still spot the leader, Mika Häkkinen, by just over 2 seconds. This is the Wide World of Sports, coming to you on qualifying Saturday at the Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix. We'll be right back.
Tonight.
You're not from Clear Bay.
A beautiful woman steals Jarrett's heart.
The thing you want most in life could be right around the next corner.
Could this be true love?
So long since someone's really taken care of me.
Or has he become a pawn in a deadly game?
I got a dead man, a suspicious fire, and a whole lot of attitude.
I had nothing to do with the death of your husband.
A web of deceit.
I love you.
That could be his undoing. The new series of The Pretender, tonight 8:30 on Win Television.
Watch Outdoor Supercross under lights for the first time in Tasmania. On Saturday night, March 13th at the Premier Speedway, you'll catch the State of Origin clash between Victoria and Tasmania. On Sunday the 14th, see 100 of Australia's road racers dice it out at the Shell Advanced Superbike Championship at Baskerville Raceway. See second-generation stars Scott Gamble and Shannon Johnson reignite the battle that AJ and Wally brought to the track in the 80s. Don't miss this amazing doubleheader, March 13th and 14th.
Sound hits at $21.95. Ben Lee, Blur, The Chemical Brothers, and the greatest album of the new millennium from Radiohead. Massive Attack. Ben Harper, Marcy Playground, and The Verve's landmark album. Sound hits at only $21.95. But hurry, get them before they're gone.
Here is an important message from Marine and Safety Tasmania.
Before I go out on the water, there are some things I never leave home without. This life jacket could save your life. Just be water safe.
You're looking at technology you won't find on Commodore or Camry. BMW has it, Mercedes has it, and the new Ford Fairmont Ghia has it. It's variable cam timing, VCT. What makes it superior is that it delivers the economy of a 6 with power more like a V8, and all on regular unleaded. To get as much power from a Commodore, you'd have to pay for supercharging and premium unleaded. Makes the choice easy for me.
David Gates, the voice of bread. One night only at the Rest Point Casino, Tuesday, March the 9th. Don't miss David Gates of Bread. Book on 6221 1700 or at Entertainment 6234 5998.
These guys are little champions. They pity big dogs. They say, heck, those big dogs aren't as smart or as fast, and they can't go where we can go. Those little legs just go, go, go.
Small dogs use more energy than big dogs. That's why Pedigree Pal has created new Little Champions. For little dogs with big hearts. Developed with vets, recommended by top breeders.
Here is an important message from Marine and Safety Tasmania.
Before I go out on the water, there are some things I never leave home without. This life jacket could save your life. Just be water safe.
Welcome back to Albert Park here in Melbourne. Beautiful blue skies and the RAAF roulettes in operation at the moment. They're based at the Central Flying School at East Sale in Victoria, and they're flying Swiss-designed Pilatus PC-9A turboprop aircrafts there. The squadron leader is Gareth Nielsen, and Ellen, he's flown everything from F-111s to Hercules, and now these magnificent acrobatic aircrafts. They're a beautiful sight in the skies of Melbourne as we get set for qualifying coming up in just over 10 minutes' time for the 1999 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. And Johnny Herbert was flying high with the roulettes during the week, Ellen, and he's certainly doing pretty well over the past 2 days. He'll get his big chance, as I said, in just over 10 minutes' time.
Well, whatever they've done, it's worked because he's on the pace.
Would you have a go at that? You weren't too keen on the two-seater. What about the roulettes?
No, well, I was actually very fortunate enough to have a go on an F-18 over Adelaide for one of the Grand Prix about 5 or 6 years ago, and I've got to tell you, it was one of the great experiences of my life. And I remember hopping in the cockpit and they said, whatever you do, don't touch whatever's yellow and black striped. And I looked around and everything was yellow and black stripes. I just sat there like this, but it was fantastic.
All right, let's have a recap on this morning's 2 practice sessions. Great to see Hakkinen coming back out, confidence right up again, and the fastest time.
Yeah, well, I think obviously the McLarens are right on the pace. There's their beautiful workshop. You can see there's just absolutely immaculate. There's not a speck of dust on the floor or anywhere. These things are prefabricated. They take them all across around the world, and when they get into the garages, they literally create their own atmosphere, their own room. And even to the stage where the majority of the TVs that come down in front of the driver so you can watch the practice are all plasma. It's just another world, Eddie. You've just got to see it. And behind those petitions are just millions of dollars worth of computers and so forth, and a whole army of people working on these cars because they're controlled these days so much by the electronics. They can alter the diff characteristics by the electronics. We heard before that the accelerator is fly-by-wire. I mean, they are just unbelievable.
Alan, looking in now into the Ferrari pits, Häkkinen and Coulthard, a good second and a half, 2 seconds in front of Johnny Herbert, and then we drop right back to Michael Schumacher, who was the 6th fastest this morning with a time of 1:32.7 behind Häkkinen's 1:30.3. So a fair gap there. They've had nothing go right over the past day and a half. Can they just lift this afternoon? What can we expect? Because I suppose if there is one driver who can drive by the seat of his pants, it is the great driver Michael Schumacher.
Well, you're 100% right there, that is for sure. If anyone's going to put that thing on his back and carry it around, it'll be Schumacher, but they are struggling. The car looks bad. It looks a real handful, and Schumacher's really earning every dollar of his retainer to get that thing around, and you know, unless they've done some miracles in between the last session and now, I don't really know how they're going to come back on the pace, to be honest.
And Eddie Irvine hasn't given them much to cheer about either. He hasn't even been out in the track that long so they could look at his car. He's currently the 10th fastest.
Yeah, well, fortunately, they do have very similar driving. Well, they like their car to be set up the same. So when Schumacher is in the garage unable to go out on the track, I guess they can glean some sort of data from Irvine's car in terms of how it's handling the bumps and so forth, and then put that back onto Schumacher's car. They're very lucky in that respect.
Well, as we can see from the pits, this morning's final practice session offered the teams their last chance to fine-tune their strategies for this afternoon's qualifying, coming up in a few moments' time. We've been eavesdropping on their thoughts. Benetton's Alexander Wurz believes the low-key approach works best.
It's a cool stuff because the car is on low fuel, you have new tires, so you can really go for it. Sometimes you have corners where in the free practice or in testing you had always to brake, and in qualifying you can just take them flat. And it's a step in an unexperienced world where sometimes you think there are no more laws of physics in this car, and that's the great stuff for Formula 1.
Pretty much the same way, really, both whether dry or wet. You always try, just trying to set up your car, obviously, as good as possible, and trying to relax yourself and go into the qualifying and do a good lap. But the main problem in the qualifying is getting all corners right, really. That's the biggest and the best thing to do, obviously, and if you do that, you're, well, one of the quickest guys.
Oh, it's obviously a nerve-wracking time because you really hope that the car's talking to you, you hope that you get the most out of the car. You talk to your engineer, you pace up and down, you focus on the lap, and make sure you've been to the bathroom before qualifying starts.
How do you clear your head? That's the most important thing.
For me, I just focus on the lap. I just try and take a few moments quietly in the back of the garage, sit down, visualise the lap I'd like to do, which is always about 5 seconds quicker than I actually achieve. But just to be positive and to hope that you pick the right setup.
Well, it's all important that setup now, isn't it, as we go into the qualifying, Alan? David Coulthard has been very cool. He's kept his car mostly on the track while the others been flying around. What do you think of his chances?
I think his chances are very good. I believe that he hopped out of the car last year and said, I'm coming back to win this next year. None of this nonsense. And he gave me a bit of a wink and a smile the other day and said, there won't be any of that going on. So he's a real dark horse. I've got to now probably switch to him as probably favourite for the race.
Well, he won it the year before and should have won it last year. We're all over that now as we look into the Benetton pits. Well, it's only 60 minutes, 12 circuits of the track in a desperate quest for that one perfect lap. We're just moments away from the shootout for pole position here at the Australian Grand Prix. After the break, we'll have the voice of Formula 1, Murray Walker.
.30 tonight. Unrivaled. Eastwood.
You could stop it if you knew what was ahead.
Walking a fine line
Developed a taste for cup.
of fantasy
There were cuff marks on the wrist. Anything else?
and murder.
You're hanging out with the wrong kind of people, Block.
Tightrope.
What kind would you suggest I hang out with?
The erotic suspense thriller that'll keep you guessing till the end.
He was starting to enjoy himself.
Clint Eastwood, Tightrope, tonight 9:30 on Win.
For over 70 years, Australian children have been growing strong and healthy on Angel veggies.
Now it's easier to make the yogurt that works wonders on the inside part of your daily routine. Nestle LC1 4-pack. Look for it in your supermarket dairy case.
Take one of Australia's most popular mobile phones,
add some cool Ericsson Genuine accessories,
then drop it into an Ericsson Genuine car kit.
Now you're really talking.
Total Communications.
Bo, that $50 you borrowed, I was just wondering if I could have it back. No interest, of course.
Sure, Dave. Do you like to interest free here?
Yes, sir. 6 months, which means you can buy now and not pay a cent for 6 months. Right, Bo?
If you insist, Dave.
Pay nothing for 6 months. Call 132381 for your nearest store.
She's shorter off TV.
Bet she can eat anything she wants.
Something light. Chicken, breast only, grilled. Carrot, tomato, lettuce, and herb dressing.
McDonald's grilled chicken burger.
Finished?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Deliciously light from first to last bite.
Experience the deep, clean feeling of Colgate Sensation baking soda and peroxide. Ultrafine baking soda combines with a refreshing gel, releasing oxygen bubbles that gently clean deep between and along the gum line, leaving your whole mouth feeling incredible. So that nothing feels like Colgate Sensation baking soda and peroxide.
With 15 years continuous service in Tasmania, the Royal Volunteer Coastal Patrol is our state's premier community-based volunteer marine rescue organisation. Although largely self-funded, the RVCP has 5 operational and 17 radio bases statewide, providing education, training and public search and rescue services. Also a safety net to major yachting, regattas and sporting events in Tasmania. Your continued support is appreciated. Why not become a volunteer or make a tax-deductible donation today?
Welcome back to Albert Park in Melbourne as we're getting set now for qualifying session for the 1999 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. There's the weather forecast. Fine and sunny. Late showers this afternoon. It should hold on though well after practice for us here in qualifying, Alan. But possible thunderstorm. Maximum 30 today, but it looks more likely to be about 21 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's difficult because they have to decide now. Air temperature is 30, track temperature 24. They have to decide now which compound that they're going to qualify in and which compound they pick now to have to race on. So it's a warmer day today. They can perhaps go a little bit harder in their compound. If they do that and tomorrow's a lot cooler, they might find themselves on a harder tyre than they need be, and they won't find the speed. So these are the things that they've got to weigh up now. Because getting track position in qualifying is very important. It's very difficult to pass in Formula One at the best of times. If you can gain positions in qualifying, it's a big, big help.
We see some of the drivers just standing around at the moment. Alan, what is actually going through their minds at this particular moment?
Well, qualifying's a whole new ball game. I mean, in free practice, you can go out there and try things and experiment. If you make a little bit of a mistake, you've got another lap to try. And to a certain degree, you can do that in the race. With qualifying, you've got a certain amount of laps, you've got 1 or 2 goes to have a go, and that is it. You've got to have complete controlled aggression. You've got to brake as late as you possibly can without locking up the tyres and flat spotting the tyres or without spinning off. You can very, very easily overdo it in qualifying. And of course, if you're too relaxed about it, you'll be off the pace. So it really is a very fine edge qualifying.
And of course, tactics from the pit crew, very important to make sure you don't get caught up in traffic.
Oh, that's true. You know, they can be a great help telling you to hold back and wait for a little while because you get a clear lap, because the last thing you want to do on a really hot lap is come across a car that's just done his hot lap and it's just going slowly back to the pits and you could ruin your whole lap.
Well, that's all ahead of us as we look down the pit straight here at Melbourne's Albert Park track. Big crowd in attendance today. You can see the chopper in the background. Blue sky just starting to overcast over a little bit now, but we're going to have a fantastic qualifying session. 60 minutes to go. We'll be going right now to the voice of Formula One, Mr. Murray Walker.
So here we are then, and it is absolutely wonderful in terms of conditions here. Now, you've seen Michael Schumacher saying that Ferrari are a maximum of half a second off the pace. How very wrong he has been so far, because the wheels seem to have come off the Ferrari wagon. We've had 4 sessions of practicing. Michael Schumacher, 6th fastest, 2.4 seconds off the pace. Johnny Herbert, 3rd fastest, 2.2 seconds off the pace. And there is the car of the man who is fastest. Last year's winner, the reigning world champion, Mika Häkkinen. David Coulthard, 2nd. Martin, it looks like another McLaren race tomorrow, and a terrific battle between the rest of them.
Well, the weekend's slightly young, of course, but yes, the McLarens do seem to have a pace all of their own, just like last year. And Schumacher in P6 is not so much the position that will shock him. As you say, 2.4 seconds off the pace. That's a lifetime in Formula One. Imagine how far a car travels in that time. And really, there is pandemonium in the Ferrari pit, and I think a lot of frustration, because they really expected, as we all did here inside Formula One, that Ferrari was going to be on the pace from the first turn of the wheel, and it hasn't happened.
Good news for Britain, though. All 4 British drivers are in the top 10, and 3 of those 4 are in the top 4. David Coulthard, 2nd fastest. Johnny Herbert, this absolutely sensational, 3rd quickest in the new Stewart. Damon Hill, 4th quickest. David Coulthard there, utterly relaxed as ever.
Yeah, Coulthard's got a good demeanour about him this weekend. Really looks confident and strutting around the place with an air of invincibility that I haven't seen him with for some time, and he's been going very well. Häkkinen pipped him this morning, but the tyres are strange here. They're finding the further they go on their tyres, the faster they become. Of course, that's the opposite to normal. And in fact, I know that Coulthard's first run this afternoon is going to be on old tyres. And I think some of them, we saw Hill this morning scrubbing a set of tyres. Now, normally you expect them to go out on brand spanking new tyres, do 1 flying lap, and put another set on. It's the inverse here. And talking of Damon Hill, with his lucky number 7 on this year, which did so well, of course, for Stewart, for Moss and Barry Sheene in the motorcycle world, Hill has been going very, very well in the Jordan with teammate Frentzen, and we were really wondering who would come out of the pack to chase the McLarens, and it's surprisingly been Stewart and the Jordans.
Well, you're looking at Ralf Schumacher's Williams. Yes, I did say Ralf Schumacher, who drove for Jordan last year, driving for Williams this year with Formula One returnee Sandro Zanardi, Alessandro Zanardi, Alex Zanardi, whatever you like to call him. Lovely man, great humorist, and he's doing a great job so far. But he had a big problem this morning and was very, very slow in the Williams because he only got 7 laps in. Incidentally, we are now 3.5 minutes into the qualifying 60 minutes. Damon Hill having a little yawn there, sitting on the tool chest in the Jordan garage. Obviously, the teams are, as ever, waiting for someone to break the ice. That is Zanardi.
Well, Damon's the oldest man in Formula One by some 4 or 5 years, but I'm sure that was a nervous yawn and not a tired yawn, because I know he's in particularly good shape and been working hard. But Zanardi, a very popular man back in the Formula One world, did so well, of course, over in IndyCar racing, and really, I have a sneaky feeling he's going to have his work cut out this year to have the kind of results he had as reigning champion over stateside last year. And any weekend, I mean, the cars look so close in the mid-pack. Anywhere from 3rd to 14th or 15th is really touch and go. I wouldn't want to take a second guess on any of those positions. And somebody like Zanardi, who doesn't know this circuit, who may take a time to dial in his car, could find himself in well into the teens for a grid position if he doesn't find a setup.
Well, there's another mover. It's Heinz-Harald Frentzen. He's won 1 Grand Prix. Last year, of course, he was with Williams, having replaced Damon Hill, and now he joins him as teammate. So, Heinz-Harald looks up into the sky. We're going to take a break.
For an Aussie kid, life is one big adventure.
You are a naughty boy.
Relive the best years of our lives on our century. Then it's a man's world no longer.
I'm sorry what you're doing.
The Girls Go Bush on Our Country Australia, Sunday on Win.
Where do you find the largest range of hoses and fittings in Australia?
Just call NZ, that's all.
Where do you find your nearest dealer from the largest dealer network?
Just call NZ, that's all.
And the savings are even hotter during Toyota's March Meltdown. So get into a gutsy Toyota Starlet, sensational value at just $13,990 drive away. Get scorching deals on Corolla, CSI, Seeker or Sedan. You'll beat the heat at just $19,990 drive away, including air. Get in quick. It's Toyota's March Meltdown. On now at your Toyota dealer. Toyota.
Catch all the cricket action Thursday, March 11th to Sunday, March 14th at the Bellerive Oval.
The Tigers of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tigerland.
Thank you.
The color of a rain-filled cloud.
Nice, huh?
It's rubbish. Where's your best salmon?
John West.
Running bear with eagle eye.
Huh?
Our name for John West. He spots the best salmon and grabs it.
Oh.
We also have a name for the man who tries to sell salmon that Running Bear rejects.
What's that?
Dumb.
It's the salmon John West reject that makes John West the best.
Best and fresh this week from Festival. Mrs. McGregor's table spread $2.49, Cotty's cordial syrup $2.99, Coca-Cola canned soft drink 12-pack $8.95.
The austere Greek Festival of Hobart is on again from March 2nd to 28th. The festival celebrates Greek culture and tradition and is the premier event of the Hobart Greek community. Tasmanians and visitors alike can enjoy the fun, food, wine, music and dancing at a wide range of events, including the Taverna Night and the famous Glendy Street Festival. Greek plays and films will also be on show. Join in the fun at the austere Greek Festival of Hobart. Yasu!
Formula One for so very, very long, have to everybody's great regret departed the Formula One scene. That's Michael Schumacher, and left the field to Bridgestone, who gave them such a run for their money last year and won the championship, both drivers and constructors, with McLaren. So that's one big change. Another big change is that instead of there being 4 grooves in the rear tyres and 3 grooves in the front tyres, to reduce the amount of rubber on the ground and therefore reduce the grip and hopefully make the cars go slower around the corners, there are now 4 grooves on the front tyres. You've heard Martin talking about them when we were doing the run-up to qualifying, and reminding us how difficult it is that the cars are sliding about a lot due to those 4 grooves. We've had a lot of people going off in the practice sessions this morning, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if a lot more go off this afternoon.
I think another significant thing on the tyres, Murray, is they're now restricted to 8 sets of slicks per weekend of maximum 2 different rubber compounds, and 7 sets of wets, a maximum of 3 different patterns. So 24 tyres, sorry, my mathematics not good there, but 8 sets of tyres. We haven't seen them whacking on the new tyres this weekend as they normally would have the luxury of doing so, and that really is holding them back. That means they, as it happens, because the tyres are working here, as the old tyres are working well, but at some of the circuits we go to, they're going to really struggle to find a setup on the car as the tyres fall away from them. 2 sets of tyres less per weekend is a lot.
Now, look at Mika there. I said the other day, he's not quite the chap that he was before he had that terrible crash, because, for instance, I haven't seen him riding his unicycle about in the paddock like he used to do when he was with Lotus. Well, you saw him riding his unicycle at that function in Finland. He's clearly lost none of his sense of balance. It's an incredibly difficult thing to do. And Mika is right on form. He's been away from racing for over a month, and he was sailing in the West Indies with friends. He's totally relaxed. He's full of fun and humour again. And he knows now that having won the World Championship, he can do it.
Yes, there's 6 drivers in the history of the Formula One World Championship.
Sorry to interrupt you, Martin, because here, out onto the track, appropriately number 17, Johnny Herbert, very much a man to watch this afternoon and tomorrow in the all-new Stewart with the all-new Ford engine, the V10 designed by Cosworth, and it's obviously a very, very powerful and handleable motor. We'll find out tomorrow whether it is also reliable. I'm sure if it is, that Johnny Herbert and Rubens Barrichello, who's been 7th fastest in the timed sessions that we've had so far, we've had 4 of them, 2 one-hour sessions yesterday and 2 45-minute sessions today. But Johnny Herbert out first, alone on the track.
Let me just backtrack on what I was saying. In the history of the Formula One Championship, there's been 6 champions that have carried on and won for a consecutive season. Great names like Ascari, Fangio, Senna, of course, Prost, Michael Schumacher himself. So it isn't unprecedented, but if Häkkinen manages to win the championship again, he joins the all-time greats.
And now you can see why they say here in Melbourne, which is absolutely vibrant with excitement, why they say it's a great place for a race. Albert Park, the lake there on the right, the drivers don't see it, of course, because they've got a wall to the right. They sit very close to the ground, extremely close to the ground. And Johnny Herbert is just coming up to turn 14, the right-hander, in this 16-corner circuit. That's turn 15. Now he's coming up. He's on his out lap now. He'll be going for a quick one now. And if he's quick, everybody will start pouring out. So, Johnny Herbert, it's a 3-section track. We've got all the splits timed. Off he goes.
Yes, Johnny is going to give the other drivers a lot of information. The track's a bit of a moving target. There's a lot of activity here, as always at the Australian Grand Prix. All kinds of cars on the track. You never quite know what's been dropped in the way of oil or fluids or whatever. Plus, look at the leaves on the track down there in turn 3. It's a little bit blustery today, and the track can be slightly different at the beginning of qualifying to when they were last on the circuit a couple of hours ago. But Johnny's out there finding out for everybody.
29.7 seconds is an extremely good time for that first split this morning. So he's a couple of seconds off the fastest pace that we have had. So he swings round the right-hander now. He's coming up to turn 9, which is a very tricky corner indeed.
Yes, that's one of the big braking areas, and you really have to inch into them here, because if you just leave it a little bit too late, especially the brakes still will not be up to the 700 or 800 degrees centigrade that Johnny needs for maximum retardation, and you've got to inch up on them, otherwise you just slide off and across the grass, and the lap is wrecked, as we've seen 20-25 times this morning.
Yeah, and I remind you that Alexander Wurz will be going out in a completely rebuilt Benetton, or probably in the T-car after this morning's crash. But enough of that. Now, the fastest lap we've had so far this year, Mika Häkkinen, 1:30.324, and Johnny is out of the last corner on his first attack.
It's going to be a 33 or a 34, quite a long way off the pace, really, and Johnny will be a bit disappointed with that when that comes up on his computer screen. But as we've already said, the tyres get better and better the longer you run, and I'm anticipating him having quite a long run here, maybe 3 or 4 flying laps. We'll see.
Yeah, and Zanardi is out on the track. You saw him get in the car.
That's a replay of the end of the first lap, where turn 15, just coming towards the end from Johnny's first flying lap. But here he is on the second lap.
And a quick word from James Allen in the pits.
Well, Martin just said it was blustery today. He's not joking. It's very windy down here in the pit lane, and that's the reason why you're not seeing any of the big players. David Coulthard just came out, and I caught a quick word with him. He said, I'm going to wait until the wind dies down because it's blowing dust onto the track. It's making it rather slippery. And I think we might see a few long runs today, guys. These tyres are taking 3 or 4 laps to come up to that peak performance. So rather than going out doing a hot lap, coming back in again, I think we might see, the tyre guys seem to think you might even see people staying out for 6, 7, 8 laps just to get the best out of these tyres.
I hope the wind doesn't take until Wednesday to quieten down, otherwise DC's got a long way. But funnily enough, also, the wind is 180 degrees in a different direction to this morning. It's now blowing along the pit straight, so as they break down into turn 1, the wind is at the back of the car, and that tends to reduce the amount of downforce and makes the car much trickier to slow down. And surprisingly, Johnny Herbert has just done 2 flying laps, so he's coming in relatively early, I'd say.
Into the pit lane, yeah, and Sandro Zanardi is out on the track in the Williams. Ricardo Zonta The new Brazilian driver in the BAR car is out on the track. There he is. Now, this gives you the first sight of the amazing dual livery that the BAR has. One product on one side of the car, another product on the other side of the car. It's a long story, and I don't know that we've got the time to tell you. You'll just have to take it as read at the moment. There is a good reason for it, and we haven't heard the end of this story either.
No, they wanted one car in each of the sponsors' names, and they've ended up having to have this rather clumsy-looking paint scheme with a big zip down the middle that looks like something out of a lingerie catalogue. Not that I've got one, of course, Murray. But the car really does look a mess. I don't know why they're not really allowed to have two different colour schemes. It's a self-regulating thing, because not all of the teams would want to do it. I know you don't want the grid to look like a pick and mix, but this car looks like a pick and mix anyway.
Well, this is Ricardo Zonta, the European Formula 3000 champion of 1997, the GT champion for Mercedes-Benz of 1998. He's not entirely new to Formula One, because he's been a Formula One tester for the McLaren team last year.
On 60 Minutes, Monica Lewinsky, The Interview.
I did not find the president remotely attractive.
Candid.
Sometimes I hate him.
Emotional.
I've never been so afraid in my entire life.
And quite surprising.
I told him that I had a crush on him, and we went into his back office and...
Also, Australia's heroine Plague.
Jail's not a deterrent for me. It's an inconvenience.
At last, an answer.
Just locking people up doesn't.
Sunday on 60 Minutes.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull. Hey!
After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorbers, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralf!
Spend $30 at Coles and get a 2-cent per litre discount at participating Mobil service stations. Fill in an entry form at Mobil and return it to Coles for your chance to win one of $120 Coles gift vouchers each month. So hurry into Coles and Mobil and shop and win today.
Office Network have moved to new premises in Moona. You'll still receive the same great service and super deals you've come to expect. Our education multimedia package is perfect for your first computer and comes with 3 months unlimited internet connection, quality software and colour printer. Just check this amazing low price. This offer is for a limited time only, and you can take your new computer home today. Office Network, now in Derwent Park Road, Moona. Here's that number to remember, 132383.
Only one four-wheel drive has a big 4-litre V6 engine that powers past Pajero and Prado. Ford Explorer from $39,990 with air.
Paul Crombie, AFL footballer, in your dreams.
Jason Pepper, Olympic diver, in your dreams.
Dave Brewer, captain of my ship, in your dreams.
That's what dreams are made of.
"41 minutes of qualifying to go here in the 1999 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. So far, Herbert, Zanardi, Zonta and Takagi are the only drivers to have hit the track in qualifying. A little bit earlier, though, John Watson spoke to the Ferrari driver, Eddie Irvine.
Eddie Irvine, Ferrari driver, 10th this morning. Michael Schumacher, 6th. What is going on at Ferrari?
We're finding our way. We are a bit surprised by our lack of pace, but it's early days.
Now, I know that you and Michael swap information. You try each other's car setups. And have you been going different ways over the weekend?
Pretty much. I just went down my own road, and quite happy with the progress I've made. I have a reasonably well-balanced car. Okay, I'd like more traction. I'd like more stability in the entry. I'd like less big for honesty, but actually, as a whole, I've got the car pretty much in the middle. We've We just ain't that quick at the minute, but, you know, qualifying's different, isn't it? So we'll see.
Been a lot of cars falling off, particularly this morning. Is there any reason for that?
The wind was up our tail. At the corner, everyone was going off. The wind was right up our tail, so as soon as you brake and you try to turn in, you lost the rear end. That was, I think, explained a lot of it.
Now, also with the fourth tread in the front tyre and a harder compound, is that having a big factor?
Not really. The tyres feel very much as grippy as last year. No real big difference, I don't feel.
Well, Eddie, I think they're looking to get you in your car. Thanks very much. See you later.
John Watson speaking to Eddie Irvine, the Ferrari driver. As I said, Herbert, Zanardi, Zonta and Takagi, the only drivers so far. Let's go back to Murray Walker and Martin Brundle.
Zanardi coming through, and he's on a quick lap. He's going to make me eat dirt because he's been fastest in the first sector, fastest in the second sector. He's in the third sector. As off goes Tora Takagi, but like a lot of them, very sensibly, just backs off, turns the steering wheel. He just missed the entrance to the pit lane there. But Zanardi is going to move to the top of the listings, but in a situation where only about 6 drivers have been out on the track so far. We haven't seen any McLarens, we haven't seen any Ferraris, we haven't seen any Jordans, Damon Hill and Heinz Harald Frentzen. We haven't seen any Benettons, so the big hitters have still to come. However, having said that, Alex Zanardi goes to number 1 with a time of 1 minute 33.560. Yes. And that's 3.5 seconds off Häkkinen's pace this morning.
Has to be said, that Williams, that's the best he's looked all weekend. This time the arrows are now blocking his front brakes. So he's obviously been swinging around on his brake balance, but anyway, gone a bit too far to the front. But the Williams does look significantly better than it did this morning. But it has to be said, that time this morning, Murray, would only have been 16th place. So on track now, Barrichello, and already into a very, very fast lap. This is... it's about a second slower in the first section than the quickest this morning. So it's going to be a 32 something if he can keep it all together towards the end of the lap. And I think it'll establish him as a clear number 1. A little bit wide there through 15. Good drive into 16, playing with the throttle a bit. Had to wait before he could really commit. Now it's a long, long way now to the start-finish line, but no, he didn't quite make a 32, but it does put him at the head of the list. A little bit hesitant in that last corner there. He really didn't have as much grip as he wanted, but remember, his first flying lap, Murray.
Yes, so it's Barrichello fastest, Zanardi second, Herbert third, Zonta fourth. The only 4 times apart from Takagi, who is in 5th position, with 22, nearly 23 minutes completed, 37 minutes to go. The majority of the field still to come out on the track. It's going to be a mighty big Formula One traffic jam. And here is Pedro de la Rosa, the first time that we have... Sorry, Marc Genet, my apologies, getting mixed up with the Spaniards, in the Minardi. He's new to Formula One. Genet is an ex-accountant. He's resigned his job to come and take up Formula One. And he won a big championship in Spain last year before transferring to Formula One this year with a large amount of money to help him on his way. Marc Genet, then.
But didn't he seem a terribly sensible, straightforward man at the press conference yesterday?
I was mighty impressed with him. We have long press conferences, and Marc Genet was... very, very confident, extremely eloquent, and most authoritative, interesting and informative. We need a few more like him.
But is he fast? We'll have to wait and find out.
He was fast where he was. He's been very, very modest and said, look, I know I'm entirely new here. I'm aiming to watch the others and see how they go and try and keep out of the way of the quick men. To be fair to him, of course, he's in the Minardi. I don't mean that unkindly. They've got a vastly improved car this year with a semi-works Ford V10 engine in it. The whole team in Italy has been reconstituted. They've now got their own wind tunnel. They've got much bigger backing, but of course they've got an enormous gap in terms of funds and experience between them and the top men. And out has gone Mika Häkkinen. Mika Häkkinen is somewhere on the track, I can tell you that, as is Ralf Schumacher, as is Pedro de la Rosa in the Arrows. We've seen Takagi. Here is Häkkinen. Mika Häkkinen, reigning world champion. The man who won last year's Australian Grand Prix, admittedly in extremely contentious circumstances, when David Coulthard, his teammate, moved over to let him through. And if the McLarens end up on the front row of the grid today, as I expect them to, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questioning of Ron Dennis, the team manager and owner in Australia here, from the Australians about what's going to happen tomorrow, because they were not at all impressed when Coulthard, justifiably in terms of driving a team effort, moved over and let Häkkinen through last year. They'd made an arrangement before the race began, because they were so superior to the rest, that whoever got to the first corner would win the race, and Häkkinen did.
Interesting is, although it's a very deep chord to the rear wing of that McLaren, they don't have to rely on other cascade pieces in front of that like some teams do to give themselves the downforce. Clearly the car is very, very efficient, and they've got an awful lot of horsepower to go with it. And Häkkinen braking way too late into turn one. That's what I was talking about earlier on. The wind has changed around, and if you've got a 10 km/h tailwind, you've got less downforce. Effectively the car is travelling through the air at a lower speed, and Häkkinen finding out for himself that you've got to brake probably 4 or 5 metres earlier into turn one.
It's a rather lumpy lap by Häkkinen standards, and Barrichello's time is not going to be beaten by the Finn, and indeed it isn't. Look at that, 2.16 seconds off the pace. Now this is his second lap. That's one of the reasons, of course. Mick Häkkinen doing a bit of grass tracking.
Yes, they'll have to clean the rads out when he comes back in, because a lot of that, although the barge boards, the big flat boards on the side of the car where it says computer associated, they're known as barge boards, although they deflect a lot of it and a lot of the tyre rubber that gets flicked up in the race, you still get a good proportion of that grass into the radiator ducts.
Two tributes, one to Mika Häkkinen, the other to McLaren. He had a massive accident yesterday. You saw it when the programme began. He completely obliterated the left-hand side of the car. Tribute to the new ruling which retains the wheels on the car and prevents them leaving it. And the other tribute is to the strength of the car. Mick Häkkinen got out of it. He was completely unfazed. You saw him walking down the pit lane. You couldn't hear what he was saying. I'll tell you what he was saying. He was saying, I have learned by going round that corner tomorrow that I must just ease off a bit on the accelerator.
Häkkinen goes fifth despite his autocrossing moment earlier on in this lap, so that's not representative. But I don't actually think it was a massive accident. I thought it was a moderate accident. But now that the tyre wheels are tethered to the car, they bounce around and do an enormous amount of damage, and it looks like he's had a big shunt because the car was all in pieces. Because the wheels bounce around on these ropes, they have 2 or 3 bites at damaging the car, but at least they're not flying through the air, hitting the driver, or of course flying over the wall into the spectator enclosure. But Häkkinen now much, much faster on the first section of this lap. Still Coulthard there getting out of shape. Häkkinen's down to a 30.1 on the first section of his lap. We're not watching him at the moment. You're on board with Coulthard, and he's about to this is towards the end of his first flying lap. So Coulthard on it now, and we'll keep an eye on Häkkinen also again quick in the midsection. So Häkkinen is about to go top of the pile, and Coulthard should be just half a lap behind him. Will be interesting to see which one of the two is quickest straight out of the box.
Here is Häkkinen almost at the end of the lap. We've just got about half the session still to go. We're coming up to half-time now, 29 minutes. Häkkinen has been fastest in the first sector, fastest in the second sector. How close is he going to be to his pole position time last year? It looks to me as though he's going to be pretty close. Over the line he goes, a lot of smoke there. He goes fastest by an incredible 2 seconds, but that time of 31.063 is just about 7/10 of a second slower than he went this morning. Now, his pole position time last year was 1 minute 30.010, and this morning he was only 3/10 of a second off his last year's pole position time, notwithstanding the fact that those front tyres have got the grip-reducing 4 grooves in them.
Coulthard goes second, but a very slow 32.6, so whether he made a mistake or caught some traffic, I don't know in the end of the lap, but still, it shows you the pace of the McLarens. Coulthard's 1.6 seconds slower than his teammate for whatever reason, and he's still second.
Just about half-time. Hakkinen fastest, Coulthard second. 2 McLarens on the front row of the grid. Rubens Barrichello in the Stewart is third. Zanardi is fourth. Herbert is fifth. And Ralf Schumacher in the Williams is sixth. Wurz, who crashed this morning, is seventh fastest.
Hakkinen abandoning this lap. So it looks clear now. They're going to make 3 runs, most of them anyway, which means out 2 flying laps and an in. And Frentzen fourth.
Frentzen has moved up into 4th position. Now, there is a new battle for dominance in the Jordan team because Heinz-Harald Frentzen has moved from Williams to join Damon Hill, who was fired to make room for Frentzen by Williams. And this morning, Damon Hill was considerably quicker than Frentzen, but it's this afternoon that matters. And here is the German, who came into Formula One with tremendous promise. He was said to be quicker than Michael Schumacher. That has proved not to be the case so far.
If Coulthard gets his finger out on the last section of the lap, he might just nick Hakkinen's provisional pole. We're waiting for him to come through. He's on a very, very good lap, is Coulthard, but he doesn't do it. It's a 1/10 of a second slower than Hakkinen's current pole lap. So Hakkinen 31.0, Coulthard 31.1, Barrichello in third on a 33.1.
Yeah,
full 2 seconds.
But not much longer, I think. Not much longer. I think Frentzen is going to move ahead of Barrichello. But meantime, news from James Allen in the pits.
Murray, very, very tense atmosphere all day down here at Ferrari. They really don't know what they're doing. It's really a big struggle for them. Michael Schumacher got in the car, was about to go out, and then popped out of it again. And they fiddled around with his seatbelts. They did a lot of that this morning as well. He's changed the front suspension. He's changed all kinds of things, looking for the right setup. The basic problem, my spies at Ferrari tell me, is this is a very low-grip circuit.
James, sorry to interrupt you. Murray. We've just seen Eddie Irvine going off the track. Just to underline what you were saying, the handling of the Ferraris is unexpectedly bad. And there is David Coulthard. Now, if he hasn't stalled the engine, the car is moving. We didn't see him go off.
Yeah, he's just creeping away very, very slowly. He knows if he spins the wheels, they'll dig in, and he'll be beached, and he'll have to get back for the T-car. So he's kept it all together. Cool head there from Coulthard, and he lives for another day.
So Mika Hakkinen is now in the pits. Oh, that's the replay. Now you see what happens. David Coulthard loses it. I think that was at turn 3.
I've got a sneak feeling it was around the back at 9, actually, but we saw 3 or 4 cars do that this morning. It's really weird. They're looking right to the apex and drift left onto the grass, and the next thing is they're looking in the wrong direction.
And if David Coulthard can do it, anybody can do it. The dividing line...
Watch his look, the loaded tyres on the outside, and good night and thank you.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers do that this morning. They just put even half the tread of the tyre on the grass, and that loss of adhesion just makes all the difference between staying on the track and flying off it. Back to James Allen.
Well, Murray, I was just saying it was a low-grip circuit, and then David Coulthard goes off. But that is the problem Ferrari have got. Adrian Newey cars work really well on low-grip circuits because he's able to build in a level of mechanical grip at the back end that no other designer can get close to, and that's really the big problem Ferrari have got. There's nothing really wrong with the car. Schumacher's quite happy with it. It's driving great. It's just not fast enough. And all the information they've got here is 180 degrees diametrically opposed to everything they learned in their testing before in Italy and Mugello and everything else like that. So it's going to be a very tough day for Schumacher, but I feel we might have something heroic coming on, but it just won't be quick enough for sure.
Tonight on Win News. Bill Clinton apologises for the Italian cable car tragedy. Lawyers slam the loss of legal aid for civil cases. And the Carl Vinson back again.
Join the Win News team tonight, best at 6.
Now, there are approximately 3,750 species of lizards in the world. And the largest of lizards is the Komodo dragon. Now, can anyone tell me in which tropical country is the Komodo dragon? Nathan.
Can I go to the toilet, sir? By the way, it's Indonesia, sir.
Hey, Vinny, an oil that actually sticks to engine parts.
So there's less wear, because there's already oil on the moving parts, even before you start up.
New Castrol GTX Magnetic. Oils ain't oils.
Nutella announced that one lucky person will win a holiday to Snake Island. Make that a holiday to Hollywood! Have breakfast with the geniuses behind The Simpsons. Look under the lid of the 500-gram Nutella jar for your game card and cool glow-in-the-dark Simpsons tattoo. And win great prizes instantly. 10 Hot Tracks bikes, 100 Simpsons videos, 50 Bart skateboards, 50 boogie boards, and 500 caps. This is Chip Tiles for Nutella News, signing off.
Australian auto wholesalers have Hobart's best range of quality used cars at wholesale prices. There's always new stock arriving, so join the hundreds of people who have bought here and saved. Australian Auto Wholesalers, Brisbane Street.
Welcome back to the Australian Formula One Grand Prix here at Albert Park. And the story so far in qualifying, Häkkinen is the fastest, Coulthard has spun out, Irvine is all over the place in the Ferrari, and we've just seen the first sign of Michael Schumacher, Alan Jones.
Yes, he's been sitting in the garage. I believe what he's going to do is, rather than go out and do a quick lap, then come and sit in the garage for a length of time, he's probably elected to go out and do his runs pretty well consecutively. And that's to keep his body and everything all warmed up as well as the car, so he can just whack the whole 3 runs in, or 2 runs in consecutive order.
Well, there you can see Jacques Villeneuve on the track trying to catch Mika Häkkinen's time there of 1:31.063 seconds. The Ferraris, Ellen, do you really think there's a problem with this car? Do you think it's up to scratch here? We'll find out in a few moments' time, because let's go back now to Murray Walker and Martin Brundle.
Sensational! There you see it on your screen. Jacques Villeneuve in the new VAR goes 3rd on the grid, 2nd row of the grid. This is an amazing lap with just under 23 minutes still left to go.
And Michael Schumacher now up to 3rd, a 32.1, just 1 second off, just over a second off of pole. Villeneuve immediately back to 5th, because Barrichello has also put a lap in the Stewart Ford in 4th place, but expect these times to keep tumbling, and the Ferrari sliding very dramatically there through turn 3, but Schumacher keeping it pointing all in the right direction. Look at him using all of the track and the curb and a touch of grass. Car's snaking around, he can barely keep it in a straight line. They're all weaving around quite a lot, even in the straight line, but Schumacher fighting the car all the way through the exit. This is easy flat out through turn 8, and that car's put him dramatically offline, and that's going to hurt his entry speed into that corner, and he'll be pretty disappointed with that after having done an even quicker first sector time. So Schumacher, whatever he's done on the car, James Allen said we thought we were going to see some heroics from Schumacher. That looks almost certain. A great lap here from Michael. I think that traffic will have hurt him a little bit, but at least we can see he can put in a good time.
Yeah, this is a vintage Michael Schumacher lap. He's wringing speed out of that car that really isn't there. It is not handling properly. You've heard why from James Allen. But if you put Michael Schumacher in a car with just a sniff of a hope of doing well, he will do it.
Yes,
and
he's abandoned that lap because of the traffic. So Michael coming in to make a few more adjustments. Clearly, they're working very, very hard to find some stability and some grip from that Ferrari.
Jordan following Ralf Schumacher in the mostly red Williams, and Damon Hill is currently in 5th position. Ralf Schumacher is below him, well below him, in 13th position. And the gap between the 2 McLarens of Häkkinen and Coulthard and Michael Schumacher, who is in 3rd position on the grid, is 1 full second. Now, that is considerably less than it was last year. The McLarens had a 2-second advantage this year, and somehow, just since the 4th practice session ended this morning, Ferrari have done a setup change that's made a lot of difference, because this morning Michael Schumacher was 2.4 seconds off the pace. Now he's 1.1 seconds off the pace. What about Damon Hill? Well, it's a very poor first sector by his standards, but he'll be coming up to his quick lap now.
Yes, he had to negotiate Ralf Schumacher's Williams, but he'll up in a strong 5th place. I think he'll actually be hoping for better than that. I think Damon's probably fancies a slot on the 2nd row for this race.
Now, at the moment, with 20 minutes to go, Häkkinen, Coulthard, Schumacher, Barrichello, Damon Hill that you're watching is 5th, Villeneuve down to 6th, Fisichella is 7th, Herbert is 8th, Eddie Irvine in the 2nd Ferrari is 9th, Wurz is 10th, Frentzen is 11th, Zanardi is 12th, then it is Ralf Schumacher, Takagi, De La Rosa, Panis, and down to the 21st man, Luca Badoer, that you saw go off approaching the pit lane. This is Eddie Irvine trying to improve on that 10th position that he's been pushed down to now after that terrific lap in particular by Jacques Villeneuve.
Good to see you again, my boy. A little muscle.
A man of destiny.
The Golden Dragon.
A lost city. A test of honor.
This was your quest, your dream.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, Roger Moore, The Quest, Sunday.
Success in motor racing is reliant on a team of individuals with complementary skills and talents working as one. Every member of that team must be totally committed to a common goal, much like our approach to banking. When you become a Trust Bank client, you become part of our team. Because nothing worthwhile is achieved without teamwork. We call it Gold Star Banking.
Every Honda Accord comes with a VTEC engine. While the V6 gives you astonishing power, the VTIL produces an amazing 80% less toxic emissions than the Australian standard requires. A fact which should go down very well with Mother Nature. What an idea.
Office Network have moved to new premises in Moona. You'll still receive the same great service and super deals you've come to expect. Our education multimedia package is perfect for your first computer and comes with 3 months unlimited internet connection, quality software and colour printer. Just check this amazing low price. This offer is for a limited time only and you can take your new computer home today. Office Network, now in Derwent Park Road, Moona. Here's that number to remember, 132383.
7:30 Monday. Which one of these friends
Oh my God!
will discover the truth about Monica and Chandler? Friends, Monday 7:30 before Jesse on Win Television.
Welcome back to Albert Park in Melbourne. Qualifying session, 16 minutes and 48 seconds remaining, Alan Jones. But, gee, it only took a couple of moments of Michael Schumacher on the track to get everybody excited again in that Ferrari.
Yeah, it sure did, Eddie. I mean, there's no one like him. He can really carry the car around. But I've got a sneaking suspicion the McLaren boys are just sitting quietly in their garage monitoring the monitors. And if he gets any closer than that, I think they'll be out and just try a little bit harder and go a bit quicker.
Well, the situation at the moment, Häkkinen, Coulthard, Michael Schumacher, Barrichello, Hill and Ralf Schumacher, they're the top six as we go back to Murray Walker.
Here is Frentzen, and Heinz Harald is on his 7th lap. He's got 12 laps allowed, of course, so he's got plenty of time to improve, to try and get ahead of Damon Hill. And to pass his teammate, he's got to do better than 1:32.763. Half a second only outside Mika Häkkinen's time.
Irvine 4th. Irvine goes 4th, 32.4. That's a good run from Eddie Irvine. So at the moment, it's an all-Ferrari second row. That's not quite what we predicted, is it?
No, and it's behind an all-McLaren front row. So McLaren, Ferrari. Down to 5th goes Rubens Barrichello. To 6th goes Damon Hill. But what about Harold Frentzen now? Because the German is in the last sector of the track. And this 7/10 off is mighty quick. It could put him up to third position ahead of Michael Schumacher if he keeps going the way he is now. Keep it cool, keep it clean, Heinz Harald, and you're going to make a mighty jump of some 6 places.
He might split the Ferraris, but I'd be surprised if he can get ahead of fellow countryman Michael Schumacher. He's got most of the pit straight to go before he can record that time. Let's see, it's going to be a 32-something. What is it?
And he's 6th.
No, he didn't get a good run out of the last corner. He's equalled Irvine and Barrichello's time, but as he goes wide into turn 3 again. So Frentzen there, not quite getting the rub, and by a few thousandths of a second, he could have been 4th, but he's not. He's 6th.
And he's achieved his first objective anyway. He's ahead of Damon Hill. Now, there is Frentzen, but Louise Goodman is in the pits with news about Pedro Diniz.
Yeah, 21 cars so far on the timesheet. The one that's missing is Pedro Diniz. He had an engine problem in his Sauber, so he's had to jump into the T car. Unfortunately, that's set up for Lacey. They've just finished the necessary changes, so I reckon in the next 2 or 3 minutes, we'll see Diniz making his first foray onto the circuit.
Well, here's Schumacher back on the track. Michael Schumacher. He's done 5 laps. He's got 7 left. There's 14 minutes, so he can do all those 7 laps if he wants to, and that is Wurz.
It's a shame for Wurz. He's back in 13th place, but he was on a much faster lap that was going to put him up into the top 10, and he dropped it, unfortunately.
Well, the gap between Michael Schumacher that you're watching and David Coulthard ahead of him, who is 1/10 of a second slower than Mika Häkkinen, is just over 1 second. More news from James Allen about Schumacher.
Yeah, just before Michael went out a second ago, they made a change. They added front wing to the car. He obviously wants a more lively turn-in. He's obviously decided he can live with the back end stepping out. He just wants a more lively front end. Meanwhile, David Coulthard did some damage to the McLaren when he went off earlier, particularly to the front wing. They've changed that. There's obviously some signs of grass underneath as well, but that car is nearly fixed, and he's about to go out again. And I think that prediction, Martin, about St Kilda Road is about to come true.
Well, Schumacher's on his quick lap, but it's not going to be so quick now because he was held up by Pedro Diniz, who you see staggering along in the Sauber in the background. That will please Michael not at all.
Oh, Michael well wide there through 4, but got away with it. It's been nice and dry, of course. The grass has got some grip, and well, that just shows you the kind of commitment Michael's got in that Ferrari, and it's not really paying him back.
You see, in the second sector, he's already nearly a second below the time of Mika Häkkinen. Over the ripple strip, he will have felt that.
You can see him playing with the steering wheel, just finding a little bit of front grip to keep himself out of the wall without turning the car too much. And Lacey did the same thing there yesterday and did a double 360, somehow not hitting the wall, but Schumacher staying on track and still up at speed.
Now, what Ferrari have got to do here is get points. Last year, they had a terrible start to the championship season. Michael Schumacher went out on the 5th lap. Eddie Irvine was in 4th position, but there's no doubt that if Schumacher had kept going, he would have been higher than that. And then he lost points to McLaren because of their reliability and speed for the first half of the season. He's desperate to get points this year, and the higher up on the grid he can start, the better it will be for him. At the present moment, he is in 3rd place. Way off the pace, look at that, 3.87 seconds.
Yeah, that was the lap where he went across the grass, of course, but Wurz did manage to hook one up, and he's now up into 8th place in the Benetton.
Following Mika Häkkinen, Coulthard 2nd, Schumacher 3rd, Irvine 4th, Barrichello 5th, Frentzen is 6th, Hill is 7th, and as you've just heard, Wurz is 8th, ahead of Ralf Schumacher, and down to 10th position in the BAR goes Jacques Villeneuve. Now, Michael Schumacher, he's done his fastest first sector, 30.5. That's only 0.4 of a second slower than Mika Häkkinen's fastest in that sector. Now, attack in the second as we look at John Lacey in the Sauber. That car is set up for him, obviously. We're riding with Lacey. This is the first on-car camera shot that we've had this year, and we're seeing the track from Jean Lacey's point of view in the Sauber. As he turns into the start and finish straight, over the line, doing 180 miles an hour as he approaches turn 1, down to 3rd gear, which is about 80 miles an hour. Flick right for the chicane, left into turn 2, building speed, 130 miles an hour. Martin, you've driven this today in the McLaren.
Yes, it looked like it was handling about the same as the two-seater McLaren with two people in there. He lost the back end and the braking, corrected it nicely. Michael Schumacher is on a hot lap, as is Barrichello. Barrichello up into 4th place. He splits the Ferraris with a 32.1, equals Schumacher's best time. Schumacher had some kind of problem in the last section and has not improved. No, we're waiting for it to come through. Sorry, Schumacher up to a 31.7. So now you've got the 3 cars in the 31s, Hakkinen, Coulthard, Schumacher and Villeneuve there on display down at what I suspect is turn 3. No, that's turn...
No, it's right up at the end.
Where
Wiping out the Qantas kangaroo. The Qantas kangaroo with his wheel spin, and he accelerates away in the BAR. Well, so Rubens Barrichello is now on the 2nd row of the grid. I'm surprised at how low down Johnny Herbert is. He's only done 7 laps, but he's out on the track now. He's in 13th position. Turn 1 it was, where where the spin happened. There it is.
Oh, that went around quickly, didn't it? When these tyres break loose, they've got a very... they're very peaky with their level of grip, and as soon as they start to slide, the further they slide, the less grip you've got. Of course, it's the last thing you need. And, well, Villeneuve really demonstrating that very clearly there.
So, are we going to see a classic Ferrari versus McLaren confrontation tomorrow? More so than I thought when this session began, with Michael Schumacher in 3rd place, just 0.7 of a second off the pace. Schumacher has done 8 laps. Both the McLarens are sitting in their garages with 6 laps completed.
Well, Hakkinen's just gone out, Murray. Saw him go through. So Hakkinen now out on track. And Coulthard should also be out there as well anytime soon. So with 8 minutes 39 to go, we're really going to see, I think, the 2 McLarens have probably a relatively long run and go to establish and consolidate their front row grip position, because Michael Schumacher's a lot closer than anybody around here imagined.
So, McLaren are doing well, Ferrari are doing well, BAR, that's Jacques Villeneuve, we're having another look at the spin, are doing well, because I don't expect for a moment they believe they would be close to the top 10.
James, you've got some news for tyres for us.
I have indeed got news on tyres for you. They've got a different system this year, as you're aware. We've still got hards and softs. It's taken me a little longer than I would have hoped to get all the information, but here it is. The soft runners are Irvine, both Saubers, Trulli, Badoer, both Arrows cars, and both the British-American racing cars. Now, Michael Schumacher has just come in, and he's taking on a new set of tyres himself. He obviously got some dirt on that last set. I don't think we've seen the last from Schumacher yet. They're building up to a big one at the finish, and it should bring him closer, but I think 5 or 6 tenths was what he was hoping for. Let's see whether or not he can do it.
Well, Hakkinen and Coulthard are on the track. You're looking at David Coulthard now, challenging Mika Hakkinen's first split time of 30.17, having passed one of the Minardis in order to do so. Looks as though he hasn't lost time. There's a Jordan ahead of him, though.
Yeah, plenty of traffic for Coulthard. Zanardi's in trouble. He's done his 12 laps already, and he's currently 14th, so he won't be improving from there. Could even slip back. What I was talking about at the beginning of the show, you're going to be in the late teens on the grid if you don't get your act together. Coulthard really needs to clear that yellow Jordan before turn 9, or hopefully the Jordan will ease off as they're going down the fairly long straight there towards 11 and 12, the very, very fast chicane. That may just happen for Coulthard. It's not been a great lap up until, yes, it does, thankfully so, but it's not been a great lap for Coulthard. But he's telling me the new tyres do not give the same grip for a couple of laps as the used ones.
Only 6.5 minutes to go now. Still the 2 McLarens on the front row, just ahead of Michael Schumacher and Barrichello. If Barrichello starts there, that is, of course, going to be by far the highest Stewart has started a Grand Prix. This is their 3rd year of racing after 2 bad ones through all sorts of reasons.
He's Coulthard slowing down now. I don't know if there's more traffic or whether he made a mistake, whether he's finding himself some space. Don't go too slow, David. Your tyres will lose too much temperature. Hakkinen, you just saw coming into the background. He may just be about to go into the 1 minute 30s, the first car this afternoon to do that. Hakkinen, now you can see him coming down the pit straight. Depends, well, there's a lot of traffic there. Did they hold him up? Yes, they must have done, because he has not improved. So Hakkinen and Coulthard struggling to find a good lap and a clear lap.
Yeah, Damon Hill has just completed a lap. He is still down in 8th position in the top 10. Hakkinen, Coulthard, Schumacher, Barrichello, Irvine is ahead of Heinz Harald Frentzen. Fisichella is 7th, Damon Hill is 8th, Wurz is 9th, Ralf Schumacher is in 10th position. And Jarno Trulli is just going out in the frost. He's down in 12th position, well ahead of his teammate Olivier Panis, who has not shone at all here this weekend. He's down in 20th place as we watch Eddie Irvine with just over 5 minutes to go.
Coulthard putting in a good first section and a good second section now for Coulthard on his what will be his 9th lap of the afternoon. So if he can get a run through the last 2 or 3 corners, which are very critical, a lot of braking, a lot of exact points to pick within a half a metre of where you want to hit the brake pedal and start turning the wheel. Here's Coulthard now. Cameras have picked him up. Hard on the throttle there. I don't think that traffic's going to come into play. Take the curb on the left, David. Keep it, tuck it over to the left, and don't go too high through the last corner. There's more grip on the inside. Now just plant it, and you just sit there flicking your right index finger for your upshifts. Does Coulthard do it? No, by a fraction. 1,000th of a second. And now I think he's run wide into turn 1 also. So Coulthard there, 1,000th of a second off of pole.
Yeah, just think of this. These 2 cars are, of course, entirely separate. Mika Häkkinen's car was rebuilt with a very late-night stint from the McLaren mechanics overnight. But still, they can build these cars to circulate this Albert Park circuit at Melbourne within 1,000th of a second of each other with different drivers. As you watch Ralf Schumacher now, 10th position. And we have just under 4 minutes to go. Here comes the Williams down the straight behind Olivier Panis that I was talking about earlier on in the frost. And 7th position to Ralf Schumacher displaces Fisichella and pushes Damon Hill down to 9th position. And Fisichella's teammate Wurz to 10th place.
Yes, Hill and Herbert having a nightmare. 9th for Hill, 13th for Herbert. Herbert's all but completed his laps too. But I wonder what's going to happen up at the front, really. Coulthard's going to looks like he's got 1 flying lap left to try to get that pole position. It's very important there. The inside of the track's very dirty and difficult to get away. Remember, Coulthard 2nd on the grid last year. Häkkinen beat him into the first corner, no problem at all. Häkkinen on a flying lap, but it's not currently as good as his provisional pole position. Irvine once again taking a shortcut, but it won't do him any good.
Well, the track temperature has come down a heck of a lot. It was 28 degrees when this session began. It's 24 degrees now, and of course that makes a significant difference.
It does, but I think it will actually hurt the pace today rather than help it, because the tyres look, and there's Ralf running very, very wide out of the far chicane, turn 11 down the back straight. But because the tyres are so hard, I think it'll actually give them less grip and not really help the lap time much. Frentzen up to 5th in the Jordan. Frentzen a 32.2. So 2 Jordans in the top 10, but I still don't think they're where they really expected to be.
No, and Damon's down to 9th. So here's an update on the situation with just over 2 minutes to go. Still the 2 McLarens, of course, and it doesn't look as though anything is going to dislodge them, because as the Minardi goes off there with Marc Genet at the wheel, it's Michael Schumacher 7/10 of a second behind Häkkinen in 3rd place. Rubens Barrichello 4th. Heinz-Harald Frentzen up to 5th, 2/10 of a second behind Barrichello. Eddie Irvine on the 3rd row of the grid in 6th place, so both the Ferraris are in the top 6. 7th is Schumacher, and off goes Genet. He's really making a meal of it here.
I think that's a replay, that one.
And Fisichella is 8th, Hill is 9th, and Alexander Wurz is in 10th place. Villeneuve still 11th. David Coulthard there, he's on a
having
quick
another one.
Yeah,
he's having another go, but his first section time's a couple of 10ths down. The second section is a 10th up. So once again, it's all down to these 13, 14 and 15 turns. And David will just be staring at his dashboard. Give me a 1:30.
Yes, yes, well done, David Coulthard. Pole position, and I don't think Häkkinen's going to do anything about that, because there are now only just over 60 seconds, 70 to be exact, as David Coulthard, hopefully from his point of view, waves his hand. He knows, because he's seen the readout on his dashboard, that he is in pole position at the moment for the Australian Grand Prix with 58 seconds to go.
Hill up to 8th, but don't get the champagne bottle open yet, David, because Häkkinen's still on track and he will always be dangerous. Schumacher's on track too, but I don't think his car's quite fast enough, albeit somewhat faster than we expected. But at the moment, Coulthard has got that all-important provisional pole position. And he's pretty pleased with himself, as you saw, but it's not over yet. 35 seconds to go. But, of course, if they start a lap before the checkered flag, they can finish that lap, even if it's after the session is finished. They can still register a time and improve their grid position. But Coulthard, Häkkinen rather, is just way too slow, I think, on this lap to do anything about it.
And that pole position time of David Coulthard's is only 0.8 of a second slower than Mika Häkkinen's pole position time last year.
Yeah, here's Häkkinen. Häkkinen has done a 30.3 to match Coulthard's fastest lap, although it doesn't match his best first section time. So Häkkinen has still got a chance of this pole position if there's no yellow flags out for Janae spinning off on that. This is it. Häkkinen is inside, so Häkkinen, and quite a long way too.
He's in the last sector now.
A couple of tenths of a second, so Häkkinen drives nicely to the end. I still think he might nick that pole position back.
But Schumacher is still within the same second in third position as the two McLarens ahead of him. It's all going to depend on the last few yards as to whether Mika Häkkinen here or David Coulthard takes that pole position. Beautifully smooth, clean lap from Häkkinen, and it looks to me as though the Finn has done it.
Yes, I think he might just nick this, you know. Yes, he does.
Half a second. That is a mega lap from Mika Häkkinen. 30.462. Bit of disappointment, and off goes Michael Schumacher, but he is at least in third position, with Rubens Barrichello still fourth in the pits, so obviously that's the end of his session, and rightly so. The 60 minutes have been completed. And the grid for tomorrow's Australian Grand Prix then sees Mika Häkkinen in pole position as you watch this replay of Michael Schumacher on his attacking lap bouncing off the track. Häkkinen pole position he was last year. Coulthard second on the grid he was last year. Michael Schumacher in a very strong position to attack. And don't forget that they've now got the time between now, which is 2 o'clock Australian time, and the race start tomorrow, Ferrari, to work on their cars and improve the setup and get closer to McLaren. And in fourth position, a brilliant fourth, the highest ever for a Stewart, Rubens Barrichello. And it's fitting that it should be Rubens because he started with them 2 years ago. This is his third season, and he's had a colossal input into the team. Heinz-Harald Frentzen in fifth position, his first drive for Jordan. Both the Ferraris in the top three rows. Of course, Eddie Irvine is in sixth place. Fisichella is seventh in the Benetton. Ralf Schumacher in the Williams is eighth. That's the fourth row. Row 5 is Damon Hill, Jordan, Alexander Wurz in the Benetton, so both the Benettons are in the top 10. Jacques Villeneuve, 11th for the first start for a BAR, with Jarno Trulli's Prost. Row 7 is Johnny Herbert and Pedro Diniz in respectively the Stewart and the Sauber. In row 8, Zanardi, Williams and Alesi Sauber. So Diniz has beaten Alesi, that's significant. Row 9 is Takagi and De La Rosa, followed by Zonta, Panis, Bader and Marc Genet is way down. Well, a significant and certainly memorable first qualifying session for the first Grand Prix of the year. And there's no doubt at all about the fact that McLarens are obviously in an enormously strong position, as a very happy Ron Dennis, he doesn't look particularly happy, but I'm sure he is, walks from the pit wall into the garage. So
yes, we're just wondering
if pace car, and here's the confirmation. Häkkinen, Coulthard front row, Schumacher, Barrichello second row, Frentzen and Irvine the third row, Fisichella and Schumacher row 4, followed by Damon Hill and Wurz, and that is the top 10 out of the 22 starters. Row 6, Villeneuve, BAR, Trulli in the Prost. Row 7, Herbert and Diniz ahead of Zanardi and Alesi, followed by the arrows of Takagi and De La Rosa's arrows, both the arrows on the same row. But then the last starter, because Marc Genet has failed to qualify. Well, there we go. Look forward to tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting.
Thanks very much, Murray Walker and Martin Brundle. What a fantastic qualifying session there. Alan Jones, Mika Häkkinen, can he time his run beautifully? It looked like Coulthard. He saluted the crowd as he went round. He thought he had pole, but Mika just nipped him by 0.4 of a second.
I think Coulthard thought, right, I've got the pole, I'll wave them at fans, and old Häkkinen just went in there and slipped right underneath him. But a great effort from Schumacher and Irvine. I mean, they really did bring those cars up much further on the grid than I expected. And of course, tomorrow, Schumacher, if nothing else, is a great race driver. He just won't give up. And if he does a good start, he'll get onto those McLarens and make them honest, if nothing else.
Will he be praying for rain, Michael Schumacher?
I think he probably will. He is the best rain driver in the world, no doubt about that. I'm personally not hoping for rain, but it certainly will make it very interesting if it does.
Well, as it was last year, it's the McLarens 1 and 2, Häkkinen and Coulthard, when we have the Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix tomorrow. We'll take a break from Formula 1 horse racing to go four-legged racing in a few moments' time. We've got galloping coming from Flemington right after this.
$8 Monday.
They're treasure map panties. You follow this little trail, it leads you right to the... Okay, my son's here.
It's a wicked weekend away.
35 couples have conceived in this room. You did bring the...
Oh, yes. Jesse following friends, Monday at 8 on Win.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull. Hey!
After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralf!
Will you all shut up? The bridge has collapsed. Beer truck can't get through. You're joking!
Where you going, mate?
Hang on, lads. Won't be long.
New Ford Courier Turbo Diesel. The most powerful turbo diesel in its class. Ford Trucks.
At Target, we realise that not all women are the same. Some have long legs, some have shorter ones, and some have a different shape altogether. In our experience, there's no such thing as the average woman. Every woman is unique, and at Target, we treat them that way. We have a range of clothes to fit just about everybody. So no matter what shape or size you are, if you're a woman, get into Target.
David Gates, the voice of bread. One night only at the Rest Point Casino, Tuesday, March the 9th. Don't miss David Gates of Bread. Book on 6221 1700 or at Entertainment 6234 5998.
Here's the shock. Shower Power. Now Australia's leading household cleaner.
I use Shower Power in every room in the house.
It's got that lovely lemon smell and it makes you feel really good.
And I'd recommend it to anyone.
Shower Power actually works.
Welcome to our world.
Where in the world would you rather be right now? With Harvey World Travel just around the corner, you're halfway there.
Harvey World Travel, travel professionals.
Although Duff Creek has always been home to the onion, locals are only too aware that it's also the home of onion breath. Until now, thanks to longer-lasting PK, there's a change in the air. The clean, fresh taste of PK lasts even longer, so your breath stays fresh even longer. PK for even longer-lasting fresh breath.
A stolen licence to print money.
I'm in.
One stinger's in a coma. Another.
We pull out all stops until we find out.
Is on the inside with no way out.
I'd like to leave now.
No, you've only just started, love.
All new stingers, Monday on Win.
Welcome back to Albert Park on qualifying day at the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Hakkinen won, and then it's the other McLaren driver in Coulthard 2, Schumacher 3, the big three on the first two lines of the grid tomorrow when we get underway for the 1999 season. And Rubens Barrichello getting the Stewart up to its highest ever spot. Let's change the tack though and go out to Flemington now, where Simon O'Donnell is getting set for a big afternoon of racing out there. And Simon, they reckon it's a race of two this afternoon between Sunline and Rosa War with the 3-year-old fillies.
Yes, that's where all the money is, Ed, for the CUNY Stakes, the second leg of the Triple Crown here in Melbourne. It should be a beauty. Can Sunline turn the tables on Rose of War? Well, let's have a look and see what the punters think. And as we have a look, Sunline now $1.70, $1.20 the place. Rose of War $3.20. It's been pretty much solid. St Clemens Bell at $15.80. Visual Displays at $16.40 has been a little bit of a drifter in the ring, but come back a little later in betting. Lady Elsie at $9.70. Aphrodite $29.30, and the rumour is it's going to run a big race. And Miss Peridot at $74.40. Nearly name your own price. Miss Peridot, filly down from Sydney, from the Brian Smith stable in Warwick Farm. Well, they're going in pretty well. There's not many in it. Only 7 in this CUNY Stakes field. It should be a beaut race. Sunline beaten by Rose of War at their last start. That was in the Angus Armour NASCAR at Caulfield. Can she turn the tables? Time now to go to our caller, Greg Miles.
And they're set. Favourite drawn 1. Racing in the CUNY, and Sunline away brilliantly on the inside from Lady Elsie, and Rose of War was out well. Visual Displays settling behind them. St Clemens Bell is booting around the outside to get the second now, and Sunline at the 1400 led St Clemens Bell 3/4. Rose of War with cover third outside Lady Elsie. 2 lengths then to Aphrodite, Visual Displays, and Miss Peridot last of all. But Sunline the leader out to the 1200 metres, not burning away, just doing it within herself at the moment. 3/4 St Clemens Bell, 1.5 lengths away Lady Elsie. Rose of War a neck away fourth, and then 3 lengths Aphrodite from Visual Displays, and 2 lengths to Miss Peridot by the 1,000 metres. And Sunline doing it well within herself. 3/4 clear St Clemens Bell, 1.5 lengths Lady Elsie third on the inside, 1/2 to Rose of War, 3 Aphrodite, Visual Displays, and Miss Peridot last about 9 lengths from the leader at the 700 metres. And Sunline has had a beautiful run, leads by 1/2 length St Clemens Bell, 1.5 lengths Rose of War on the outside of Lady Elsie when they corner, and then Visual Displays, Aphrodite, and Lady Peridot is last of all when they swing. Sunline first around the home turn, about a neck St Clemens Bell. Charles hasn't called on the favourite yet. Now Oliver's peeled to the outside on Rose of War as they came to the 300 metres, and Sunline 1.5 lengths in front. Charles looking a bit confident here. He now asks the big mare to go, and she leads by 2 lengths to Rose of War, and then St Clemens Bell, Lady Elsie, but it's Sunline in front with 100 metres to go. 2 lengths to Rose of War, trying hard, but Sunline is finding enough, and the champion filly back to her best form. Sunline beat Rose of War, 3 lengths away third, either Lady Elsie or St Clemens Bell. Not much between them. A long break, Visual Displays from Miss Peridot and Aphrodite.
Yes, well, she's back to her best, wasn't she, Sunline? We saw the best of her this afternoon, beaten by Rose of War in the Angus Armour NASCAR, but she has taken sweet revenge this afternoon. Greg Childs, he always looked confident in the run. We see here getting the last 100 metres of the race, and Sunline was just too strong for Rose of War. They've run at a fair clip, 134.5 for the 1600 metres, but Sunline far too good in the end. Probably 1.5 lengths the margin. Rose of War and Damien Oliver, they've had the tide turned. Sunline is going to play $1.60 and $1.20 for the place. Rose of War $1.50, and there is no third dividend for Lady Elsie that finished third. So an excellent effort from Sunline here at Flemington. We're going to take a break on the Wide World of Sports, and then we'll be back with the 4-tyre version, the Grand Prix.
Live at the first shuttle launch to running with the Bulls in Pamplona, shining light on the darkest secrets and spending time with the warmest hearts. From newspaper journalist to 60 Minutes, the best of life surprises to the toughest challenges and everything in between. With 28 years of award-winning reporting, Mike Munro takes the chair on A Current Affair, weeknights on Win Television.
outdoor supercross under lights for the first time in Tasmania. On Saturday night, March 13th at the Premier Speedway, you'll catch the State of Origin clash between Victoria and Tasmania. On Sunday the 14th, see 100 of Australia's road racers dice it out at the Shell Advanced Superbike Championship at Baskerville Raceway. See second-generation stars Scott Gamble and Shannon Johnson reignite the battle that AJ and Wally brought to the track in the 80s. Don't miss this amazing doubleheader, March 13th and 14th.
You know, Commodore has proven better resale value than Falcon, which has consistently meant more money when it's time to sell. Another reason why Commodore is Australia's most popular car.
Experience the deep, clean feeling of Colgate Sensation baking soda and peroxide. Ultrafine baking soda combines with a refreshing gel, releasing oxygen bubbles that gently clean deep between and along the gum line, leaving your whole mouth feeling incredible. So that nothing feels like Colgate Sensation baking soda and peroxide.
The color of a rain-filled cloud. Nice, huh? It's rubbish. Where's your best salmon? John West. Running bear with eagle eye. Huh? Our name for John West. He spots the best salmon and grabs it. Oh. We also have a name for the man who tries to sell salmon that running bear rejects.
What's that?
Dumb.
It's the salmon John West reject that makes John West the best.
During March, each 911 bottle shop is giving away a trailer and a year's supply of beer. At any 911 bottle shop, you simply purchase a carton of Cascade Draft, stubbies or cans for $26.95 or Cascade Light Bitter for $21.95 and enter the draw. You can win a trailer and a year's supply of beer at each of our 3 shops. So, for your favourite beer and your chance to win, pop into any 911 your bottle shop.
The second annual Forth Valley Blues Festival is on at the Forth Recreation Ground Saturday, March 20. The festival will feature a number of mainland, Tasmanian and international blues acts, which include Dirty Kaiser and the Outloop Ways Blues Band from Japan. The day will also have a number of other attractions, including a motorcycle show and shine competition, a wide range of stalls, plus a variety of foods and beverages. Tickets are just $20 and available statewide through these outlets. The second annual Forth Valley Blues Festival, a great day out for everyone, Saturday, March 20.
Here is an important message from Marine and Safety, Tasmania.
Before I go out on the water, there are some things I never forget. Checking the weather could save your life. Just be water safe.
Welcome back to Albert Park, and the mighty V8s of the Australian Touring Car Championship have long been a feature of the Australian Grand Prix weekend. This year, a touch of sentiment as 5 times touring car champion Dick Johnson marks his farewell season as a race driver. He's driving one of the new AU Falcons as the perennial battle between Ford and Holden enters a new era. To call the action from the Hot Wheels supercars, the man with the V8 vocal cords, Darrell Eastlake.
Eddie, settle back and buckle up, son. This will be something else, I'll tell you, because yesterday it was Captain Chaos at its best. We had some carnage here, but by gee, having the team's done a fantastic job to get the cars back on the grid. More about that later. Let's look at the top runners for you. Mark Scaife, Craig Lowndes. They were fantastic yesterday. That's how they finished, and they really dominated the race. Stephen Ellery with a fantastic drive in the older model Falcon EL. Johnny Bow in the Falcon AU, and that, of course, is the new team, the Caterpillar Cat team out of Western Australia. Russell Ingle there, he came in next, and we go down through the field. Car 15, young Kelly's done a terrific job to be there. Greg Murphy's also good. Tander, fined $1,500 for taking Wayne Gardner out yesterday and lost all the results out of that race. Dickie Johnson way back on 17. That's unusual for him. Crompton there in the new Falcon, and that's a pretty looking car, let me tell you. That's a works car, and you'll see some big names toward the end of the grid. AJ mainly because all of the smash and bash we had.
Yeah, obviously being non-finishers in yesterday's race, they have to start this race from the back of the grid, and that in itself will be very interesting to see.
Bargwanna and Gardner, what a job they've done to get those 2 cars repaired overnight.
Yeah, I don't think the mechanics had too much sleep last night, that's for sure.
Wayne Gardner, brand new car. Bargwanna, brand new car, and both very heavily damaged. And boy, oh boy, they have done a remarkable job. And I spoke to Wayne Gardner late this afternoon. He didn't think there was a hope in Haiti of getting that car ready for today.
Crompton's actually in the EL Falcon, Daz. It's painted exactly the same colour as the AU. They did a great job to get Glenn's car finished. They obviously didn't have any time to do two of them. So Neil in the EL and Glenn in the AU. Well, of course, Russell Ingle also involved in a big carnage yesterday. And they've done a remarkable job to get his car back. So there's been some big battle work done overnight. But it's great to see 40 cars. You were saying yesterday you think they'll get down to a qualifying system this year. So many V8s in Australia. Well, there's 7 in existence in Australia at the moment. And a lot of the circuits, i.e. this one, can only take 40, which means 30 are going to miss out. So I can see probably pre-qualifying and selection going on throughout the year. This formula has really grown. Yeah, very healthy in the country, and you'll see the number of cars as they're coming around now to take their position on the grid. Glenn Seaton showed glimpses of just how good the Falcon may be this year. He split the 2 Holdens in the front before the accident. Yeah, that was a great shame to see him put out like that, because that would have been very interesting indeed. But the 2 HSV cars, the 2 VT Holdens, really are in a class of their own. They're sort of the McLarens of the V8 field at the moment. Well, I was just talking to Tom Walkinshaw, has a lot of input, of course, into those cars and also in connection with the Arrows Formula 1 team. He was delighted with their performance, and he said there's some development left yet. I know, it's frightening. All right, set now, waiting for the lights to come up. Glenn Seaton, there he is. Always looks nice and cool and relaxed. He really showed a glimpse of what the new Falcon AU might do. This year he's way back at the grid now because of that accident. Green flag from the rear, ready to go. Wait till you hear it start to rumble. Let me tell you, the track starts to shake. The Formula 1 mechanics, they come out to look at these. Green lights racing now. Both the Holdens get their power down nicely. Stephen Ellery with a good start. Johnny Bowen up on the outside. That looks like Jason Bright, I think so, in the bright blue car. Here they go, Holden 1 and 2. Right nose to tail. Ellery, great job in third. Great start from Scafie, another really good start. He's got clean out. I don't know who I think that's Terry Finnegan by the look of it. A bit hard from this aerial view. Number 43. Yeah, Paul Wheel in the Falcon. At the moment, Russell Scaife, I said that the other day, I've known his father. Don't age him that quickly. All my life I was calling him Russell. Yeah, Mark Scaife doing a great job. Now, yesterday, these two really did fight out a great battle, but we were very impressed with the young fella because he was just going so well. I mean, Stephen Ellery didn't give an inch to John Bowe yesterday. No, and he came under a lot of pressure for a long time. That's one of the ex-Stone Brothers car. I'm not sure whether it's the actual ex-Bright car and Richard's car from Bathurst, but he bought that car a month or so ago and hasn't had a great deal of time in it, so his performance is very impressive. Russell Ingle now, he's in that distinctive silver car. Look at under brakes. Me, locking up brakes big time. Oh no, that's more than the lock-up brake. Yeah, that's an engine lock-up. That's terminal. Gone. Jason Bright out with a lot of smoke just pouring out of the car. He'll pull it onto the grass there, get it out of the way. Dare I say it might have been a hose connection or something come loose? Yeah, it looks like something like that. Okay, good on you, AJ. Out front still the 2 Holdens though. Stephen Ellery doing a great job in third place. Now look who's behind him. The man that really had something to do with all that chaos yesterday. Russell Ingle done a terrific job to get his car back into shape because it was bent on basically every corner. Well, Russell's there. He'll be putting plenty of pressure on Ellery. He's not a bloke that sort of gives up very easily. He's a real good hard racer, and he'll be putting major pressure on Ellery. Tony Longhurst and Greg Murphy too. They're well placed just behind the main pack. Johnny Bowe in that very distinctive black and yellow car. The Caterpillar car, the Cat car, comes out of Western Australia. Left Dickie Johnson to join the team. A lot thought it was a pretty bold move to make, but I tell you what, he's on the money already, and he's always on the pace. Yeah, John's always been on the pace in touring cars. He's one of the best touring car drivers in Australia, bar none. It's interesting to see where Mark Scaife actually makes up the time over Lowndes, and then Lowndes closes the gap in other sections. These two are doing it very easily. Interesting to note that Scaife's starts have never been great. It was always Lowndes off the line, but this weekend Mark Scaife's starts have been tremendous. Yeah, complete turnaround in that department. There we go, Ellery there in that white, yellow and red car, holding them out. Scaife, Lowndes, Ellery, Ingle, Bowe, Longhurst, as we called them. That's how they're running after lap 1. 8 laps, so 7 to go. Ellery doing
great job. And I mean, on a circuit that really, if you're going to be intimidated, you'd feel intimidated here.
And the other good thing about it, of course, we don't now have to sit back and conject about whose tyres are going to go off and who's got to nurse their tyres and what tyres suit the circuit better than this other guy, because they're all on the same.
And that has been a good move, and it's something you called for a couple of years ago.
Well, it just puts everyone on more of a play. Oh, no, Cedo out again. Dear me, he's not having much luck with that new car.
No, he's not, but he showed a glimpse of what it's capable of yesterday, I think, and we only got a glimpse of a beautiful colour scheme. The Ford Works colours, of course, into the sand trap. Let's have a look at the replay. Whoa.
Oh, dear. Went in there very quick, almost like it had brake failure. He went in that quick.
Plenty of gravel there as he tries to turn the wheels. No go down to the axles in the kitty litter. But the new Ford, I think it'll be a fantastic season. Look at that on board. He really did show yesterday that the car's got a lot of pace, and he was running with the Holdens whilst he was running.
Good shot of the beach then.
Yep. And, of course, that's the brand new Works Ford. Neil Crompton in the sister car. It's an older model. It'll be updated as the season proceeds. But the Holden's not quite as dominating today. Elry's done a great job. He's just hanging on. He really has surprised me.
I think he's found a new fan as well.
Well, I'm telling you, it's been a great job. It's an older model car, and he's in great company, and it's on a circuit that's very, very scary to drive. It's intimidating, and he is not giving an inch to anybody.
No, his drive yesterday and so far today, very impressive.
So Scaife and Lowndes still hard at it, and beautifully turned out these cars. They really, really are. And Walkinshaw said, don't worry about that. We've got a lot of development yet for these cars.
Can't help but think perhaps Jason Bright might have thought we should have kept onto the EL for a few races more before we went into the AU.
Well, new cars always difficult, and of course Holden had the edge by having those few races later in the season last year to at least do some race testing.
Whoops, Terry Finnegan there having a bit of a lose.
He'll be giddy by the end of the weekend. He has done that a few times. Look at the size of this crowd as the cars all sneak through. And they love the V8s here. It's terrific to be down on the Formula One pit lane, because as soon as the V8s fire up, they all run out. They all come and have a look.
I think it's a formula that's captured the imagination of everyone, Daz. I mean, they're big and they're noisy, and flames belching out of the exhaust, and they swap positions. Well, haven't done so much this time, but no, it's a very exciting form of motorsport, and I think that's been borne out by the fact that there's 70 of them in Australia. It's becoming very popular.
And AJ, your general down.
Absolutely. Do you know for Adelaide, they're going to reconstruct the Formula One circuit over there, and they're holding the Adelaide Fabulous 500, a 250 race on the Saturday, a 250 race on the Sunday. Most of the corporates have already sold out completely, and they're predicting a similar crowd to when they had the F1 race there.
Yes, and of course Darwin last year, a new addition, and that was a big success. Here we go, Scaife, Lowndes, 1 and 2. Holden Racing team as they start to reel off the laps now, all together nice and tight, just running in formation. Stephen Ellery doing a terrific job. He's back in third place, shadowed by Johnny Bow. They come up to start-finish line again. We'll take a break. Hey, buckle up, Australia. The V8s are on the track, and we'll be back.
Hey, it's racing.
We've got a big truck.
Tonight, Warren Beatty on his new movie. Natalie Imbruglia, Vanessa May, Fair Naked Ladies. Plus, Mick Doohan at the Grand Prix circuit. Hey, it's Saturday, tonight on Win Television.
Success in motor racing is reliant on a team of individuals with complementary skills and talents working as one. Every member of that team must be totally committed to a common goal, much like our approach to banking. When you become a Trust Bank client, you become part of our team. Because nothing worthwhile is achieved without teamwork. We call it Gold Star Banking.
Where do you find the largest range of hoses and fittings in Australia?
Just call NZ, that's all.
Where do you find your nearest dealer from the largest dealer network?
Just call NZ, that's all. Top Form, for quality furniture at factory direct prices.
Has Jared found true
The
love?
thing you want most in life can be right around the next corner.
Or has he become a pawn in a deadly game?
I had nothing to do with the death of your husband.
That could be his undoing. An all-new Pretender tonight on Win.
Great to be at your place wherever you're watching this race out of Albert Park, run around Australia. It's Holden's 1 and 2, Scaife and Lowndes, Ellery, Ingle, Bow and Longhurst. So Ingle has moved up a place during that break. That's Tony Longhurst. He showed some good glimpses. Here's a replay now. This is Tander and getting spun well and truly. Garth Tander.
Tander's been in the wars a little bit this weekend. He was fined $1,500 yesterday and disqualified from yesterday's race for punting Wayne Gardner up the backside. So not the best of weekends for Tander.
And Wayne Gardner was certainly not the happiest chappy yesterday afternoon when it happened either, because he'd driven so well in the Porsche GT Cup race, and he had a third place there against all the internationals, and he was beaming, and he jumped into a brand new Coca-Cola Commodore, and it was just about total, he thought. But they've done a magnificent job and got it back racing today. Haven't seen it yet, but it's all a Holden so far. 1 and 2, Scaife and Lowndes just running in formation. Young Stephen Ellery, he's dropped back a little now. The boys have pulled up the wick a bit, and particularly Scaife, because he's opened up a little bit now, also on Craig Lowndes. So Ellery's dropped back a little bit. Gardner is in 13th position, by the way, which is a great job. If you'd have seen that car yesterday, and some of you obviously did in the highlights last night, it was a mess.
These two cars doing it very, very comfortably, Darryl. They really are just sort of setting the pace and looking after everything and just romping home.
Well, it looks like a terrific season now. What we've seen here so far, I mean, there's a lot more development into all of the cars. The championship starts proper than the endurance races, with so many cars and so many competitive cars, and a lot of young talent starting to make their name as well.
Absolutely. Well, I think the reason we haven't seen a couple more AUs on the track and perhaps not as far up as we'd like to see them is that they didn't receive their aero kit until very late in the day. In fact, it was almost to the stage where I think they had to put names in a hat, and whoever drew the name out first got the first aero kit, and second got the second aero kit, so forth and so on. So they're right behind the 8 ball with development in that terms.
A lot of talk about John Bow there in the black and yellow Ford, about leaving Dick Johnson Racing. Dick Johnson having his final season, saying goodbye to Australia. In fact, his last Grand Prix meeting is on right now. So it's a sad time for him. But Johnny Bow made the decision to go over to the Western Australian-based team with the Cat and Caterpillar signage there, the black and yellow car, and they thought, he even said, I think we'll struggle for a while, but yesterday he came out all guns firing. Well, there he is behind the latest Holden and doing a pretty good job.
Yellow flag waving there. I don't know. Oh, yeah, it's McLean's obviously gone off a lap earlier. No, it's a credit to them. Their whole outfit just looks fabulous. The colour scheme, the uniforms, the transport, just, oh, a nice little helping hand. Thank you very much.
That's Tratt. He's going off car 75, Anthony Tratt in the Ford Falcon, and he's well and truly dug in as well. Whoa.
Yeah, I think Todd Kelly's going to be a little bit close to the back of him. I'm not going to cast any aspersions on that, but he may just have been given a little helping hand.
It's a difference when you see the F1 cars go off and they skate across that. They're so delicate on to make sure they don't spin the wheels to try and drive off. The Altura is a lot heavier, of course. They dig straight in, don't they?
1,350 kilos versus about 600. You know, they're very heavy. In fact, they're a very heavy car to make a tyre for and a wheel, because they're 1,350 kilos. They're 600 horsepower. They have an enormous amount of torque, so they're very hard on all the componentry.
Mark Scaife now really, he's starting to pull some distance on Craig Lowndes, and he was so excited about winning, and there goes the Daily Planet car.
Yeah, Wakefield in that. I think he leased that car from the weekend off John Trimboli, and he wasn't going too bad.
Yeah, great colour scheme. The car really does stand out from the Daily Planet organisation. Scaife and Lowndes, as we said. Bow Longhurst, nothing's much happened. They're all about the same stage. If anything, it's probably Scaife just stayed. Oh,
Dicky, tricky Dicky.
Well, I'm not sure how that's happened, but that's the brand new Ford AU.
Listen, they're having enough trouble getting their kits as it is without ruining them.
And I think he got some damage yesterday too, quite frankly. But that's had a big shunt in the front, as you can see. And Dickie Johnson wouldn't be very happy about that. What a way to finish your last Grand Prix meeting. But 25 great years of racing, saying goodbye to Australia this year, and I'm sure they'll turn out in their thousands to thank him for all of the entertainment, fun and thrills that he's given us over that 25 years career.
Just moved into a brand new facility up there in Queensland. It's magnificent. People can go through and have a look through and see the cars being prepared and buy the clothing, and it's just a magnificent. It's the first of its kind in Australia.
Wayne Gardner's doing a pretty good job. He's come up to 11th position now as he has a look up at the inside. That's the Coca-Cola car.
Oh.
And again, maybe just a little scrape there, but he's doing a terrific job. Wayne Gardner's been really fired up this weekend. He loves the circuit. He doesn't mind rubbing rails with anybody. He'll have a go, and he's up into the top 10. He's in 10th now. That's fantastic. Started from the rear of the grid in a car they had to totally rebuild last night.
And we've got some races to go, so obviously the further up the grid that he can finish, or the field that he can finish now, puts him in a much better starting position for the next race.
Yeah, well, he was so excited getting a brand new car, and of course the damage just a substantial. You wouldn't even know looking at that, but it's a new colour scheme. Looks good. It looks pretty tough, that car, doesn't it?
I don't know whether I like the black, to be honest with you. I didn't mind the colour scheme of the car last year. I don't know. I think the black detracts a bit.
On the last lap now, the two Holdens. Lowndes has closed up slightly. Ellery still in front of Ingle. There it is, Scaife, Lowndes, Ellery, Ingle, Bow and Longhurst. Positions really haven't changed up the front, and I can't give young Stephen Ellery enough raps. He's holding out some tough men there in third place. You've got Johnny Bower, Russell Ingle. Not easy to keep behind you.
Another one which is going fairly good is Greg Murphy. He's quietly crept up to 7th spot.
Yeah, I think we can expect Freddie Gibson to really turn that team around this year.
Well, Fred always turns out the most immaculate cars. Everything is left nothing. He leaves nothing to detail. And certainly the Gibson cars have always been, you know, one of the best turned out and prepared cars.
Yeah, got good staff this year, good drivers, and I think he was saying the cars are new and we won't be competitive for a little while into the season, but I think they're all playing ducks and drakes at the moment. Freddie Gibson never ever races to come second. Well, who does?
Now, Scapey's got his hazard warning lights on, so I don't quite know what's going on there.
Oh, Mark Scaife out in front at the moment. Craig Lowndes sits in behind him. That's how they finished yesterday. And Scapey's done a pretty good job. Lowndes wanted to have him. He took pole. Scaife made the better start. And they've just driven a beautifully constructed race. They've used all the track and some, haven't got into any bingles at all. In fact, haven't put a scratch on the car.
No, they're a good-looking race car, aren't they? They're very well turned out, very professional. As I said yesterday, they can utilise the facilities from Arrows and Tom Wilkinshaw. If they want to talk about shock absorbers and setup, it's just they can fax backwards and forwards, and they really have got the jump on everyone.
That's looking out from Craig Lowndes' car. That's his view of Scaife as they go around. You can see the crowd all hanging up on the fences. They just love to hear these things at full song, at full noise. Round they come back onto the main straight. This is it. Will we see a stage finish here? It looks like Scaife will hold out. He does. Lowndes comes second. Ellery hangs on to third. Then it's Ingle. Then it's Johnny Bower. Then Tony Longhurst, who has been pretty well on the pace too. Got involved in a bit of that push and shove stuff yesterday. But again, he's shown that that car's got plenty of pace too. So there we go. The two Holdens have dominated this meeting. No doubt about that. Recap the results for you. Mark Scaife in the VT Commodore first. In the sister car is Craig Lowndes. Stephen Ellery in the older Falcon EL. Russell Ingle in a new VT Commodore. Johnny Bower in the older model Falcon. And Tony Longhurst also there as well. So that's it. We'll take a break at the moment. Remember, we're going to come back with Ralf Schumacher live in the studio after the break.
Tonight on Win News. Bill Clinton apologises for the Italian cable car tragedy. Lawyers slam the loss of legal aid for civil cases. And the Carl Vinson back again.
Join the Win News team tonight. Best at 6.
Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk.
For all your mobile and telecommunication needs.
Let's talk.
Mr. Reg Barnes of Richmond writes, Rusty, I need help with all the fiddly jobs around my house.
Well, Reg, let's go to the video. You need this Butte Dremel Multi-Pro. With Dremel's range of attachments, you can grind, sand, polish, even cut nails.
Get the know-how
On Dremel at home.
Which four-wheel drive gives you the safety of control track, twin airbags, and ABS as standard? Ford Explorer from $39,990 with air.
Through the storm, through the tears, you and I know we can survive through the day, through the night. If we try, we can keep it.
We've insured Australians for over 130 years. Now we're ready for the next century. CGU Insurance, the merger of Commercial Union and NZI.
Although Duff Creek has always been home to the onion, locals are only too aware that it's also the home of onion breath. Until now, thanks to longer-lasting PK, there's a change in the air. The clean, fresh taste of PK lasts even longer, so your breath stays fresh even longer. PK for even longer-lasting fresh breath.
Look, the problem is some people just don't eat muffins because they think they're unhealthy.
So we cut the fat and the salt content.
And I thought, how do we tell people that we make healthy muffins?
We went to the Heart Foundation.
We gave them a sample, but they rejected it.
We did more work, months of work.
Rejected, but I had my heart set on the tick.
So back we went. Less salt, less fat, more fibre.
More work.
And finally, we got the tick.
We got the guilt-free muffin.
Choosing healthy food only takes a tick.
Pregnancy can be a joy, but to some it can be a problem. Pregnancy Support is aware of this and offers counselling and practical help. They also offer care and understanding to those distressed after an abortion. If you need help, call them now.
9:30 tonight, Clint Eastwood.
You could stop it if you knew what was ahead.
You're hanging out with the wrong kind of people, Bluff.
A fine line of fantasy.
What kind would you suggest I hang out with?
And murder. Tightrope tonight.
Welcome back. And among the annual driver shuffle that occurs during every off-season, Ralf Schumacher slipped quietly out of the Jordan team to accept a new contract with Williams. After qualifying in 8th place, he's stepped out of the car to join us in the studio for a chat. And welcome, Ralf, to Widewater Sports. 8th, happy with that? I know you were thinking about or hoping to maybe get up to 5th, but 8th gives you a chance at least.
Well, yeah, I think we could be quite happy with that result. I mean, obviously Williams is used to better results, but I mean, that's the most possible, well, that was the best possible result we could get today, but I think tomorrow for the race is looking a lot better for us.
The practice sessions this morning, a lot of cars going off the track. Is it slippery, a bit more slippery than you thought?
It's pretty slippery. I mean, it's always on those kinds of circuits which are not used permanently, you know, it's very dirty and it's changing throughout the whole weekend, so it's going to be a lot better tomorrow during the race for everybody.
Well, you've moved across to the Williams team. It's an interesting year coming up for you. Next year you have the BMW engine. Is it a holding pattern year for you? What's the feeling and the philosophy of the Williams team this year?
Well, we have a difficult year in front of us. We are well aware of that because with having the Supertech engine, we have a reliable engine, but it's not one of the best engines in Formula One. I mean, to be clear, it's quite short of horsepower, but I mean, we still try to do our best, and as we saw today with the 8th position, everybody is very close except the McLarens in the front, but I think we still have a good chance of finishing, you know, have good results throughout the season and maybe as well going to the podium a few times.
Given the McLarens are a little bit ahead of everybody again this year in race 1, tonight, do you pray for rain? Would you like something like that to happen just to break it up a bit?
I mean, rain is always a great thing for me and my brother as well, but especially in those circuits with all the white lines on it, it's pretty difficult to finish a race in the rain.
Well, you did well in Spa, of course, a podium finish last year.
Yeah, it was a great race for the Team Jordan at that time, but I mean, you know, it's different circuit, different kind of thing.
The swap over from Jordan to Williams last year, Eddie Jordan, a gregarious Irishman. This year, Sir Frank Williams, of course, a Knight of the Realm. What's been the difference for you in the philosophy or just the setup of the team?
Well, I mean, I enjoyed my time at Jordan's and I always, you know, I never I always would take the same decision to go there when I started in Formula 1. But with going to Williams is a new area. I mean, it's a bigger team, more possibilities. With next year having BMW on board, it's a great opportunity for me. And working with Frank and Williams as a team is a different thing. I mean, there are 300 people working there just to make you as quick as possible.
Ralf, tell us what you do now between now when you leave this studio and tonight, and then tomorrow morning when you get up and come out here to race. What happens?
I'm going to go back to the meeting and discuss how we make our car even faster for tomorrow. We're going to speak about the race strategy and be back in the hotel at 10 o'clock this night. And
so stay here at the racetrack till about 10 o'clock?
Yes, exactly.
Eat here?
Eat here, go back to the hotel, as I just said, come back 7 o'clock in the morning.
A couple of nightclubs on the way home? Or no?
No. I would like to, but it's obviously impossible.
Straight to bed.
Exactly.
Your brother Michael, do you catch up with him socially while the races are on? Tonight, would you catch up maybe for a
No, it's a
minute?
bit late. I mean, we usually go for dinner on Thursday or Friday night, but Saturday and Saturday is too late.
7 years difference. What was your relationship like growing up? Did he beat up on you as a kid, or did you have a good time together?
We had quite a good relationship. I mean, there was a 7 years gap, which is quite a huge gap. But I mean, obviously it got better as older we both got. I mean, now we have similar thinkings and similar wishes.
When you come to a Grand Prix like the Australian Grand Prix here in Melbourne, the whole place stops for it. You're superstars when you arrive. Is it hard to just relax, or do you just put that week aside in your life and say, right, OK, concentrate, let's do this, and then relax when you go home?
No, it's quite easy to relax. We usually go to places where we are not as well known, or where it is quiet, where it is quiet. And no, we had always a nice time off here, no problem.
Well, Ralf, we're having a look at you today. What was the car? Are you happy with the field today? Your first run round in qualifying?
No, it was, everything was quite okay. I mean, as you said before, it was pretty difficult, but it was for everybody the same to come around that circuit and doing a clear lap without any mistakes.
Well, the last two times, unfortunately, in Melbourne, you haven't finished, so third time lucky for you, hopefully, this time.
Well, I mean...
And within striking distance, you must feel pretty happy going in tomorrow, I think.
Well, I'm pretty happy, obviously. I mean, I think we look a lot stronger, as I said before, in the race, and I hope that I'm able to prove that tomorrow.
Well, Ralf, thank you very much for taking time out to join us here at Widewater Sports. We really appreciate your time, and have a good night's sleep tonight. Get up tomorrow. What time tomorrow do you get up?
About 6:30, 7 o'clock, we see.
And get ready to go.
Exactly.
Thanks, Ralf. All the very best. Ralf Schumacher joining us in the Widewater Sports commentary position. You're watching the Qantas Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix right here on Channel 9. We'll be right back after this.
For an Aussie kid, life is one big adventure.
You are a naughty boy.
Relive the best years of our lives on our century. Then it's a man's world no longer.
I'm sorry what you're doing.
The girls go bush on Our Country Australia, Sunday on Win.
Imagine a treated timber that's second only to Mother Nature. A treated timber that's safe around the ones we love. Then discover new French Piney. French Piney is treated pine timber that will provide long-term protection, but best of all, it contains no chromium or arsenic, which makes it very friendly to the environment. Grown from Tasmania's renewable pine plantations, French Piney is easy to work with and is the safest treated timber on the market today. When you want a treated timber that's accepted around the world, demand French Piney.
Here is an important message from Marine and Safety, Tasmania.
Before I go out on the water, there are some things I never forget. Checking the weather could save your life. Just be water safe.
Australian auto wholesalers have Hobart's best range of quality used cars at wholesale prices. There's always new stock arriving, so join the hundreds of people who have bought here and saved. Australian Auto Wholesalers, Brisbane Street.
David Gates, the voice of bread. One night only at the Rest Point Casino, Tuesday, March the 9th. Don't miss David Gates of Bread. Book on 6221 1700 or at Entertainment 6234 5998.
At Target, we realise that not all women are the same. Some have long legs, some have shorter ones, and some
have a different shape altogether. In our experience, there's no such thing as the average woman. Every woman is unique, and at Target we treat them that way. We have a range of clothes to fit just about everybody. So no matter what shape or size you are, if you're a woman, get into Target.
Bo, that $50 you borrowed, I was just wondering if I could have it back. No interest, of course.
Sure, Dave. Do you blokes do interest-free here?
Yes, sir. 6 months, which means you can buy now and not pay a cent for 6 months. Right, Bo?
If you insist, Dave.
Pay nothing for 6 months. Call 132381 for your nearest store.
Now it's easier to make the yogurt that works wonders on the inside part of your daily routine. Nestle LC1 4-pack. Look for it in your supermarket dairy case.
Sunday, March 7th is the 10th Clean Up Australia Day. So turn up at your local park, beach or creek to register, or pick up a form at any NRMA, McDonald's or TNT outlet. Hey, it's our 10th birthday and all we really want is your present.
Monica Lewinsky, The Interview.
How did you know the president kissed me?
Candid. He made you tingle?
Yes, I guess.
Emotional. Surprising.
I told him that I had a crush on him, and we went into his back office.
Sunday on 60 Minutes.
Welcome back, and this weekend at Albert Park there will be plenty of local sentiment for a new kid on the block. Last year, British-American racing teams Ricardo Zonta raced for Mercedes in the International GT Series, the same team as our own Mark Webber. Well, despite the obvious rivalry of the two young guns vying for a Formula One start, the pair became great mates. So much so that on arriving here in Melbourne for the World Championship debut, a familiar face made the young Brazilian feel very much at home. Cos Cardone reports.
You have only one chance to go in Formula 1. If you lose this, it's very difficult to get back.
When I am in Brazil, I go to the beach, but it's very difficult to get some waves like this.
And I didn't see it that he got it, and I didn't get it. I think it was never a plan for me to think about this year to be trying to get a seat in Formula 1.
It's a friendship with a formula of its own. Australia's Mark Webber and Brazilian Ricardo Zonta were opposing teammates for Mercedes in last year's cutthroat GT Series. Webber led in the first half of the season. In the last hour of the series, though, Zonta pipped in for the title and clinched a Formula One drive, partnering Jacques Villeneuve with the BAR team. But when the new kid lobbed in town for his nerve-wracking baptism, it was Webber who took him by the hand.
Bells Beach got us!
He's a good benchmark and a good goal for me, you know, so he was red rag to a bull for me, and he's very good. He's got great championships behind him, and for me it was really good to challenge against him.
And it's not like a normal street circuit, huh? It's not like Monaco, or it's a lot of room. Yeah, a lot. I think all the corners very safe. The only one, maybe corner 5. Corner 5, yeah. It's very. The rest is safe. The exit's very narrow.
It's a dream, you know. It's I'm realizing a dream to be in Formula 1, and of course there is many steps where I want to go.
Zonta's first steps made immediate impressions. In testing at Jerez in January, he was actually faster than Villeneuve, and it's only natural that he'll be compared to the great Brazilians of the past, Piquet, Fittipaldi, and most notably Ayrton Senna. The contrast lies in Zonta's cautious, wait-for-the-right-moment style compared to Senna's brash, take-no-prisoners approach.
I think if you push too hard to have the results, maybe you can make some big mistakes in your life.
A little bit nervous, huh? Yeah. It's the first Grand Prix for me. But Jack should try and help a little bit, huh? Especially the first few races. But he doesn't have time to teach me a lot, you know, to explain a lot. I need to to discover, you know, about the track.
You need to discover, yeah.
So after travelling and living side by side, Zonta and Webber this year go their own ways. Driving together is something they'll miss, but with Webber's F1 rise imminent, both insist they'll duel again.
Boys having a bit of fun there, and if you want proof of the strength of their friendship, last year Zonta loaned Webber his street car to get around London. Believe it or not, Webber wrote it off. The good news is they still have a bit of a laugh about it, and Zonta will start tomorrow in 19th place on the grid. Next, those big, nasty NASCARs all set to rumble and roll here at Albert Park.
Sunday night at the movies.
Good to see you again, little muscle.
He was trained to be prepared at all times.
Watch out for your tail.
Now,
What do you want? The Golden Dragon. Golden what?
his destiny to challenge the greatest fighters in the world.
Welcome to the king.
In this lost city, he will face a test of honor.
This was your quest, your dream. Soon it'll be a reality.
Jean-Claude Van Damme and Roger Moore in a television premiere.
You win some, you lose some.
The Quest, Sunday on Win.
She knows that life has its little ups and downs, like ponies on a merry-go-round. But I can count on her to take it with a smile and not a frown. She wears a gold ring on her finger, and is mine. She wears a gold ring on her finger, and I'm so glad it's mine.
Catch all the cricket action Thursday, March 11th to Sunday, March 14th at the Bellerive Oval.
Tigers of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tigerland.
Thank you. Winner Taco is a mighty new taco-shaped snack. Once you've bitten your way through the crispy wafer taco and munched and crunched through all the chocolate and peanuts, and devoured the smooth caramel through to the cool ice cream, it'll leave you feeling a much better animal. Winner Taco from Streets, the powerful new snack.
Copper top, carrot hair, simply red, it's your time to shine. Towhead, lemon drop, corn crop, it's your time to shine. Brown bombshell, raven hair, chocolate eclair, it's your time to shine. Pantene.
Take the time, shine. Take the time, make the time to shine.
These guys are little champions. They pity big dogs. They say, heck, those big dogs aren't as smart or as fast, and they can't go where we can go. Those little legs just go, go, go.
Small dogs use more energy than big dogs. That's why Pedigree Pal has created new Little Champions. For little dogs with big hearts. Developed with vets, recommended by top breeders.
Mozzarella, pepperoni, fresh mushrooms and tomatoes. Italian. No, I'm English.
The unmistakably Italian classic pizza from Pizza Haven.
For your pizza heaven, call up Pizza Haven tonight.
Welcome back. As you see, the cloud cover moving in over Albert Park, and the temperatures dropped considerably and the wind has picked up, so perhaps that forecast of rain tomorrow imminent. And I would think right now these guys driving the NASCARs would want no rain whatsoever. Car 10, which was Darryl Kuhn, actually hit the wall as they're going around. Remember that they do have a rolling start. There's the top six for you, led by Jimmy Richards in the Chevrolet and Kim Jane beside him in a Chevrolet. In fact, it's Chevrolet, 1, 2 and 3. Then two Fords and another Chevrolet. And a rolling start, they will come round. Jimmy Richards in car 2, Kim Chain in that very distinctive yellow and blue Bob Jane T-Marts car. And the Bright Eyes car is Jimmy Richards, and he's been part of this scene for a long time.
He certainly has. I mean, Jimmy's the sort of guy that can put his bum in anything and be competitive. He's been racing the Porsches this weekend. He's been very successful at NASCARs out there at Coulthard. Watch for Kim Jane, though. He's a fairly aggressive sort of a driver. He's used to rolling starts, and he'll be giving Jim a run for his money down to that first turn.
John, when you look at Jimmy Richards, he's won 12 races, the Australian Grand Prix meetings, 5 V8s, 5 Super Tourer races, 2 in the NASCARs. That was on Thursday and Friday. This is the 3rd of their actual races. I mean, it's just an amazing record, isn't it?
Yeah, and here at Albert Park, you've got to think that Jim Richards is just going to walk away from the field. He did it in the first race, and I can't see any different today.
All set now, rolling start. Remember, the field will bunch up now. They'll give them the green light and listen to the horsepower as it's dropped. They're big beasts. They run out of brakes pretty early in a race. 8 laps. It'll be on. Revs building up, waiting for a start. Here we go. Down goes the power, and away they go. And Jimmy Richards and Kim Jane will fight it out into the first corner. They're side by side they come. And Kim Jane gets a good line. Runs in tight, but Jimmy Richards says no way.
No, he's got the inside for the left-hander. But that was a very good start from Kim Jane, because Jim being on pole position, well, he was the one that was able to dictate the pace. And he's the one that gets on the accelerator. He knows when he's going to jump on it. It normally takes a split second for the guy next to him to realise what's happened. So for Kim to have got the jump on him, that was an excellent start.
And with these cars, the pole position's on the other side of the track. Kim Jane out in front. Jimmy Richards second. Really, as I said, they're on the reverse side from the touring cars. They elected to start the pole on the inside.
Well, it looked like Jane had a lot of grunt at the start. He just took the lead away from Jim Richards on the run down into turn 1, and there we see
Peter Nolan.
A Ford Thunderbird as he goes off and has a little spin. Doesn't do any damage that we can see, but they're big cars to get around on the lock that they've got. Kim Jane's done a pretty good job, because Jimmy Richards has been quick the whole 3 races so far, the 3rd of the 3 races they've had. And Jimmy Richards has really dominated. Kim Jane's run second to him in each of those 2 races so far. But as AJ said, he got the power down and a good start. Here's a replay. Same fella.
This guy got the power down as well, but didn't have exactly the same result. These cars are normally altered when they run out at Coulthard. They're jacked, or they have harder springs on the outside rather than on the inside to allow for when they're going around the banking. Their brakes really aren't designed for a road track like this. They're a fairly heavy car, so they do have a tendency to run into brake problems later on in the race, but they certainly make for exciting racing.
Eddie Albaninka in car number 9. There it is there, running 3rd. He's been pretty quick for the 2 races too. I tell you what, the fans have turned out for him. Don't you hear them go around the circuit?
Well, the noise is fantastic, and I mean, it's great entertainment. You don't have to have cars lapping at 200 kilometres per hour to entertain the crowds. They're doing it at about 40 kilometres less.
Lifting wheels, or lifting skirts as we say, but they've closed up a little now. Jimmy Richards makes a run on Kim Jane. There they go, 1-2 as Richards flashed by in the Bright Eyes car. And Eddie Albaninka doing a pretty good job on 9. Replay here coming up. Whoa, a lot of smoke pours out of that car.
Well, I think he pulled down the inside, left his braking a little bit too late, locked up the lighter side. It's the unloaded side of the car, and just, I would say, it would now be nursing a nice little flat spot for the rest of the race.
Gene Cook, that was a Ford Thunderbird, the Shell Helix car. It's Jane, Richards, Albaninka, Terry Wyhoon. He's been around this class of car for a long time. Coleman and Brewer. Brewer's another name you go back with this class of car.
Young Matthew Coleman too. He's quite young. He's been doing go-karts, and he hasn't had too much experience in these cars at all, and going very well indeed to be up there in 4th spot.
John, have you had much to do with this class of racing at all?
The nearest I've ever been to it is driving in America in a thing called IROC, where we drove a similar kind of stock car on road tracks. But they're not designed, they're really meant for ovals. And look, there you see a bit of fluid going down. No, they're not really suitable for road tracks, but they do produce what I call entertaining motor racing, and that's what we're looking at.
Wow, have a look at the water and the fluid coming out of that.
I hope it's not fuel, because it's getting very close to the exhaust system.
And here we go. Jimmy Richards makes a move now on Kim Jane. He gets right up underneath the boot lid now. 2 big Chevys as they hurl themselves around here at Albert Park.
Interesting to note on Jimmy's car, they've got the 2 big air scoops either side of that the front grille area. I'm not sure whether they normally have them on the oval or whether they've been put on to allow extra brake ducting.
Jimmy Richards changes the line, tries to get a smoother run out, tucks himself up on the inside. He means business, Jimmy Richards. Wool gets chopped off though. Kim James says, not this time round, you won't. Not on that corner, you won't. Jimmy Richards got a fight on his hands.
Yeah, but this is a real race between a veteran who knows every trick of the book. He knows every inch of the circuit as well. And he's closed up to the back of Jane, and he's just going to give him a really hard workout. And I think he'll just slide through very easily.
Back on the start-finish line they go. Let's have a look at the grunt. The Mumbo, as we call it, the two big Chevys roar past the commentary box now. Shake the stand, the noise these things make. Fantastic sight and sound, no doubt about that. Jimmy Richards now chasing Kim Jane. Eddie Albanenka in the other Chevy is in the Monte Carlo Chevy is back in third, car 9, losing touch just slightly. Jimmy Richards lost a little bit of ground that time round.
It's a lot easier to follow like this. I mean, Jimmy can elect to brake just a fraction earlier than Kim. He can see where Kim's laying a bit of rubber and just be a little bit more gentle on the accelerator. Just look after those tyres and brakes, and then he'll pick his moment and do it.
Well, I think he's going to have a go into turn 14. That's the last turn on the back side of the circuit before they get back to the start-finish. That's where he appears to have a bit of extra speed, and he had a little look on the last lap. He didn't attempt it, but he just sort of looked and felt it out, and that's, I think, where his greatest strength will lie.
Jono, they've always had a problem with brakes. That's been their big hassle on these sort of circuits.
Well, a big, heavy car, and there's a lot of braking here. But look, Jim again getting into position, but he's waiting for the point of track where he knows he can do it safely, safe for himself, and not going to get damaged by two cars coming together. Now watch. Well, he's going to wait until he gets out of 13, 14, and then I think you'll see into 15, 14, that'll be his choice.
Let's see if Johnny Watson is right, because Kim Jane now in the yellow car, Jimmy Richards in the green car. They tuck up under each other. Terrific battle is going on. Remember, Jimmy Richards has pole. He doesn't get beaten off the line too often. Didn't get the start. Kim Jane got the start. Here he goes and has a look up the inside again, but Jane's got a lot of power.
Exactly. I was just about to say, he's definitely not shy on the horsepower department.
But now Jimmy Richards up on the inside, and nicely done and nicely predicted.
Yeah, it was turn 14, the one that I'd seen him a couple of laps looking down the inside. He seems to have greater braking advantage, whereas Jane's car clearly has got more top-end speed.
They're those big ducks that AJ was talking about. Yeah, they're very distinctive on it, aren't they?
Well, I presume that's what they are. I mean, they may not be, but I would think on these cars you would not be able to get enough air onto those brakes because they're a heavy car. The size of the... Oh, dearie me, Jim. Gently back on, gently back on. Well done. The last thing you want to do is wrench the wheel to get back onto the circuit. That's when you have the big loose. But the brakes aren't as big as what they could be on these cars because they're dictated by the diameter of the wheels. So they've really got quite a small brake for the size and weight of the car, but that's dictated by the wheel diameter.
Well, Kimmy Jane get it out on the grass and just rode it nicely. Just had to gently guide it along till he got it back on the track, and that was well saved, well driven. So Kim Jane now losing touch just a fraction, had that little moment. He'll close that up, I would think, though. Jimmy Richards doing a good job in front. They've taken out a fair lead on the rest of the pack at the moment. There's Eddie Albanenka in the car number 9, the white-coloured car. He's sitting back. That's a Monte Carlo Chevy. You can just see him in the background. Should get a shot of him now, I would think, in third place. We'll show you the gap. There he is there. So there's the gap back to third. He's lost a little bit of ground, but at the moment doing pretty well.
Kim Jane closing right up into that right-hander, John.
And car 25, first time we've seen car 25. That's Terry Waihoon. As I said, has been around the class for a long time. All right, the big cars thunder around Albert Park. We'll take a break and come back, and you'll see more of that. And how good's that look?
Why am I willing to risk $15,000 worth of prizes? Well, there's the piano, the jet ski, the holiday to London, the Alpha, and of course, the cash jackpot.
Will Hughes' gamble pay off? Find out Monday on Sale.
Now, there are approximately 3,750 species of lizards in the world. And the largest of lizards is the Komodo dragon. Now, can anyone tell me in which tropical country is the Komodo dragon? Nathan.
Can I go to the toilet, sir? By the way, it's Indonesia, sir.
Here's the shock. Shower Power. Now Australia's leading household cleaner.
I use Shower Power in every room in the house.
It's got that lovely lemon smell and it makes you feel really good.
And I'd recommend it to anyone.
Shower Power actually works.
Here's an important message for denture wearers. You can enhance your eating pleasure with expertly crafted dentures from your local denture clinic. Contact a member of the Dental Prosthetis Society of Tasmania. Find your nearest denture clinic in the yellow pages.
So your phone company won't listen?
Can't solve your hassle with your phone company or ISP? Call the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman. It's a free service, independent of government, phone and internet service providers. Speedy action is guaranteed. Go to your phone company or ISP first. If you're still unhappy, call the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman. We'll listen. The Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, a free service for all Australians.
Great to be in your place. Jimmy Richards out in front of Kim Jane in the NASCAR race. But boy, oh boy, these two have been turning it on whilst we're away. We'll bring you up to date with the action. And here we go. This was the first big move. Kim Jane comes right up behind Jimmy Richards and tap, 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 get out of the way. I want to come through.
Well, that was a touch that Jim Richards didn't expect there again. This is down at turn 4 and 5. Great driving by both drivers. They managed, in spite of being almost on top of one another, to stay clear. So Kim Jane gets the lead, but just wait and see. Here we go.
Kim can drive. Now he runs wide going in through the right-hander. Jimmy gets the better run, passes him on the outside, gets a little bit loose in doing it, hangs onto it, and regains the lead.
Yeah, Jimmy Richards thinks around the wall and takes it back. It's been a terrific battle, these two. They've been hard at it. Been pretty clean racing, though. A little tiny touch, but it's been clean.
It's been very good. It's been fantastic to watch. I mean, real motor racing gives it, well, it's just a joy to watch. We have been sitting in the commentary booth. Probably the best racing we've seen this weekend, Alan.
Well, it's most exciting. At least they've been passing each other. Jimmy Richards, you could race like this with him all day, though, because you know he's the sort of driver that's not going to do anything stupid.
Yeah, clean as a whistle, and Jimmy Richards now, Kim Jane, they've run away from the rest of the pack. It's a
he's wide again.
He gets on the grass. Whoa. Walk on the wild side from Kimmy Jane.
As we said, England on the grass more often than Bob Marley.
He's been waiting all day to say that.
Jimmy Richards out in front. Kim Jane, I wish he had. But he's had a couple of moments where he's got out of the grass and he's really had to gently nurse it back onto the black stuff again. But Jimmy Richards, here we go. Look at this. Whoa, that is a walk on the wild side. Richards, Jane, running out of laps. 2.5 laps to go. But I don't think it's over yet. I think Kim Jane's going to do a desperate along the way.
Oh, yeah, we've seen some exciting motor racing. We got it just a few moments ago, and Kim Jane has not given up any thoughts of winning this race. He seems to have so much grunt, and now under braking, it seems to be Jim Richards is the one that's having to brake that a little bit earlier. Kim Jane just closed right up to him as they went into 14.
And I think they're going to come into a bit of traffic too, John, and that's going to make a difference too. I just got a glimpse of cars in front of them, so that could make a difference, because threading the needle with cars this size around a circuit like this, not easy. Jane snaps it out. He tries to get back under Richards there. Richards, though, just shuts the door beautifully, drifting the car around, using all the road he knows pretty well where he's going to have a go. Up the start-finish line, they flash again. Now we know that Jane Chevy's got a bit more grunt, and that's what we mean. Look at this. Kim Jane drives past him. Straight past him on the outside, but too much speed. Gets up on the grass again and gets it back. Yes, yes, yes. Good stuff.
Well,
good stuff.
A 3,700-pound car. There is no way you can stop so late. But give him, I tell you, fantastic effort. He made the running. He ran down the outside. He thought he had done it, but he just couldn't get that mother stopped.
Kim Jane, great stuff. He's turned it on here today. Look at this. We said it had more mumbo. Has it? What? He gets it sideways in that bit of gravel. Kept the boot in it. Drove it over the grass. Puts it back on the tarmac. Snaps it back. I love that.
Well, that's been fantastic. Look at that now. Jim Richards got a comfortable lead of about 2 seconds. But, you know, well, Kimmy's in trouble. He ran wide coming out of 7. So I think it's all over bar. They're shouting Jim Richards looks like he's got it under control.
Well, there's the places back from second to third, 10.3 seconds. So they've really opened up a gap. But Kim Jane, you've got to give it to him. We said he'd have a big go, a desperate go, and he did.
Well, he's made a fantastic race out of something that really has been rather strung out. Jim Richards and Kim Jane have done something which is really what we've come to watch. And these cars, not the ideal car for a Grand Prix circuit in Albert Park, but providing fantastic entertainment.
Gee, the spectators love them, though. I mean, anything with a V8 in this country, they love.
Well, the thing, the vibration, the noise from these things when you stand on pit lane is awesome.
Look at Jimmy Richards now, beautifully turned out car. He never ever comes to the circuit with a car that isn't turned out beautifully. Here's the traffic that I got a glimpse of before, the Pennzoil car there as it flashes past the screen. But Jimmy Richards won't worry about that. He knows that he's got plenty of a gap, and all he's got to do now is play it in.
Yeah, but just behind you saw Kim Jane coming out of 14. He got the car well sideways, and he's still got ideas with that traffic ahead of Jim Richards. He might, well, we have to think it's going to be all over now. It's hardly any time left.
On to the last lap now. And, oh, no, that's a shame. Oh, is he all right? Strange line. Yeah, having trouble. He's spun around. We just got him coming out of that spin was Kim Jane. But Jimmy Richards now, car 2. I don't know how many times I've said he's on his last lap now, but this fellow, I mean, he can drive a wheelbarrow quickly. There's no doubt about it. And he's driven everything in this country, and everything he drives wins at some stage or another.
Yeah, the thing I like about Jim Richards is he is, I would say, a gentleman in a sport where sometimes you see tactics which are not desirable, but Jim's always driven, as Alan said, cleanly. You feel safe racing with him. You can go door handle to door handle. You don't have to take paint off. You don't have to dent metal. He's just one of those guys who's a real good racer, and he respects somebody else on the racetrack as well.
Yeah, and his son's doing a pretty job too. A pretty good job back as a race car driver too. Jane's back to 4th place after that spin. That's a shame, because really he entertained us there for so many of those laps. He kept Jim very honest. He led there for a while. Jimmy took it back. He got out of the grass, got it back. Finally, that spin's put paid to any chance he's got of catching this man, Jimmy Richards. But boy, there's not too many people in this country can catch him. Car 14, George Elliott, across the grass again. I tell you what, once these things get on the grass, they keep the boot in and they get them back.
Well, it's amazing that they do, because and there's one that's just managed to not do that. But,
25 is Terry Wyhoon. Lights it up, lays the rubber, gets back on the circuit. He was in 3rd spot, so I'll have to look where he is now. He was in 3rd spot, Terry Wyhoon. He was a long way back, but he managed to get up to number 3. Not sure where he is now after that little moment. Jimmy Richards doesn't care about that. He knows he's just about ready to take the checkered flag, and that's another victory to this man. The expat New Zealander came over here many years ago with a Ford Mustang, and from then on, he never, ever looked back. He's the sort of guy that you could race anywhere in the world, in any car you like, and he'd do a good job.
And the amazing thing is, I think he's actually older than I am, Darrell, and he's still out there racing, winning races, competitive, fit as a fiddle, and enjoying it, enjoying his motor racing.
Takes the checkered flag there, acknowledges the win. Jimmy Richards, car number 2, the Bright Eyes car. Terrific job from him. 2nd place. Eddie Albanenka, it should be in 2nd place in car 2, or is he 3rd place? Let's have a look. No, it's Richards changed, and Albanenka was in 3rd place. So Jane managed to retain his 2nd place. That just shows you how far he had on him. Now, here's Jane here, and here's the lose. There it is. Whoa, Terry Wyhoon, he knocked the tyres around a little bit in the middle of the track there too. Backs into him, pushes him back off the track. He's done the right thing.
That's the corner that caught out so many cars in practice this morning, and even in qualifying in Formula 1 this afternoon. So there's something going on down there that nobody can explain.
Alrighty, so Jimmy Richards now works his way around the back part of the circuit, acknowledges the flag marshals, and just letting everybody say thank you for all of your help. Let's do the read up for you, because it got a little bit confusing at the end there. Jimmy Richards in the Chevrolet was 1st. Kim Jane Chevrolet was 2nd. Albalenka in the Chevrolet was 3rd. So that's a pretty big result for Chevy. Terry Wyhoon, even though he had that spin, came in 4th. Elliott in the Chevy was 5th, and Lance in a Ford was 6th. And we'll take a break here from Albert Park. Great to be at your part of the world. Stay with us, a lot more coming your way.
7:30 Monday. Which one of these friends
Oh my God!
will discover the truth about Monica and Chandler? Friends, Monday 7:30 before Jesse on Win Television.
Watch outdoor Supercross under lights for the first time in Tasmania. On Saturday night, March 13th at the Premier Speedway, you'll catch the State of Origin clash between Victoria and Tasmania. On Sunday the 14th, see 100 of Australia's road racers dice it out at the Shell Advanced Superbike Championship at Baskerville Raceway. See second-generation stars Scott Gamble and Shannon Johnson reignite the battle that AJ and Wally brought to the track in the 80s. Don't miss this amazing doubleheader, March 13th and 14th.
Spend $30 at Coles and get a 2-cent per litre discount at participating mobile service stations. Fill in an entry form at Mobile and return it to Coles for your chance to win one of $120 Coles gift vouchers each month. So hurry into Coles and Mobile and shop and win today.
Pay a little each week and you can get what you want today from these Coogan stores. Start enjoying the benefits of this Prodigy computer system for a low $24.96 per week. Hook up to this Super Canon colour printer or create colour scans of your own for $2.55 each. For serious entertainment, look at this Sony PlayStation package, now only $6.22 per week. And create space with the Canon Multipass colour printer, copier scanner and fax, all in one for $10.77 per week with no deposit required. Take a look today.
Australian auto wholesalers have Hobart's best range of quality used cars at wholesale prices. There's always new stock arriving, so join the hundreds of people who have bought here and saved. Australian Auto Wholesalers, Brisbane Street.
Introducing Yoplait Light Yogurt. So creamy, so fruity, so light, with less than 0.5% fat. Light, oui. Yoplait, it's French for yogurt.
Sunday, March 7th is the 10th Clean Up Australia Day. So turn up at your local park, beach or creek to register or pick up a form at any NRMA, McDonald's or TNT outlet. Hey, it's our 10th birthday and all we really want is your present.
8 o'clock Monday.
They're treasure map panties. You follow this little trail, it leads you right to the... Okay, my son's here.
It's a wicked weekend away.
35 couples have conceived in this room. You did bring the...
Oh, yes. Jesse following Friends, Monday at 8 on Win.
Beautifully smooth, clean lap from Häkkinen, and it looks to me as though the Finn has done it. Has
he? I think he might just nick this, you know. Yes, he does.
Half a second. That is a mega lap from Mika Häkkinen.
A mega lap indeed. It was the last lap of qualifying. It was the fastest lap of qualifying, which means the defending champion Mika Häkkinen will start in pole position tomorrow in the 1999 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. He finished half a second ahead of his teammate, the McLaren driver David Coulthard, who for a brief second punched the air and thought he had, in fact, stolen pole position. And then the great Michael Schumacher in the Ferrari was magnificent today in a lot of ways. He didn't have the fastest car by any stretch of the imagination, but was still able to grab third place on the grid tomorrow. Let's catch up and hear from the big three now. Häkkinen, Coulthard and the Ferrari driver Schumacher after qualifying.
Congratulations, gentlemen. The first three for the first qualifying session of 1999. Mika, a fantastic qualifying performance there. You must be very pleased with both yourself and the new car.
I am pleased. We're extremely pleased. I mean, we're actually sitting here in the same order there we were here last. Well, not exactly the same than last year, but yes, I'm very pleased. The performance of the car was absolutely brilliant during qualifying, and that's a thank you for the engineers and designers what they have done during the winter, and they have done a fabulous work, and all the people in the factory, and it's just brilliant work. So they've done their homework.
Thank you. David, you're among one of a number of drivers who had off-track excursions. Is it very hard to find the limit with these new tyres?
It's once you find it, it's quite difficult to bring the car back. And I had a little spin in my first run, and was lucky to be able to get it out of the gravel and have another crack at it. So I'm left sitting here, you know, believing I could have gone a bit quicker, but just ran out of time, and there you go. You know, well done to Mika.
Are you very disappointed to have lost pole position?
Well, it's an advantage to have the pole, especially within a team, because you get called over pit stops and things like that. So it is an important thing. You get a few metres ahead before the first corner, but there's still some work to do yet. It's a long race.
Thank you. Michael, you've improved a lot from this morning, but you're still 1.3 seconds behind the McLarens. Is that the limit for the car at the moment?
I wouldn't call it the limit of the car. I would say that we have done a lot of work for reliability reasons and not really looking for the performance of the car. And in actual fact, we struggled to get the performance out of the car because it has potential, and we know that. But we didn't use it this weekend due to several reasons, which we experienced this weekend first time. But obviously, going away from here, we know what our next work will be.
What is the biggest problem you have currently?
It's no point talking about it, to be honest.
Thank you. Mika, you're in almost exactly the same situation as you were last year with the two of you on the front row. Will there be another first corner agreement?
What do you think?
Only if I can win this time.
We'll tell you tomorrow. Maybe.
Well, they didn't tell us last year, and Alan Jones, the punters, were bleeding after the race last year, particularly those who'd backed David Coulthard. He had the race won. Of course, we know that. We've been through it again. Do you think there will be team driving tomorrow, or can we just now expect and accept that that's what happens?
Well, I mean, technically by law they're not meant to do it because they've been issued now that everyone's got to go out there and run for it. But Eddie Irvine's very famous at having brake problems when he's in front of Schumacher with a couple of laps to go.
Funny that.
But at the end of the day, it's a team sport, and I guess if you were Ron Dennis and you were halfway around the other side of the world and your cars were romping off in the distance, you'd want to have a nice little finish without any aggravation of them racing each other and having an accident. So I guess there will always be team orders in a team.
We're going out to Flemington in a moment, and Simon O'Donnell, the bookmakers are out there. Tell you what, Ferrari found an extra leg in horse parlance late today.
Yes, and everybody over in the paddock wants to know how.
Yeah. Any theories?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of vicious rumours going around. The thing, as I say, electronics play a very important part in Formula One, and you know, there's some vicious people running around suggesting they might have even hooked up a bit of traction control or something. But I don't know. I mean, the thing with Ferrari, they do have a habit of just being able to find speed with the car, and they've certainly done it to the closing stage of the qualifying. And
tonight, what will Ferrari do? What do you think they can do to catch up that nearly 1.5 seconds they need to?
Well, as Schumacher said, they'll concentrate on getting the car to be reliable. He is a fantastic race driver. There's no doubt about that. He'll carry the gauntlet to them as long as it takes. But they'll just do checks on the car all tonight and make sure everything's hunky-dory for tomorrow.
And maybe pray for rain.
Yeah, well, and there's a slight chance of that. And if it does rain, he's still a big bet.
All right, well, let's go out to Simon O'Donnell now. I'm sure Simon's had a good look at the bookies boards to see who he's going to back in the Formula One. But before we get to that, Simon, of course, it's the time-honoured Newmarket Handicap today, $500,000 race. Group 1, Toledo, the top weight and the favourite. But I tell you what, you can throw a blanket over... there's a number of horses out there that have good chances going into this race.
Yeah, you certainly could, Ed. It's going to be a wonderful 126th running of the Newmarket Handicap, $500,000 up for grabs. Let's take a look at the market, and Eddie mentioned Toledo. He's well in the betting at the moment, $10.30 for the win. Flavour at $21, Elman Saw at $20, Dantalar at $9.40. Bawalaksana, I've been practicing that for half an hour, is at $15. Paint at $21. Iska, plenty of money for Iska. Last up winners had a cold, seemed to punters to think that the horse has recovered completely. Scandinavia at $26, very long odds for Scandinavia, a horse that performs well at this level. Theatre from Rick Lacey, the Rick Lacey stable at $17. Bomber Bill at $15. Natoir is not given much of a chance at $80. Tauke is at $23. El Morada from the Bart Cummings camp at $19. Magic Music at $50. Paris Dream from the Graham Rogerson stable at $25. Rainbow Bubbles is at $15. Another one of the Bart Cummings runners. Declare from Robbie Griffiths, $34. Darrahim at $69. City Kid, there's been a little bit of a sniff for City Kid from the Peter Hayes camp, $9.50. Della Vista, $134. Little Lucifer, $145. And Normal Practice, all the way from Goulburn, Normal Practice has just drifted a little to $34. Well, they're behind the gates for the time-honoured Newmarket Handicap, and it should be an absolute beauty. All the so-called experts around the place are saying that really out of all the 22 runners, they're giving 18 or 19 of them a definite chance of winning this race. There's Jimmy Cassidy on top of Dantelar. She's got to be one of the top chances to win this race. The horses that have moved in the market, as I said earlier, there's been money for Iska. She's gone from $5.70 into $5.60. City Kid, there's been a bit of a nibble, gone from 10s into $9.20. Dantelar, Jimmy Cassidy's mount at $9.30. Toledo from the Russell Cameron stable. He is a class sprinter. He's $10 on the markets, come in from 11. Bomber Bill, 16s into $14. And Balawakasana, I've practiced that for half an hour, I'm not getting any better, is at $15. So they're the movers in the market. And the horses are just making their way down to the barrier. It's the straight 6 here at Flemington, 1,200 metres. There's no turn to be negotiated. It's very much a specialty sprinting course. And a lot of horses don't handle it, particularly if they haven't been up the straight before. And we saw here on Tuesday morning at Flemington 2 lots of trials, all filled with Newmarket runners, just to give them a look at the straight, get them used to not cornering all the horses that have come from Sydney, and also obviously a lot of the horses here in Melbourne. This is the only straight track they actually have to negotiate. Moonee Valley, Sandown and also Caulfield are tracks that all have a corner, so it is very difficult for a horse racing first time up the straight, and these horses all had a look at it, or the majority of these horses all had a look on Tuesday morning, and particularly the ones that hadn't been up the straight before. I'm sure their trainers and jockeys would have appreciated their mounts having a look. There's Scandinavia with Greg Hall on board. She's had her problems. I suppose Scandinavia, again Tuesday morning at these trials, she wouldn't go into the barrier, and they're having a few problems again. Now, blinkers and pacifiers have been fitted. Probably not the ideal preparation for a Group 1 race, seeing a horse have so many gear changes, but she is always competitive at this level, and you should be looking for her to be finishing strong in the end. Danny Nikolic having a ripper run at the moment, particularly with the Rick Lacey stable. He's moved to Sydney and has done very well up there, has come down, and he rode the Blue Diamond winner last Saturday, and again he's on the Rick Lacey trained theatre in this race. So can they keep it happening? Greg Hall is actually dismounted, so Scandinavia is causing a few problems out behind the gates. There's number 5, Bawalaksana, now all the way from New Zealand. Lance O'Sullivan on board. Paul O'Sullivan, his brother, his older brother, is the trainer. Dave O'Sullivan, the father of both those boys. He was the leading trainer in New Zealand. He's since retired, and Paul has taken over the reins. He's doing a sensational job. No Kiwi horse has ever won this Newmarket Handicap, so it'll be something that the Kiwis would like to put another notch in their belt. They've won a lot of staying races here in this country, but they haven't won as many of the sprinting races.
Simon, I understand that Theatre had a bit of trouble with Scandinavia last time at Flemington, getting a little bit fractious, a bit coltish there.
We've all been down that road, Ed. I think Theatre actually appreciated Scandinavia being next door. Now, Theatre being a colt, he's probably got the testosterone level quite high, yeah. And Scandinavia being a very attractive mare. I think, I wasn't sure whether he actually asked her to go out a little bit later on, but he definitely must have put her off, because, as I mentioned before, they had enormous problems with her on Tuesday morning getting her into the gates, and they've had a few problems here again today.
Well, let's hope that Theatre can keep his mind on the job. Rick Lacey says that he hopes that Danny Nikolic, or has ordered Danny Nikolic to take that horse down the flat side today. You don't expect any changes to that plan?
No, you don't, but I suppose the difficult thing is theatre out of 15. It really depends where the middle horses, now there's 22 horses in this race, where basically from 8 to 13 want to go, and that really dictates where your horse has got to go in the race. So those barriers are the interesting ones. For a horse that, you know, can just settle off them and go his own way, that's fine, but you do find in these 6 furlong races, the straight 6, that horses really jump and run, and there's not a lot of room for manoeuvring after the start, and you really got to go where the other jockeys will take you when you're drawn in a barrier such as 15.
Well, I just saw Toledo going in there with Damien Oliver on board in barrier 19. And Simon, a horse that I've liked, particularly during the spring, Bomber Bill, was fantastic on final day, on Emirates Stakes Day. And, also from the Saddler stable, Scandinavia stablemate, one to be considered in this race, like so many others.
Yeah, he certainly is, Ed. And as you said earlier, you could throw a blanket over probably 15 or 18 of these horses and give them and make genuine reasons of why they could win this race. So, look, I think Bomber Bill, this is his biggest test. He had an enormous record in Western Australia before he came over here to Melbourne, and he's done well here in Melbourne. He's won up the straight. He won the Hilton on the Park during the spring. That's El Mansour going up. So we're just about all set to go for the 126th running of the Newmarket. Here's our caller, Greg Miles.
They're racing, and Escatauke began well towards the inside with Darahim and Dantalar. Now Magic Music's gone across towards the inside, and so is Theatre and Scandinavia. Out on the grandstand side, and there's about a handful coming out this way, with Natois, one of the first out, pouncing on the front ahead of Bawalexana and El Mansour. Rainbow Bubbles and Toledo is out there as well, and Paris Dream is last of those down the grandstand side. On the flat, and Iska had taken up the running, and it's the flat side leading. It's Iska in front of Magic Music and Paint. Darahim just behind them with City Kid going forward ahead of it, and then Dantalar and Scandinavia. Flavour in behind them on the inside, followed by Theatre already under pressure from Bomber Bill, and they're followed then by, back behind those horses, is Della Vista down the outside from Normal Practice, Little Lucifer, Tauke, El Morado, one of the last with Declare, and Toledo leads on the grandstand side ahead of Bawalexana, but at the 200 metres on the flats, well in front, it's Iska the leader. Iska in front of the Newmarket from Dantalar and Paint. There's 100 to go. Iska in front of Dantalar, Paint, and here comes El Morado with a big run. It's Iska in front. She's tired, but she'll hold on. Iska's won at the Mighty Filly Scores from Dantalar. Normal Practice flew home, I think, grabbed third from El Morado. Della Vista in behind those to finish then was Little Lucifer, followed by Paint, Scandinavia, Declare and Tauke. The grandstand side were well behind them. Bawalexana, Toledo and El Mansour out there. Back behind these horses were Flavour, followed by Darahim. Theatre struggling a long way out from Paris Dream. City Kid never a chance. Bawalexana. Bomber Bill towards the end with Magic Music, Rainbow Bubbles and Natois.
Well, what a wonderful effort from Peter Hayes and Greg Childs to get this 3-year-old filly over the line. A tough Group 1 race, and here she is. She's led from go to woe. Dantalar coming out of the pack. You'll see there the grey Jimmy Cassidy wailing everything he possibly can, but too good. Iska, the 3-year-old filly by Rory's Jester, was too good at the end of the day. $5.20 and $2.40 for Iska. Dantalar, $3.20, ridden by Jimmy Cassidy. And I think you'll find for third, possibly number 22, Normal Practice, $8.50. And what a wonderful run, all the way from Goulburn, Normal Practice. But Iska, far too good. What a wonderful effort from Peter Hayes. The Rory's Jester filly, a 3-year-old, the victor in the 126th running of the Newmarket Handicap. That's it from Flemington for the moment. We'll be back with more from the Melbourne Grand Prix after the break.
Tonight on Win News. Bill Clinton apologises for the Italian cable car tragedy, lawyers slam the loss of legal aid for civil cases, and the Carl Vinson back again.
Join the Win News team tonight, best at 6.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull. Hey!
After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorbers, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralph!
Nationwide and fully guaranteed, no leaks, no worries, no rest. For the men on the land, for the people in town, fiberglass will never let you down. Tank well, we make a world of difference. Tank well.
If I kept driving a Commodore like this, I'd probably cook the engine, because to simulate a busted radiator, I've removed the radiator hose. What's amazing is that Falcon's new Intec 6 engine knows it. A cylinder head sensor has detected the temperature rise and is compensating by progressively shutting down the cylinders. So in circumstances like this, I can still reach help without damaging the engine. It's clever technology and it makes Falcon the smart buy.
For over 70 years, Australian children have been growing strong and healthy on Angel veggies.
Now it's easier to make the yogurt that works wonders on the inside part of your daily routine. Nestle LC1 4-pack. Look for it in your supermarket dairy case.
Call 1800 034 034 to join in the Community Aid Abroad Walk Against Want.
It'd be very irresponsible of me while you're cornering to do this, wouldn't it?
I expect to win and to have a whole lot of supermodels pouring over me with champagne. And
We're all gonna die!
Have you noticed how my hair is staying in place?
I'm Natalie Imbruglia.
Hi, my name is Jeff Jantz.
There's some real maniacs, Damon. I'm very scared of you.
As Michelle Timms should be too. Dermot Brereton out there carrying on. He and Steve Weishart have got the serious pills on at the moment. They've decided to throw away the inboard cameras to concentrate on qualifying to see if they can get closest to the front of the grid for the BMW Celebrity Challenge. This is the qualifying sessions at the moment, and well, Red Simons, who has been booed every time he's gone onto the track today. He better fire up because Hey Hey It's Saturday, of course, on the 9 network. Oh, here's a couple already getting out of shape, Alan.
Deary me.
And let's have a closer look to see who that is. That is car number 25. That is Rick Burnett from Brisbane Extra. So Rick showing that this is a four-wheel drive convertible getting out of there at the moment. So Rick is the first to find the kitty. A little bit of a wave there at the back.
Oh, I think a few of the aspirations are going to get away from their ability.
Yeah, Monty Dwyer doing very well to get back on there from the Today Show. The weatherman also giving the crowd a bit of a wave there. I like that.
Very cool.
Very confident. And Natalie Imbruglia, well, can she stay left of the middle? In fact, she did stay left of the middle there. And right of the middle, and round again. Oh, Natalie.
Touch of the Hackenans.
Well, she has absolutely got out of shape there, Natalie. And I tell you what, her car's certainly torn.
Oh, well, she's seeing the funny side of it. Anyway, that took about 5 minutes, that accident.
Fantastic. So Natalie Imbruglia enjoying herself there, and well, she'll have to ring her good friend Jacques Villeneuve tonight to get some driving tips, I think.
She thinks it's a hell of a laugh.
There's Red. Have a look at him. Just out for a social drive. He's even got a sneer on in the car. That's fantastic. One of the great men of Australian television, Red Simons, of course, the former bass player out of the Skyhooks, the super group of the 70s. And now, of course, the resident villain of Hey Hey It's Saturday now in its 27th year, and Daryl and all the team will be broadcasting live tonight to the Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix here at Albert Park with special guests, a number of the drivers and the celebrities involved. But these cars are pretty handy cars to be flogging around a track, particularly the way Natalie was.
Well, I think they're the quickest ones that we've had so far. I mean, in terms of the cars supplied, and Mr. Uwe Hartmann from BMW will have all his fingers and toes crossed, I would imagine, until the end of this race.
Well, if you see a red one that's going cheap next week, I'm tipping I know which one it is. But they're worth about, what are they, $88,000?
87, nearly 88,000. They weigh 305 kilos, which is about 45 kilos lighter than the V8 supercars.
Well, that's Rob Sitch there from the panel, and Rob does a bit of go-karting as well. So Rob, apart from being a doctor, a film director, a star of a show, of course one of the star actors in the Frontline series, has a bit of time as well to muck around with the cars, and Rob is one of the favourites here. I think that could well be Dermot Brereton right behind him there, but certainly Rob Sitch, a very versatile performer from the panel, and he's driving pretty well.
Major dark horse.
Very much so. He's one to look out for. We'll have to look and see what the times are like as Rob comes around the corner. Holding a pretty good line too and looking
nice
very
and neat
serious.
And clean, yep. He's got the radio on. They've all got their aerials up.
So Rob Sitch getting around there in the magnificent BMWs. A great race this. I had the pleasure, Alan, of driving in 1991. It was the wet day in Adelaide. And I remember there was a big spin out and I was about 15th off the grid, and suddenly I was in about 4th spot and very keen on my chances until Glenn Shorrock just gave me a nudge, and into the wall I went. And I think I was the only red-blooded Australian male ever to yell out, "Get out of the way," to Elle Macpherson. Glenn Robbins, another member of the panel and an old colleague of mine off the grill team on Triple M, doing pretty well. And Glennie, a great man, of course, has...
Whoa, hang on to her.
Once again, that's Rob Sitch. So Rob doing well to get back on the course there. Gives the thumbs up. Rebecca Harris from Animal Hospital on the 9 network, holding a nice clean line too.
Of course, they're all just trying to be as nice and clean and as neat as they can because they all want to be up the front of the grid. And if I was racing against half these, I think I'd want to be at the front of the grid too and do a very quick start.
Here's Rob Sitch going around the
look,
corner.
What's he done? A bit of oversteer, a bit of correction. There's the old go-karting experience coming. Oh, a bit of overcorrection.
I can tell you one thing about these celebrity drivers. They spend all week having a lot of fun together. They muck around. They ham it up for the news services and for the TV and all the rest of it, Alan. But they're out there to kill each other. They, not literally, of course. They are desperate to win.
You've heard the saying, when the flag drops. I won't say the rest.
We'll take a break, though. We'll come back with more fun from the amateur hour of celebrity qualifying when we bring you back to Albert Park right here on Nine's Wide Water Sports.
Stingers in peril.
We're making money. We're making money.
A crime syndicate has stolen a license to print money.
The governor of the Reserve Bank wouldn't know the difference.
They put one stinger in hospital.
This guy should be dragged in on assault charges.
And another has talked her way inside.
We pull out all stops until we find her.
Now it's just a matter of getting out.
I'd like to leave now.
You've only just started, mate.
As Oscar slips into a coma, the new series of Stingers, Monday 8:30 on Win Television.
Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk.
For all your mobile and telecommunication needs.
Let's talk.
G'day, Brocky here. With advanced V6 technology, Holden Commodore uses less fuel than Falcon. Another reason why Commodore is Australia's most popular car.
She's shorter off TV. But she can eat anything she wants.
Something light. Chicken, breast only, grilled, carrot, tomato, lettuce, and herb dressing.
McDonald's grilled chicken burger.
Finished?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Deliciously light from first to last bite.
David Gates, the voice of bread.
One night only at the Rest Point Casino, Tuesday, March the 9th. Don't miss David Gates of Bread. Book on 6221 1700 or at Entertainment 6234 5998.
At Target, we realise that not all women are the same. Some have long legs, some have shorter ones, and some have a different shape altogether. In our experience, there's no such thing as the average woman. Every woman is unique, and at Target, we treat them that way. We have a range of clothes to fit just about everybody. So no matter what shape or size you are, if you're a woman, get into Target.
Remember, you can make a meal of fantastic noodles in less time than this commercial break.
Fantastic noodles, Australian company with authentic Asian recipe.
For over 2,000 years, the Chinese have been defining the art of circus. And now, China's finest performers are on their way to Tasmania in the return of the world's greatest circus. 20 breathtaking new acts, 70 performers, and over 200 costumes in the world premiere arena production of the Great China Circus. Coming to Launceston and Hobart from April 21 for a strictly limited season.
Welcome back as the qualifying for the celebrity race, the BMW celebrity race, continues. Rebecca Harris from Annabelle Hospital.
Too much bias on the back.
Look at Rebecca, she's kicked up a bit of turf there as well. And it's inboard. There's Dermot Brereton, the 5-time Hawthorn Premiership player.
He's just gone around, that boy.
There he goes. Well, we'll leave him there and we'll go now to Sydney for this afternoon's Rosehill Gardens races. The focus for the students of the turf, where Simon O'Donnell has the market for race 6, the Canterbury Guineas. Scuba.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ed. You're having a lot of fun in here, and we're going to have some fun from Rosehill Gardens. Now, the Canterbury Guineas, let's take a quick look at the totes. They're just about to jump, actually. We might even skip the totes, and the two that have been in the market are Arena and Lawyer, 240 apiece. El Deuce, 25, Arimathea. They're gone. Let's go to Terry Bailey.
Dominant position settling. Lawyer's not far away. Final Fantasy out in the centre, starting to go forward. Doyle is wide and in danger's out 7 deep and starting to travel up. York's about to take the big Danehill horse to the front on the first bend. In Danger goes to the front. Final Fantasy second. The New Zealander Doyle third, and he's reefing against the rider. They were followed by El Duche settling fourth on the inside of Arena, 2 lengths away Lawyer. He's between runners, Able Master wide going up, and Dye improves quickly. He's gone past Arena on Lawyer, he's moved around them swiftly. He's gone up to second at the 1200 metres mark. Christopherson well back in the field with Baramathea, and last of all is Go Joy. Lawyer the leader, 1100 metres to go in the Canterbury Guineas. He goes to the front, Dye, a daring ride, leads 2 lengths now as they cast the 1,000 astern. Second at the moment in Danger. Final Fantasy third. El Duche on the fence. 2 lengths away. Arena balancing up nicely in the run. He's centre field. He's on the outside of Doyle. They were followed by Able Master. Then Go Joy Christopherson. And the Queenslander Arimathea last of all at the 700. Lawyer in front. York going up to pester him on in Danger. 2 lengths away. Final Fantasy. El Duche's had a good run. The Kiwi on the fence. And Arena starting to track into the race. 3 deep. A length further away to Doyle Christopherson. Able Master. Go Joy and Arimathea whip them in. On the bend in the Canterbury Guineas. In Danger's upsides now with Lawyer. Coming to the outside and running on well. Then would have been Final Fantasy. And here's Arena starting to come down the centre. At the 250, Lawyer in front. Arena's drawn alongside of him. They're going to fight it out from Final Fantasy and Danger. It's on the inside Lawyer. The outside Arena. Arena gained the upper hand with 50 metres left to go. Lawyer's coming again. Cassidy and Dye. Arena and Lawyer. Lawyer the inside. Arena does best and wins the Canterbury Guineas from Lawyer. Third might be El Duche from Final Fantasy, then Arimathea and Able Master wide out on the track. Christopherson next from further back in the field, pulling up quickly in Danger with Go Joy, and last of all would have been Doyle.
Well, the smart money was completely correct. They all went for Arena and Lawyer, both horses just before the jump, showing 240 on the tote. And here they both go to the line. Larry Cassidy on Arena in the pink and Shane Dye on Lawyer. Some bold tactics over the back from Shane Dye, sending Lawyer to the front. Wasn't happy with the pace. Arena had the sit on him, and has Larry Cassidy just got him home? Terry Bailey thinks so. A game effort from Lawyer on the inside in the yellow. Arena in the cerise on the outside. They're coming towards the line now, both stride for stride. Shane Dye throwing everything at Lawyer. Arena on the outside in the cerise could be the one to just get the margin. It's going to be a very close photo. El Deuce is the one that finished on strongly for third, but all the interest is on the first two, Arena and Lawyer. There it is there, and I think you're going to see that the top weight Arena from the John Hawkes camp is the one that is going to get the photo just in front of Lawyer. A game effort from Lawyer in second place. A great lead up for these two horses leading into an AJC Derby campaign, but a wonderful race. The smart money was right. Arena is the horse that has won the Canterbury Guineas. A sensational effort from two excellent horses. Larry Cassidy bringing Arena back to scale. The clerk of the course giving him a hand, and I'm sure that horse will know he's been in a race. There's connections from the John Hawkes camp. They'll be more than happy. And there it is. It's official. Arena $2.40 and $1.20. Lawyer $1.20. El Deuce was third. And what a wonderful lead up to the AJC Derby, Ed.
Simon, yes, and what a great ride there by Larry Cassidy, just holding out Shane Dye. Let's go back to the other racing at the moment, and this is the celebrity qualifying. Once again, Ben Mendelsohn, one of Australia's great actors out there at the moment, acting the part of Fangio, and Barbie, who's celebrating 40 years around the world and having a bit of a spin there. And, well, we'll see what happens with Barbie here, if she can get the car back out on the road, the nice pink car, and looking beautiful and waving to the crowd. Car number 9 is Monty Dwyer from the Today Show, and Monty's off again. It's just the second or the third time he's been off, and we see him out of the studio quite a bit, so we see him off the track quite a bit here today. But he's not the only one. The Formula One drivers are having a bit of a trouble there too. One of Australia's greatest ever women basketballers, Michelle Timms. Every which way but loose there for Michelle. She's been a fantastic... well, she's a life member of the WNBA. There's the Premier of Victoria, Jeff Kennett, and of course Ron Walker, the head of the Formula One Grand Prix here in Australia. And coming around now, we see Rob Sitch from the panel again, one of the better drivers in the race. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be speaking to a bloke who does know how to drive, Mark Webber. He'll be next, right here on Wide World of Sport.
Looking for a wrap?
Monday night on State Coroner.
Close the door! We gotta get everyone out.
Where's Nigel?
State Coroner, 9:30 Monday on Win Television.
Success in motor racing is reliant on a team of individuals with complementary skills and talents working as one. Every member of that team must be totally committed to a common goal, much like our approach to banking. When you become a Trust Bank client, you become part of our team. Because nothing worthwhile is achieved without teamwork. We call it Gold Star Banking.
Australian auto wholesalers have Hobart's best range of quality used cars at wholesale prices. There's always new stock arriving, so join the hundreds of people who have bought here and saved. Australian Auto Wholesalers, Brisbane Street.
Copper top, carrot head, simply red, it's your time to shine. Towhead, lemon drop, corn crop, it's your time to shine. Brown bombshell, raven hair, chocolate eclair, it's your time to shine. Pantene.
Take the time, shine. Take the time, make the time to shine.
The color of a rain-filled cloud. Nice, huh? It's rubbish. Where's your best salmon? John West. Running bear with eagle eye. Huh? Our name for John West. He spots the best salmon and grabs it. Oh. We also have a name for the man who tries to sell salmon that Running Bear rejects. What's that? Dumb.
It's the salmon John West reject that makes John West the best.
These guys are little champions. They pity big dogs.
I say, heck, those big dogs aren't as smart or as fast, and they can't go where we can go. Those little legs just go, go, go.
Small dogs use more energy than big dogs. That's why Pedigree Pal has created new Little Champions. For little dogs with big hearts. Developed with vets, recommended by top breeders.
For the largest range, visit a Montauk showroom today.
Paul Crombie, AFL footballer, in your dreams.
Jason Pepper, Olympic diver, in your dreams.
Dave Brewer, captain of my ship, in your dreams.
That's what dreams are made of.
The mystery, a male's vital body part.
It is what it is. It's hard to believe that he hasn't been missed by someone.
Was it an act of jealousy, revenge, or murder?
Do you think I'm capable?
I pushed you far enough.
All new Water Rats, 8:30 Tuesday on Win.
Celebrity race, and there goes Big Derm in that famous number 23 Dermot Brereton from the Footy Show, my colleague there, and of course Triple M Footy as well. And he's rocking more than footy at the moment, Dermot. Let's have a look at this facial expression, because here's a man who does not know the meaning of the word fear. Maybe not the word sense either sometimes, the way he used to play his football, Dermot, but there's no doubt about it, he'll be having a real go tomorrow in the Celebrity Challenge for BMW. Well, Australia's Mark Webber led the FIA GT World Championship for much of the 98 season, only to lose it in the shadows of the post to Mercedes teammate Ricardo Zonta. While Zonta has since stepped up to Formula One, Webber's talent has not gone unnoticed by team bosses. So much so that he's tipped in many circles to make that much prized graduation sooner rather than later. Meantime, he's more than happy to be back in Australia, soaking up the atmosphere of his home Grand Prix. And Mark joins me now. Good afternoon, mate.
How are you, mate?
How are you enjoying it?
Very good. I mean, it's great to be back here in Australia. It's the most important week of the year for me, really, in terms of being off-track activity, because all the European guys are out here, all the Formula One team bosses and personnel, and it's great to see them come out here and enjoy our country and the way we put on the event. It's such a popular race, the first event of the season, watched by millions and millions of people in Europe. It's great.
How much of the pressing of the flesh is so important to get a drive in Formula One? OK, we know you've got the talent, and we've seen that. We've seen some drivers today who have got a drive in Formula One who might be better off not being out there at the moment. Is it disappointing for you to sit here at your home Grand Prix and see some guys go around who you would probably, well, think that you have got more ability than?
Yeah, I mean, it's Formula One has been like that for quite a while. I mean, it's at the moment I feel I still have a bit more to learn anyway, even if the budget and support was there at the moment. But it's very important to make sure the timing is right. You only get one chance at Formula One. You can be in and out very, very quickly. But for sure, there is some drivers who have very, very big backing from their countries, and they're very proud to see their drivers race in Formula One. So, but I'm very happy with what's ahead for this season. I've had some great talks in the pits this weekend with some people down there. They're very happy with what I've been doing for Mercedes-Benz, and I'm happy. We're absolutely on plan, and I'm trying very hard.
It is a big jump though, isn't it? We've seen Ricardo Zonta today in 19th position on the grid, all the money in the world in the BAR team, although it is its first Formula One race, so you have to make some consideration for that fact. But it is a huge step up, isn't it? And when you see Zonta, do you feel envious, or do you think, well, I'm only a step away?
Yeah, well, it's Formula One is the ultimate. You know, there's nothing really close to it in terms of performance of the cars, and that's why it's so great that people can come and watch these cars here. They're so fast, and when we race Formula 3 and GTs and those sort of cars, everything else, that's why it's such a great step and such a great goal and ambition for us to drive Formula 1. But we should point out with Ricardo that he didn't get many laps today, and yesterday he had a bad run with the car, and Villeneuve's only in 11th, and he's a world champion. So the car is, they've got to find a little bit more time there. Aussie designers have done a great job. It's really a big effort to come into Formula 1 to start straight out.
No, they've got a huge future, no doubt about that. When you see the driver Jenny today, who was off the track more than he was on it, he's an accountant who's now become a driver. How much money, if I was to give you a blank cheque, not from me, from maybe Kerry Packer maybe, give you a chance, how much would you have to fill out to get a drive for you to walk into someone and say, right, I can go and here's a cheque?
Well, I think it depends obviously on the team, but maybe Australian dollars, maybe $6 million he has paid maybe for that drive for the season.
So how do you get $6 million? I mean,
that's a question that we're trying to work out where these drivers get it from. It's very, very difficult, and it's it's a lot of money, you know. So we're very, very happy with how things, like I said, have gone here. We've got some great support at Ron Walker, Jeff Kennett, the people. They can see what it would be for the event, and we're trying very, very hard. And also for myself, I've got to do, okay, one race here in Melbourne, but also there's 15 other Grand Prix that I want to compete in myself and prove myself in the highest level. In your Formula 3 career, you ran out of money one time, and David Campese, the great Australian rugby union player, came to your help. What was the connection there? Yeah, well, Campo was born in Queanbeyan as well, where I was born, and he played a small amount of football with my father when Dad was sort of leaving rugby union in the Queanbeyan Whites there, and we tried to link up with Campo quite early in my career, and he was always a little bit difficult to get involved with him, but then we really were with our back against the wall and we're getting good results, and then we ran out of money, and Campo said, look, here you go, we'll keep you surviving for the next few races, and it was fantastic of him to do that. And then we ran out again, and then Mercedes-Benz or Daimler Chrysler now in Europe backed me to finish the rest of the year. So I was very, very fortunate in those circumstances last year, 97.
Mark, you continue to carry the flag for Australia overseas. We saw this week Motorsports Person of the Year and International Motorsports Person of the Year. So he's picking up the award from CAMS. A great thrill for you, back-to-back both awards. So you've maintained your level of excellence, and I suppose that now is just you must be itching to take that next step.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy because it's when you go over there, it's my 4th year next year to racing in Europe, and to the rest. I was very happy with the awards, but also I was really happy with the reception I got from my peers. You know, I think they're excited with what I'm doing. We do have some tremendously talented drivers in Australia, and it's just a matter of getting over there and sticking it out and doing the hard work and the hard grind. So I was really happy to get the awards. It was good. Good on you, mate. Congratulations on another great season overseas. We hope that the next time we see you is out here, certainly the next couple of years, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. I hope so, and I'm really pushing hard for myself and for Australia to be great. Good on you, Mark. Thanks very much for joining us up here in the commentary box. Mark Webber. This is the Qantas Australian Grand Prix on qualifying Saturday. We'll have more in a moment.
It's racing.
We've got a big show.
Tonight, Warren Beatty on his new movie. Natalie Imbruglia, Vanessa May, Bare Naked Ladies. Plus, Mick Doohan at the Grand Prix circuit. Hey, it's Saturday, tonight on Win Television.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull. Hey!
After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorbers, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralf!
Watch Outdoor Supercross under lights for the first time in Tasmania. On Saturday night, March 13th at the Premier Speedway, you'll catch the State of Origin clash between Victoria and Tasmania. On Sunday the 14th, see 100 of Australia's road racers dice it out at the Shell Advanced Superbike Championship at Baskerville Raceway. See second-generation stars Scott Gamble and Shannon Johnson reignite the battle that AJ and Wally brought to the track in the 80s. Don't miss this amazing doubleheader, March 13th and 14th.
Spend $30 at Coles and get a 2 cent per litre discount at participating mobile service stations. Fill in an entry form at Mobile and return it to Coles for your chance to win one of 100 $20 Coles gift vouchers each month. So hurry into Coles and Mobile and shop and win today.
Mr. Reg Barnes of Richmond writes, Rusty, I need help with all the fiddly jobs around my house. Well, Reg, let's go to the video. You need this Butte Dremel Multi-Pro. With Dremel's range of attachments, you can grind, sand, polish, even cut nails.
Get the know-how
On Dremel at home.
Office Network have moved to new premises in Moona. You'll still receive the same great service and super deals you've come to expect. Our education multimedia package is perfect for your first computer and comes with 3 months unlimited internet connection, quality software and colour printer. Just check this amazing low price. This offer is for a limited time only, and you can take your new computer home today. Office Network, now in Derwent Park Road, Moona. Here's that number to remember, 132383.
Space. Space to stretch out. Space for the family. Space to take everything with you. Ford Explorer from $39,990 with air.
Once you pop, you can't stop.
Michael Schumacher not in the Ferrari he'll be driving tomorrow from third place on the grid, but in one that I tell you what I wouldn't mind driving around the streets of Melbourne in. Welcome back. Of course, the Australian Grand Prix weekend is much more than a race for Formula One cars. A packed program of support events makes it the most compelling weekend on the entire motorsport calendar. With budgets of $250 million a year, there's a whole universe of difference between the elite of auto racing and those part-timers who are in it simply for the fun. Cos Cardone took a stroll among the haves and the have-nots.
This is the grand side of Grand Prix racing. It's called the paddock and it's located just behind the pits. It's where you see the famous faces without the helmets, where you can put a face to the name. Where opulence abounds in the most expensive sport in the universe, Formula One this year will spend more money than NASA does on your average space launch. So you'd expect things around here to be in fairly good order. Mechanics dine in style, their food prepared by full-time chefs who travel to every race. The kitchen fridges are stocked every day, and there's always something around to snack on. It's not the sort of garage where you're going to go thirsty, even when there's work to be done. The quality of the water is pretty good. And yes, you could eat off the garage floor, there's no grease or grime. In this place, everything is centimetre, no, make that millimetre perfect. A budget of about 250 million sees to that. But don't for a minute think that all the racing at Albert Park dances to the beat of the same drum. Like everything, there are the haves and the have-nots. This is how the other half live in the paddock reserved for the support races, where it's done for love and not money. It really is the motorsport breadline.
Oh yeah, I actually took out a bank loan to buy my first car, which I'm still paying off.
The kitchen, well, the pantry is somewhat bare, the seating's not as plush, but for the Formula Ford boys, just making it from race to race is a fiscal achievement.
Absolutely. As you can see, we've got the family helping us out here. We can't afford to pay anybody, and everyone puts in their 100% to get us out here, and without them, we'd really be struggling.
So let's try to put things into perspective.
Over the time we're here, we'll probably spend about $7,000-8,000 and feed about 50 to 60 mechanics and engineers.
$8,000 for us would get us most of the way around the championship for a year.
At least the workshops here look, well, like real workshops, and you can't beat the tested and true technology.
What is it you're doing there? Just loading the brakes. Brake loading, yeah. The old trusty Coke bottle does it every time, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was a good job.
And then when the car comes in, we download the data and try and analyse the different parameters to try and make the car go quicker.
My wife has a stopwatch and she stands there, and also she motor races as well, so when I'm not racing, she is, and we're holding a stopwatch and we're writing it down on a piece of paper.
This is the Group N paddock, which houses those relics of the past which just refuse to die. Not much Kevlar or carbon fibre around here, but if you look hard, there's the odd bargain.
Now, if you want to make an offer for the car, conditions do apply. It means you've got to take the team with you, and the car's for free.
It's probably a good buy for someone like Ray Charles, who's lost count of how much his love for racing has cost his pocket.
30,000-40,000 over the period of time. I'd hate to add it up properly. It's probably a block of flats and...
So who needs the glamour and spoils of Formula One anyway? We were still able to find a famous name, and besides, the tucker's okay too. The Rotary Club breakfast is a fair spread, and the food truck is always chockers. Just don't tell them what was on the Jordan menu today.
A lot of seafood. Pasta's always a favourite, so you put some nice sauces with pasta and just do a sort of nice selection of sort of hors d'oeuvres with it.
They might not get the headlines, but I'm sure they have a lot more fun. It's serious business tomorrow when the F1s crank up for the first race of the season. Cos Cardone reporting there. Well, the up-and-coming stars of open-wheeler racing get their chance to impress the international motorsport community this afternoon when they race in the Formula Ford Track Attack. At stake is the Alan Jones Trophy. To call all the action, AJ, Mark Webber and Darrell Eastlake.
Yes, thank you, Eddie. And you're exactly right. It's probably the most important part of any motor racing happening in this country at the moment. And there's no doubt about that. And a good field of cars too, and the best young talent that we've got on display at the moment. And AJ, they're racing for your trophy.
Yes, and it's a beautiful trophy. I'm very proud of it. It's been done by the same gentleman that does the trophy for the Australian Grand Prix, and I tell you what, I wouldn't mind pinching it for myself to take it home. It's an absolute wonderful trophy. But this is a wonderful formula, Darrell. It's where we really are going to get our next Formula One driver. Mark Webber sitting next to me came from Formula Ford. And the normal way up is go-karting, Formula Ford, then up through the open-wheeler formulas. But, you know, people say to me, Alan, where's our next world champion going to come from? Well, this is the ranks of racing that he's going to emerge from, no doubt about it. This is where they learn their racecraft and all the things necessary to take them up through the formulas.
Mark Webber, welcome to the commentary box. Terrific to have you here. This must bring back some memories for you. It's not that long ago, and yet I guess at some stage it seems like years ago.
Yeah, that's right, mate. It's definitely was a great experience. Like Alan says, you learn so much in the Formula Fords. There's a lot of slipstreaming, a lot of race tactics. You see the guys warming up the tyres there. I never raced a Formula Ford on the Albert Park circuit, but it's great fun, and you do learn a lot, and you learn the competition side of motorsport at an early age.
Yeah, and a great variation of cars, AJ, and the Spectrum, for instance, developed right here in Melbourne.
Exactly, and I think that's fabulous. There's one on pole position at the moment. My son Christian raced one to second in the championship last year, and it's good to see that there's an Aussie-built car being built here right in Melbourne that's in front of the best from Europe.
And yet the Formula Fords in Europe, again, had a big Australian influence anyway.
Well, Van Diemen, with the Van Diemen's in number 2, that was started off by Ralf and a gentleman from Tasmania, and that's how it got the name Van Diemen.
7 laps, race distance 37 kilometres, and Steve Owen in car 9. He sits on pole. Beside him is Christian Murchison in car 5. That car was involved in a fairly heavy shunt at Oran Park last year with your son.
I think so. If it's the same car rebuilt, that had 4 or 5 laps to go, and Christian had a bit of a spin, and the other Christian came over the Brow Hill and collected him and rolled upside down nearly on his head.
Racing now, green lights, away they go. Owen gets a terrific start. He gets the power down and moves across to the centre of the circuit. And as you can see, they're ducking and weaving and diving around. So important to stay in touch here and look at the size of the field. Owen, though, he's been shoved away. Oh, why?
Oh, yeah. I was going to say there'll be a bit of wheel rubbing on here. But Murchison went in there so quick, I thought, my God, if he gets around here, he's a genius. But he went in too quick and the front just wouldn't cop with it.
Yeah, Steve Owen, he got over to the left there. He was happy to settle for second in the first corner, and then he's now got a handy reward. He's leading down the third corner.
Alan Davison back into second place in white car number 7 as they stream through big field of cars. Amazing we got through with only that couple of spins, I guess, but very competitive. Now, the whole idea here is to stay in touch and be very smooth.
Well, you have to be smooth. These cars slide all over the place. They haven't got much rubber on the ground. Alex Davison in second place is the grandson of Lex Davison, a very famous Australian racing driver who won the Australian Grand Prix a couple of times and competed in fact, won it 4 times and competed in the Monte Carlo Rally with my father in an FX Holden back in '53. So his uncle runs Sandown, John Davison, so a big family tradition of racing.
Yeah, well, Mark, we'll just watch this replay again. You're right about the charge into the first corner. It was on the full noise.
Well, there's an old saying, slow in, fast out. He was fast in and slow out.
10 and 15 with the cars. Ashley Seward and also Kerry Wade with the 2 cars involved in that. Now, 1, 2 and 3 now, evenly spaced as they'll try and close up the gap and just get into the slipstream, and then the big outbraking manoeuvre. That's the way to sort of overtake here.
That's exactly right, Darrell. He's had a bit of a look there, young Alex, but you've got to set each other up there. Like Alan says, you've got to drive extremely smooth. They don't have a lot of power, these cars, so the drivers have to be very careful with the steering on the cars and braking. Here's another look up the inside. He's got that move. That's a good move in the second last corner, and it's a good move, yeah.
Now, what Alex needs to do now is just settle down and say, righto, look, you take that corner and I'll set you up to get a slipstream down the back, because they're now coming into one of the fastest parts of the circuit. But Christian was able to pull out a bit on him. What Alex should have done is eased off a little bit, used the run out of the right-hander down this straight to slipstream him back and get him under brakes.
So Christian Murchis has done a great job, because he went up looks so close there, went off early and of course lost a couple of spots and fought his way back. Ding-dong battle going here, side by side they go into the corners. No worry about that. It's all about close racing. And that's the leaders after lap 1 for you. Owen Murchison, Davison 3, McNally, Jory and McCole. That is how they're running now. But AJ, right around the world at the moment, and Mark of course is one of those drivers, but there's some very good open wheel drivers representing Australia both in America and in England.
Absolutely, and just about all of them have come out of this formula.
Well, it's been your pet for a long time, and I know that you were cranky there for a while because they weren't getting the exposure that they really do deserve.
Well, they invariably put on one of the best racing, and being young guys that want to progress up through the different formulas, we should be giving them support that they deserve, i.e. telecasting their races and putting them on at events such as this.
Stewart McCole, that's a beautifully prepared car, that multicoloured car that you saw racing through your screen, number 38. Have a look at that, because it's beautifully turned out when you get a shot of that. It looks good. It's a Spectrum 06B, and of course they're updated models from each of the years, and they upgrade them, and they run on very small budgets. And if you saw that good story just prior to this race, it shows you the difference from the big paddock back to the small grass paddock. I mean, there's a great difference in budgets, but the desire mark is exactly the same you want to get from that paddock up into the front one.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's some good budgets at the front there. We can see Murchison and Steve Owen have good backing there, and also Alex Davidson with Wins Australia. So Valvoline, and it's good to see those companies getting behind the young guys at an early age. And like AJ says, it's good. These guys need a good calendar and good races to impress the right people in Australia.
Well, I know I've said it to you before, and I'm going to say it again. I just noticed while you're getting interviewed by Eddie Maguire, the yellow pages on your shirt collar. They started you off in this class of racing, and you're still wearing their logo today.
That's exactly right. I had the whole car was yellow in Formula Ford, and it was great to race for them. And now that we are, look at them, they're trying to work together. So he's pulled alongside him and he said, come together, let's go together, because we've got to slipstream each other along. And that's racecraft. He's learning that well. So yeah, Yellow Pages have been fantastic, and I'll stay with them for a long time, and we're happy.
Have a look at this, AJ. It's good stuff, isn't it? Like just rubbing wheels together.
It always is, Daz. It's always wheel to wheel. You can throw a blanket over them. They are unbelievable, and because they're really young warriors.
Well, Murchison now has taken the lead. Christian Murchison, car 5, has screamed past Steve Owen. So he's put in a great performance, because he lost 2 or 3 spots there when he charged off into the corner. Murchison, Owen, McNally, they're 1, 2 and 3. And he's fought his way back to take the lead. So it's been a good drive so far.
Yeah, Christian will definitely be one of the leading lights in Formula Ford this year. I think it's his 3rd year or 4th year, definitely his 3rd. He's from Western Australia, and he's put in some wonderful performances last year, and he'll be a hard man to beat this year.
Diving out now as Owen tries to take a different line to get a better run through now. Tucks in the Valvoline car. We talk about sponsors. By gee, they put some money into Australian Motorsport too. No doubt about that. They're in most classes. Now has a look round the outside as he got the grunt to do it. Long way round from there. Look at this. This is racing at its best. Now they go side by side again. Owen in the white car dives back inside. Whoa! And a good move.
I tell you what, that was a very brave move. And that took a little bit of cooperation on both of their parts. And just the silliest little move could have been a major problem.
That was great.
It was, yeah. Christian, he went in there a little bit too hot, probably looking in the mirrors on the entry, got a little bit wide, and then Steve was able to get beside him. There it is. Look, he's lost the rear a little bit going in. Steve's over the curb on the inside. Great drive. Gave him a little bit of a squeeze in the middle. Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, it's great. So these two are going to learn a bit of each other in the next few laps, and it's all about the last lap and track positioning.
Well, Mark, that's what we've talked about, racecraft. That's it. You're learning as you do, lap after lap after lap. You're swapping places so often in this sort of racing, and it's just wonderful stuff to watch.
It is, because all the cars, they've all got the 1600 engine in the back from Ford, and all on the same tyres. The Spectrum's doing a great job with the chassis. Van Diemen are trying, but out here the Spectrum's a great car to have at the moment. Mike Ball's done a great job there, and that's why it's so close. All the drivers are so evenly matched, and they're young and hungry, and this is going to be a great fight for the victory, I'm sure. Hopefully they both finish the race.
Well, it's a two-man street fight at the moment on the streets of Albert Park. We'll take a break, come back, stay with us.
current affair. War in our suburbs.
I don't want to talk to these people because they're lying.
Neighbourhood disputes driving people from their homes.
I can't take it much longer.
I think she's crazy.
The petty squabbles choking our courts.
She's neurotic and he's a bloody idiot. If the man had any guts, he'd front me.
Plus the ugly face of the building industry. Bad debts and threats.
Clearly it's intimidation.
Union bully boy tactics caught on camera.
It's terrifying. I don't know what to do.
When Nissan presents A Current Affair.
Imagine a treated timber that's second only to Mother Nature. A treated timber that's safe around the ones we love. Then discover new French Piney. French Piney is treated pine timber that will provide long-term protection, but best of all, it contains no chromium or arsenic, which makes it very friendly to the environment. Grown from Tasmania's renewable pine plantations, French Piney is easy to work with and is the safest treated timber on the market today. When you want a treated timber that's accepted around the world, demand French Piney.
Australian auto wholesalers have Hobart's best range of quality used cars at wholesale prices. There's always new stock arriving, so join the hundreds of people who have bought here and saved. Australian Auto Wholesalers, Brisbane Street.
Welcome to our world.
Where in the world would you rather be right now? With Harvey World Travel just around the corner, you're halfway there.
Harvey World Travel, the travel professionals.
Sunday, March 7th is the 10th Clean Up Australia Day. So just turn up at your local park, beach or creek to register. Or pick up a form at any NRMA, McDonald's or TNT outlet beforehand. Hey, it's our 10th birthday. All we really want is your presents.
And let me tell you, this is a real street fight. When we left for the break, they were all over each other, and this hasn't stopped. Murchison and Owen, they're having a ding-dong battle. They're swapping places, corner for corner, AJ. Here we go again.
Passing on the outside, the inside, it's been absolutely fabulous. And now Alex Davison's coming up to take up the challenge. Always good racing.
Well, Alan Davison's been able to move up on the other two because of the intensity of that battle.
That's exactly right. They're really, look at them, pushing each other, filling each other's mirrors, trying to create pressure. They're all over the track, and it's really good for the other two behind because now they can come right up, and they've got the momentum along, so it's going to be a great battle to the finish, that's for sure.
Davison now, he joins this high-speed trio, and what about the battle? It's been great. Murchison, remember, lost places at the start, fought his way back into the lead, then Owen took the lead, then Murchison took it back. They've been at each other the whole time. Now it's a four-car race. This is the stuff that we like in Formula Ford.
Oh, well, absolutely. And it's the stuff that they normally produce. I mean, every time we look at a good Formula Ford race, it's, oh, look at this, absolutely wheel to wheel. You could throw a blanket over the three of those cars. But the two in front, look at Alex coming through now. See, what's going to happen? See, that's exactly, they've all slowed each other down now because they're not taking the correct racing line. They're taking protective lines. And in doing so, they're losing ground.
Aaron McNally, he's joined that battle. In fact, he's now passed Davidson into third place. It's still Murchison out in front from Owen. And this has been one of the best scraps of the weekend, without doubt the best race we've seen so far. And it's now there's maybe 4 or 5 cars. So the battle up front is allowing the others now to get into touch, and there's only 2 laps to go. This will be on now.
Whoops.
Mark, how careful have you got to be offline in one of these things?
Well, it's not too bad. I mean, the circuit's pretty clean, so you can be pretty adventurous if you want to, as we've seen with these guys. Here we go, another look down the inside. Bit of a lock up there. You don't want to do that too often, but you can be pretty adventurous. The suspension's pretty soft on the cars. You get over the curbs a bit like we've seen. There we go, again over the curb. So, but this is a fantastic race for the crowd. For these guys to see it live, it's really good.
It's going to even be better, I think, in about 2 laps' time or 1.5 laps' time. But it's just a bit of a shame the other two have made a break. But I still would think that Alex Davison will be able to come up from behind Murchison.
Owen at the moment leading in the Valvoline car, the white, red and blue car. And I mentioned sponsors. I mean, Valvoline are representing just about every form of motorsport in this country.
They certainly are, and good luck to them. I mean, they're Gary Rogers. Oh, down the inside. Look at this. Look, and through.
Love it.
But Owens gets a better run off the corner. And now he'll be on the inside. Oh, rubbing wheels. Oh dear, don't keep your hand on the wheel, boy. There's plenty of that after you get out of the car.
The hand went up and said, what are you doing? We said it was a battle. It's a battle royal. Now he's fired up. He's coming back at him again. Fantastic. Christian Murchison in front of the yellow and black car, and he's leading Steve Owen at the moment. Right behind him is Davidson.
See, Davo's caught right up on them now. They're so busy fighting each other and taking protective lines that it's, oh, dearie me, down the outside, I wouldn't think so.
Whoa,
but see what happened? Davo nearly stuck in then.
Yeah, I mean, the mist has dropped, hasn't it? I mean, look at this. They're weaving and shaking, trying to get out of the slipstream. This is marvellous motor racing. Formula Ford at its best. Murchison and Owen, Davidson, 1, 2 and 3. And the pack's ready to chase. 5 cars in this battle now, and there's enough time for any one of them to win this.
This has got to end in tears.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And you're right, it had to end in tears. Well picked, AJ. Bad luck. What a way to spoil a battle. Wow, they're on the last lap. They fought it out. Really tough stuff. And as AJ predicted, it can't keep going on like this.
Well, that's what close racing gets when you've got about 4 young guys all wanting the same piece of real estate. Something's got to give.
Mark, they'll learn something out of that.
They will. I mean, they are young and they are very, very hungry, and that's what happens. It's happened to all of us when we were that age. So, but it was very, very close racing, and those guys learnt a lot up until that moment, and it's still not over yet. This is a great fight with Aaron McNally and Alex Davidson. He's got to keep it smooth, and he's on the final lap. He's got half a lap to go. So, but Aaron will be pretty hungry.
Aaron McNally in the blue and yellow car, and the white car is Davidson. They've taken up with the other 2 dropped off. They've just belted themselves out of the competition. Just as close and hard fought here now. Here we go again. Then look at the replay, AJ.
Yeah, Owen's got the inside running there, but then Murchison has it for this part. Oh, well. Yeah, I would just say that was a racing accident. I really don't think there was any intent there at all.
Mark?
Yeah, I'm with AJ. It was very, very difficult. I think Murchison was just coming off the corner and going a little bit to the inside, and Steve wasn't giving him so much better. It's very, very close. I mean, here's the fight anyway.
Aaron McNally now, he right in behind Davidson, hanging on. They're running out of space now as they head for the checkered flag. And this is a ding-dong battle. Who's that? Christian Jory still there too in the black car, number 17. Don't be surprised to see a slingshot from him.
Well, exactly. He's probably thinking, hey, hang on, I could probably win this race now.
Yeah. Davison now, different line from McNally, goes in tighter, tries to tuck in. Jory then, did you see Jory? Oh, almost a touch on the dirt. Here they come, Jory now up the inside and will take a place. Yes, he does too. So Jory, as predicted now, up into second place. And outside another car joins the battle.
This is good stuff.
38 it is that comes in. Stewart McCall in that brightly coloured car I mentioned at the top of the race. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Heading up to the checkered flag now. Who's going to get it? McNally will get it. Whoa, what a finish. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. McNally puts his hand up. The best race of the weekend, no doubt about that. Aaron McNally acknowledges the crowd. He sat back, watched the battle, took a while to catch up with Davidson. The other 2 went out, took advantage of that, and that was good stuff. Look at this, AJ. That's a replay of the other 2 going out.
Yeah, well, I'd just reiterate what I said before. I don't think there was any intent there at all. Murchison was on the outside. He came over a little bit to the right. Owen came over a little bit to the left, and as a consequence, they touched.
And there's the winner. So in Formula Ford, you can sit back sometimes 4th or 5th. Just pace yourself out, have a look, and get the result.
Yeah, you can watch the action, and certainly on street circuits, there's always plenty of action happening. The guys want to impress here. There's a good crowd here, and then the Formula 1 team bosses are around. Aaron's done a great job there. He's just bided his time, and a good victory for him. Alex Davis was very unlucky. He got pipped, but he's learned. That's racecraft, and it's good. The
only problem with this formula, Des, you really can't sit back and wait for them to make a mistake, because as soon as you do that, they don't make any.
Yeah, the good thing about it is if you look at that, the lead changed probably twice in most laps.
Yeah, well, that's what it's about. Fantastic racing.
Here's the finish. This is how close it was. Bang, not much in it. Probably 3/4 of a car length to decide it. And terrific result. He'd be very, very happy in front of this crowd, in front of this sort of crowd too.
Well, it won't do him any harm, that's for sure, because, I mean, what we're trying to do is make this the premier Formula Ford race of the year, the one that they all aspire to win. I mean, they all aspire to win every one of them, but we're trying to make this the sort of this is to Formula Ford what Bathurst is to V8 racing. You know, the Formula Ford race of the year.
And Mark, when, you know, I mean, you didn't drive at the Grand Prix track, but you'd be aware of the people that are looking around a circuit like this. There's team managers, there's team owners. They all have a look at the young talent coming through.
Yeah, it's fantastic, not to mention the corporate people around as well. I mean, I raced at the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit in 1600 like these guys have, and it really is a great experience to have the people right up next to the fences and looking at you, and you're racing underneath their noses, you know. It is good, and I think he's got AJ's trophy now, so that's good for him.
Yes, he'll take out the trophy. All righty, let's have a look. Aaron McNally, he took the win, a terrific battle. Jory McCall, Davidson, Ritter, Owen, that's how they finished. Eddie, what about that? If that's the sort of young talent on parade, the sport's in very good hands.
It certainly is, Daryl. We have something to shout about for a few years yet there. Aaron McNally from WA winning the Formula Ford and taking out the Alan Jones Trophy. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll shoot up to Sydney and see what's going on as 110,000 people get ready to invade Homebush for the very first time.
Tonight on Win News.
Bill Clinton apologises for the Italian cable car tragedy. Lawyers slam the loss of legal aid for civil cases. And the Carl Vinson back again.
Join the Win News team tonight. Best at 6.
Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk.
For all your mobile and telecommunication needs.
Let's talk.
Watch Outdoor Supercross under lights for the first time in Tasmania. On Saturday night, March 13th at the Premier Speedway, you'll catch the State of Origin clash between Victoria and Tasmania. On Sunday the 14th, see 100 of Australia's road racers dice it out at the Shell Advanced Superbike Championship at Baskerville Raceway. See second generation stars Scott Gamble and Shannon Johnson reignite the battle that AJ and Wally brought to the track in the 80s. Don't miss this amazing doubleheader, March 13th and 14th.
Spend $30 at Coles and get a 2-cent per litre discount at participating mobile service stations. Fill in an entry form at Mobile and return it to Coles for your chance to win one of 100 $20 Coles gift vouchers each month. So hurry into Coles and Mobile and shop and win today.
If I kept driving a Commodore like this, I'd probably cook the engine, because to simulate a busted radiator, I've removed the radiator hose. What's amazing is that Falcon's new Intec 6 engine knows it. A cylinder head sensor has detected the temperature rise and is compensating by progressively shutting down the cylinders. So in circumstances like this, I can still reach help without damaging the engine. It's clever technology, and it makes Falcon the smart buy.
At Target, we realise that not all women are the same. Some have long legs, some have shorter ones, and some have a different shape altogether. In our experience, there's no such thing as the average woman. Every woman is unique, and at Target, we treat them that way. We have a range of clothes to fit just about everybody. So no matter what shape or size you are, if you're a woman, get into Target.
Friends, tickets, picnics, and you're on your way to a night in the gorge. With the ones that you want. Plus the Army and Navy Concert Band. And for the first time, the 1812 Overture with Cannon. And spectacular fireworks. Get your tickets and friends now for a night in the gorge with the ones that you want.
Down the inside, look at this, look, and through. Love it. but Owens gets a better run off the corner, and now he'll be on the inside. Oh, rubbing wheels. Oh dear, don't keep your hand on the wheel, boy. There's plenty of that after you get out of the car.
Yeah, we love a bit of biffo in the Rugby League, that's for sure. There was certainly a bit of biffo there in the Formula Fords. And while the Formula One teams were tucking their driving stars into bed overnight, elsewhere in Australia, the National Rugby League was kicking off a brand new season. And Andrew Voss followed all the action.
It's been said before, it's tougher to defend a premiership than to win one. And NRL champions Brisbane may be contemplating that wisdom after last night. The second 40 minutes proved to be a horror time for the Broncos. A heavy injury toll. Then a send-off in the 50th minute of 5'8" Ben Walker. The Broncos bruised and battered, the first time in their 12-year history they'd lost their opening game. Meantime, the season officially kicked off at Olympic Park in Melbourne, with the Storm quick to reproduce their form of '98. There were highlights, though, for the Panthers. Speedster Robbie Beckett defused a Melbourne bomb.
Oh, what a kick! Swing on!
Then sprinted 95 metres for his side's first points.
Has plenty of pace. Can he go all the way? Can he what? Robbie Beckett for the Panthers!
8-4 at half-time was as close as the Panthers would get, as Melbourne racked up the points in a display that gave their growing band of supporters plenty of reasons to cheer.
On the inside, Robbie Ross goes for the line. Kamali, the ball, Bowden has a knack of finding the try line.
An impressive opening, Melbourne 32 defeated Penrith 10.
Yes, a great start for the Storm boys last night here in Melbourne. And while Melbourne well and truly is in the grip of Grand Prix fever, in Sydney town, all roads lead to the Olympic site at Homebush. This evening, Stadium Australia will accommodate a new world record attendance for Rugby League. Watching the anticipated 110,000 fans turn up in force is our own Peter Sterling. And Sterlo, with 92 turnstiles processing some 1,400 people an hour, how are they going at the moment?
Eddie, it's been marvellous. My first visit to the stadium and things seem to be going very smoothly. Obviously, there were some teething problems expected, but at the moment, with an hour to go before the kick-off for our first main game, the crowd seem to be moving in quite nicely. Parking is not a problem. It's going great guns.
Must be a great atmosphere, though. Brand new stadium. Of course, we've had massive crowds at the MCG for years and years, but now to have the biggest stadium in the Olympic world and the crowd just building up as it is, must be just fantastic for you there in your hometown.
Well, it's tremendous, Eddie. It's something that the Rugby League have needed. Obviously, we've had some trials and tribulations over the last couple of weeks and the last couple of years. This is the shot in the arm that the sport needed. You can see the pictures there. The gates opened here at 3 o'clock. A sea of colour since then. We've actually got a double header tonight. There are 2 games and plenty of support for all of those 4 sides. Probably leading the way once again are the people from Newcastle. Something like 100 buses have made the trek south, and that was an 8-kilometre convoy coming down. So great support coming from all areas of New South Wales, and I think everybody is really looking forward to being part of something very special, the first sporting event at our stadium.
And always when these stadiums open up, you get a whole lot of useless information, Sterlo, but I understand they can serve 85,000 schooners of beer, I think, at any 1 hour of the day, just as well they're on the buses, I think, or is that just Fatty's consumption rate?
Well, I didn't know that was the case, Eddie, but I understand that was the first thing you wanted to know about the stadium, was what the beer consumption and efforts in getting it out was like.
Very much so.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of stats here. I won't bore you with them, but look, I've been to some great stadiums in the world, obviously Wembley Stadium, the MCG. I had very high expectations coming out here this afternoon, and I have to say they have been exceeded. Things have gone very smoothly, as I said earlier. Now we just want 2 very good games of Rugby League tonight to top it off. I think we will get that. Our first game sees Manly up against Newcastle. That's a replay of the 97 ARL Grand Final. And following that, which you'll see live on Channel 9 in New South Wales, check your local guides, I guess, for other areas. But we're coming up with the Parramatta against the new joint venture, which is St George Illawarra, and they've got high expectations as well. So 2 cracking games. Last night was the entree in the national capital. Tonight is the main fare.
And Sterlo, it's so very important for the St George Illawarra team when you do have a merger like this, for them to really get off on a big start. And up against Parramatta, well, it's a big test for them, isn't it?
It's a good test, and I think one that they're looking forward to. Obviously, they come here with the problems of trying to get their combinations in order. They've only had one real hit out this year. That was in the Charity Shield match against South Sydney, where they went down. But that match will have done them the world of good, got some combinations going. A very exciting young player called Trent Barrett was not involved through the off-season. He's at halfback tonight inside Anthony Mundine. They look to be the key for the early success of the St George Illawarra Dragons. Two sparkling players, but they're coming up against a very confident Parramatta team, looking to make up for what was a very disappointing exit at the end of last season.
And one final one, Peter. It's great entertainment tonight too before the doubleheader.
That's right. We've got Marsha Hines out here, the choirs, entertainment all night, and I think it's very important tonight. It's a celebration of rugby league, something that we haven't been able to do for a little while, and not just rugby league supporters out here. I think anybody who likes Australian sport, who wants to be a part of history, they're not going to be just entertained by a sport. They're coming out to soak up the atmosphere, and I think in years to come they'll be able to tell their kids and their grandchildren, I was there the night that we broke the world record for a rugby league match.
Good on you, Sterlo. Should be a fantastic night, and congratulations on the ratings on the first footy show of the Rugby League last Thursday night. Great to have the show back on air up there in the Rugby League States. The Melbourne boys will be back shortly, but good to see you open up with a big win.
Yeah, good to be back, Eddie, and enjoy the Grand Prix. I know that you will.
Thanks, Sterlo, and don't forget the Nine Network will have all the action from the St George Illawarra versus Parramatta game this evening. As Peter said, check your local guides, and we'll be back in just a moment to check those final grid positions for tomorrow's Australian Grand Prix. Don't go away.
Tonight.
You're not from Clear Bay.
A beautiful woman steals Jared's heart.
The thing you want most in life could be right around the next corner.
Could this be true love?
So long since someone's really taken care of me.
Or has he become a pawn in a deadly game?
I got a dead man, a suspicious fire, and a whole lot of attitude.
I had nothing to do with the death of your husband.
A web of deceit.
I love you.
That could be his undoing. The new series of The Pretender, tonight 8:30 on Win Television.
Now, there are approximately 3,750 species of lizards in the world. And the largest of lizards is the Komodo dragon. Now, can anyone tell me in which tropical country is the Komodo dragon? Nathan?
Can I go to the toilet, sir? By the way, it's Indonesia, sir.
Nutella announced that one lucky person will win a holiday to Snake Island. Make that a holiday to Hollywood! Have breakfast with the geniuses behind The Simpsons. Look under the lid of the 500-gram Nutella jar for your game card and cool glow-in-the-dark Simpsons tattoo. And win great prizes instantly. 10 Hot Tracks bikes, 100 Simpsons videos, 50 Bart skateboards, 50 boogie boards and 500 cats. This is Chip Tiles for Nutella News, signing off.
Pay a little each week and you will make light work of housework from these Coogan stores. Keep food fresh and cool with this 395-litre upside-down frost-free fridge from Fisher & Paykel for $14.50 per week. This Simpson washer with stainless steel bowl can handle the toughest loads for $9.16 per week. This compact 260-litre Whirlpool fridge fits just about anywhere for $8.48 per week. And cook up a storm with the Chef fan-forced oven with ceramic top for $13.03 per week. With no deposit required and low weekly repayments, see these stores today.
These guys are little champions. They pity big dogs. They say, heck, those big dogs aren't as smart or as fast and they can't go where we can go. Those little legs just go, go, go.
Small dogs use more energy than big dogs. That's why Pedigree Pal has created new Little Champions. For little dogs with big hearts. Developed with vets, recommended by top breeders.
Can I have a...
This child is one of 200,000 Australians who stutter. Stuttering can be treated, but the complete cure is not known. Detection and treatment at the earliest possible age are vital. The Australian Speakeasy Association helps stutterers by directing them to appropriate treatment centres and offers support and encouragement after treatment. For further advice, contact the address shown.
Welcome back. After achieving world supremacy in 1996, Damon Hill was starved of victory for more than a year. Last season, he returned to the podium with a rare but highly celebrated win for the Jordan team. As Amanda DePledge reports, the 38-year-old Englishman is now convinced he has the machine and the determination to once again be a major force in Formula One.
Fielder, look at Fielder, and into the wall. Who was that?
Coulthard in the wall.
David Coulthard into the wall. They'll stop the race.
They'll have to red flag this.
Terrible.
The 1998 Belgian Grand Prix, a race just about every Formula One team would rather forget.
Oh, Fisichella! That's a big accident from Fisichella. I think that's coming out of the bus stop. He's obviously lost it.
Everyone except former world champion Damon Hill. He survived the atrocious conditions to claim his 22nd race win and Jordan's first.
And Damon Hill wins in Belgium. Fantastic!
I think it gave a lot of satisfaction to me because it's the first race I've won in another team, and it's just a great feeling winning a Grand Prix, just full stop. But it was extra special because the team had never won one, and the mechanics, I could see when I was on the podium, I was looking down, they were so happy, honestly. It was brilliant to see.
A breakthrough for Jordan and Damon, denied victory since his world title in '96. He came close in Hungary the following year, but mechanical failure cost Damon the race and Arrows its first Formula One win.
That would have been nice. That would have been really nice to have done that one. But you just have to accept this happens in motorsport. You know, it's not like any other sport. You know, you rely on the machinery. It's like imagining serving to win Wimbledon or something, and your tennis racket breaks and you lose. You know, because you haven't got another tennis racket or something. It just happens, unfortunately.
A new year and a new team for Damon in 1998, but no end to the infamous clashes with dual world champion Michael Schumacher. Their rivalry exploded at the final race of '94 in Adelaide when the German wiped Hill out to secure the title. Their ongoing battle erupted again in Montreal last year.
As they dive into the chicane, he goes inside the marker, drifts wide, and that was Michael Schumacher driving as I've seldom seen him drive before. Damon Hill doesn't like it.
A fired-up Schumacher seized control, then hit out at his arch-rival after the race.
Because that's purely dangerous. If someone wants to kill you, he can do it in a different way, because we're going down there 320 kilometers per hour. Somebody moving 3 times the line, that's simply impossible. You can do it once, you go from one side to the other side, that's it. That's what we usually do.
Well, he's all, you know, every now and then he tries to kind of make it out that it's either my fault or someone else's fault. It's never his own fault, you know. But he did the same with Coulthard in Spa as well. And he's just like that because he has such self-belief that his first reaction is to assume that it's got to be someone else's fault, not his own. And unfortunately, that's the probable explanation for that sort of behaviour.
Do you consider yourself a different competitor to him, to someone like him?
I think I'm coming from a very different angle. Yeah, I mean, you know, I want to win, but you know, I don't have. I enter the competition wondering how I'll do, not sort of assuming it's my you know, complete right to be here or anything like that. You know, I put myself up against the competition and compete against myself more than anyone else.
Damon celebrates his 100th race in Melbourne and needs no reminding that at 38 he'll be the oldest man on the grid.
Yes, I've grown a beard to prove it.
Where do you feel that you are in your career?
Well, I'm not at the start of my career. I'm closer to the end of my career than that. So, but I don't know. I mean, I might be competitive for another 2 or 3 years. It really comes down to whether I enjoy it and whether I am having a good time.
Joining forces with Damon this season, Germany's Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Together, they aim to build on the success that elevated Eddie Jordan and his team to an impressive 4th in the Constructors' Championship last year.
Amanda DePledge reporting there, and Damon Hill will start from 9th position on the grid tomorrow in the 1999 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Let's have a look at the grid positions now, Alan Jones, and as expected, Hakkinen and Coulthard 1-2. Yep. Schumacher did well to get third.
He certainly did. The 2 McLarens dominating as normal. Schumacher just carried that thing around into third. Barrichello, great result for Stewart, be up there on the 2nd row. Confrence in 5th, Irvine 6th in the Ferrari, so both of them got the Ferraris up a lot higher than what I thought they would. Fisichella, Ralf Schumacher, the first of the Williams drivers, in 8th. Damon Hill, as we just saw, in 9th. Alexander Wurz, Jacques Villeneuve 11th in the new BAR car. Jarno Trulli in the Prost. Johnny Herbert, he's further back than I thought. Very disappointing.
He would be disappointed with that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he was really carrying it up to them all weekend and then just dropped back, so that's a bit of a shame. Dinez Zanardi, well, his first Grand Prix, well, not his first Grand Prix ever, certainly first Grand Prix in the Williams. Alesi, Takagi and Pierre de la Rosa. Zonta, Panis, he's a long way back. And Badour in the Minardi.
Zonta didn't have much time on the track for his first run in Formula 1 in the new BAR car, but oh well, he's got the job ahead of him from there anyway, that's for sure.
Well, exactly. It's a bit of a baptism of fire road circuit. It's not an easy circuit, Albert Park, and he probably could have done with a bit more time.
We can tell you, though, Alan, we've got the latest forecast through that tomorrow during the race time between 2 and 4 o'clock, partly cloudy but dry, 10% chance of a passing shower, so that could mix it up a bit.
Yeah.
And about 18 to 19 degrees, so pretty good weather conditions, chance of an early morning shower as well.
I think we're in for a great day tomorrow, I really do. I think there's going to be a few dark horses. People are keeping it fairly close to their chest on their strategies, and I think we should be in for a great race. And 10 or 20% of rain, if it drizzles a little bit during the race, from a spectator's point of view, terrific. It'll brighten it up.
Anyone that you favour at the moment?
Well, I think if it does rain, I think Schumacher's a big chance, but I think the two McLarens are too strong. OK, it's going to be a wonderful day's entertainment. Don't worry about that. We have got the starting list for the BMW Celebrity Race, and Rob Sitch from the panel has got pole position, from Ross Stevenson from the 3AW Breakfast Show, David Rain from Channel 9, and our own Dermot Brereton is in 4th position, so on the 2nd row and very aggressive. Apparently they're keeping it very close to their chest as well, their race strategies.
Yeah, they've got to make one up overnight.
Exactly.
And for the female drivers, Barbie was the fastest female qualifier.
In that pink? Excellent.
So look out for Barbie tomorrow. Rob Sitch, Ross Stevenson, David Rain and Dermot Brereton are the 4 fastest qualifiers for the BMW Celebrity Race. Well, that's all for qualifying Saturday here at Albert Park. It's time to park the machinery and shut the garage for the night. Tomorrow, the Qantas Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix, plus the best of the support action, all the drama from Pit Row live and exclusive here on the 9 Network from 10:30 Eastern Summer Time. We'll see you then.